All right, not Jefferson, Ryan, sorry. Looks like we're all here and available. Okay, so I want to remind everybody that in accordance with Executive Order N29-20, the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors meetings are being held virtually. You can participate via the Zoom call-in phone number, which is located on your screen and on the front of the agenda. Once you have called in, please press *9 on your keypad to raise your hand if you want to speak on an item. At that time, you will hear a prompt when it's your turn. Press *6 and you will be able to talk to the board. So with that, we will now move on to roll call. Ryan?
Thank you, Chair. Supervisor Wilson?
Here.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Here.
Supervisor Madrone?
Here.
Supervisor Bohn?
He said present.
Supervisor Bass?
Here.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And I do want to find out, I see we have Supervisor Madrone so far only in voice. Are you going to be able to join us by video, or do we have a video issue where you are?
I have a video issue, unstable signal. I'll try and get back on with the camera soon.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Okay, well with that, we'll move on to the flag salute. And please join me in saluting the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good timing on the eagle that swooped through. All right, so with that, we'll move on to our beginning of the meeting. And for those of you who are new to join us, once again, I'll mention that if you want to call and comment on an item, you press *9 to raise your hand. And when it's your turn to talk, you press *6 to unmute yourself. I'm pretty strict on the 3-minute time limit, as everybody should have the very same amount of time to talk to the board. So when you hit 2.5 minutes, you will hear this sound. And that's telling you you have 2.5 minutes left to, you've done 2.5 minutes, you have 30 seconds left to finish your comments. And that means it's time to start wrapping it up. When the sound goes off the second time, you will be muted. Don't take it the wrong way or don't take it personally, because I believe it's important to try to be as consistent as we can with everyone. So, and I will do my best to take a break prior to the public hearing item, as it seems like that'd be a good moment to stretch our legs and take a little bit of time before we take that on. So with that, I'd like to ask our CAO if there are modifications to the agenda.
Morning, Chair Bass. There are no modifications to the agenda.
All right, thank you. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
I move to approve the consent calendar.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. I'm sorry, we have a motion and a second. So we will go out to see if there's anyone who wishes to comment. If you are calling to comment on the consent calendar, any of those items, please press *9 now so we know you want to speak. All right, I do not see any hands raised for speakers on this item, so we will return to the board. And at this time, we do have a motion and a second. If there's no conversation, we can proceed to vote. Okay, I don't see any. All right, Ryan, will you do a roll call vote, please?
Thank you, Chair. Supervisor Bohn?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
And Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Thank you. Passes 5-0.
All right, thank you. So at this time, we'll move on to the public comment portion on our agenda that's about non-agenda items. And this is the time for community members to comment on items that are not on our agenda today. No action will be taken by the board or discussion had. But at this point in time, if you're interested, please do press *9 to raise your hand under the public comment on non-agenda items. Okay, we have one hand, and it has the last four digits of 7429. And press *6 to unmute and welcome. Uh-oh. 7429, I think you pushed mute. Press *6. There you go. Welcome.
Hi, good morning. My
Good morning.
name is Roby Tenorio, and I'm from, let me see if I can turn this off. I'm sorry. I had the background noise of your meeting. So my name is Roby Tenorio. I'm from Southern Humboldt. I would like to acknowledge our new supervisor and welcome her, Supervisor Bushnell. Looking at the applications that are coming before the planning department now, most of these applications are using wells for their water, and there's no forbearance required of this well use, and there is no requirement that the applicant prove with the inspection and analysis by a hydrogeologist that these wells are not hydrogeologically connected to the watershed and will not affect springs, creeks, and rivers within the watershed they share. The Humboldt County Planning Department is using the opinion of well drillers on this matter, and the Planning Commission is accepting this unscientific evidence as fact. The reliance on well water for cannabis farming was not examined as part of your environmental review process in creating the cannabis ordinances, nor was the issue of drought and extreme fire danger. This is new information and needs to be considered as such. I request that you immediately halt permitting of large cannabis farms that rely on well water and begin an immediate analysis of well impacts. At least the forbearance should be required. So also the continued permitting of cannabis farms in remote rural locations places an enormous burden on the local emergency first responder volunteers and small rural neighborhoods. I don't believe that the cumulative impacts of this have been seriously considered, and I request that you do that. Like the rest of the state, Humboldt County is facing drought, fire danger, and a general unknown about how climate change will affect our lives. This can be considered new information. We need to acknowledge we are in a climate emergency, even when speaking about cannabis, and to continue to embrace an industry dependent on fossil fuel use at the same time you're working so hard to do the good work to lower Humboldt County's carbon footprint and create a green and sustainable future. It's contradictory. The way the ordinances are currently structured is not mitigating the environmental damage your board was concerned with. Also, I'd like to say that when the board is dealing with overwhelming citizen involvement in speaking to the issues that are coming before you, it's very unhelpful to not have the agenda item have a time certain. This discourages public involvement. Many of us cannot watch your meeting all day so that we're then able to give our 3 minutes of opinion at the appropriate time. Thank you very much. And I have another person here.
Actually, Roby, let me take one quick break here, okay? The comment you made is very, hold on just a moment, please. I want to respond. I want to let Roby know something. The comment you were making is very closely similar to one of our board items today, but I was letting the comment be read because it is more general in nature, I believe. I just wanted people to know that this is not the time to make the calls about the specific item, but I do think
excuse
Yeah.
me, Supervisor, it's not specifically about
right. That's what
that.
I just said.
It crosses, and I appreciate you letting me continue.
Okay. Yeah, no, and I felt yours was general enough. I just wanted people to know that so they don't all start calling in now, but I thought yours is more general too.
Okay, yeah, because
picture.
we're talking about, 80 to 90% of the permits being granted having well water. So thank you for letting me continue.
Sure, and you had one more, you have another speaker. That number, did you say, for the same public comment on non-agenda item? All right.
Well, it is a non-agenda item, and like mine, it is broad.
Okay.
So I guess you should listen and see what you think.
All right. Thank you.
Okay.
For explaining, and thank you for letting us know if someone was there.
Yes, hi, good morning. This is Gil Grigori, and I have two process questions regarding this application to grow.
Oh, Gil, that's later in the today's meeting. I'm sorry. That one is specific to this application. So that time we will definitely be able to talk to you.
Let me just start at a different spot because the rest is non-specific.
Okay.
Okay. If as a supervisor, you or your family member could be, would be, or plan to be involved specifically in the Rolling Meadows project being
Oh, no, I think that's a little bit specific also. We'll
okay, how
expect
about
you,
this one then?
yeah, actually, you know what? We'll just talk with you. You can, it's probably more appropriate if you can call later, if that's all right. I appreciate that, but it's hard to keep trying to trim down your item, your comment, and it seems like this is very much
Just
the way
give me one more chance. I know this won't
okay,
work.
okay, your time is down to about 2 minutes now, so.
I that's all I need.
Okay.
So my name is Gil Grigori, and as a supervisor, if as a supervisor you are involved in a cannabis business that is dependent on the use of well water and generators to produce your products, would it be appropriate to recluse yourself regarding this appeal or any other?
Actually,
appeal?
Gil, that's actually on the appeal also, but I'll have you call back in then, all right? It's that's also specific.
Okay, I'll call
Yeah.
back. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Gil. Sorry about
Have a
that.
nice
It's kind of all these different rules. All right. And I would ask people, if you have someone extra at your house that is going to be speaking using your same phone number, please do let us know ahead of time so we can be aware. I do not see any other hands being raised for, okay, there's one more hand for public comment on non-agenda item, and that's ending in last four of 7108. Excuse me. Welcome.
Hi, this is Bonnie Blackberry, and I wanted to support everything that Roby Tenorio said and the questions that she brought up. But I want to start off on a process thing, which to participate in these meetings, now you can do it by Zoom and by phone, which I think is really, really great. The problem is the numbers that you need to call or to participate, to observe and attend is only published days before it comes up, before the Planning Commission or the Board of Supervisors or the zoning administrator. So since it's like the address to the place, it would be very, very helpful if those numbers were published at least 2 weeks ahead of time. So people, if they had an issue and they wanted to encourage people to listen and pay attention, they could give them the correct information of how to get there. Now, you just got a couple days to scramble to do that. And I hope when your meetings are back in the building there in Eureka that you'll continue this access for people that live a long ways away. Let me see. And I also feel like with items that have great public interest, setting a time certain, I was just really shocked that I won't say the name of it, but an issue coming up that has broad public interest was not set for time certain because it makes it really hard for people. And part of our general plan is encouraging public participation. So I hope in the future that that can be changed. And I'm also greatly concerned, and there's a rising concern about, because of the drought or in the climate crisis, of all these permits going through with wells. Pretty much 90% of them are attached with wells that are not required to forbear, and the county is not paying attention to or keeping a database or whatever of where these are, how much being drawn out. There was all this effort in to stop people from drawing water out of the watershed.
Thank you, Bonnie. Thanks for calling in. All righty.
Okay.
And thank you for the good process point you brought up. And I am looking, we have no more hands up, so we will move on to the next portion of our meeting. And that will be our COVID-19 update. And for this, I'd like to turn this over to Dr. Hoffman and Michelle and whoever, not Michelle Bushnell, but Michelle Stevens and the rest of the team. Welcome.
Thank you, Supervisor Bass, Madam Chair. Thank you, Supervisors and everyone here today. So 2 weeks since our last update, we continue to see stability in our case rates. They have fluctuated a bit over the past few weeks with the lows down into the 6 range, 6 per 100,000, and getting up as high as 10 per 100,000. But this is after they peaked in late January to a high of the case rate of 26 per 100,000. So we are in a much better place now than we were just a month and a half ago. With that average range around 7 to 8 per 100,000 over the past several weeks, we feel confident that we should remain in the red tier. We did receive news last week that we accumulated 1 week of purple tier metric. And because of that, we have been communicating very closely with the state of California about our current.
Thank you.
Sounds like someone's got their phone off of mute.
I had to sign a form. I'm sorry about that. I meant to put on mute.
No problem.
Guys.
So as I was saying, we've been in communication with the state of California over that and trying to make sure that we advocate that we do strongly feel that our metrics have reflected that our case rates are stable and that we should remain in the red tier. We have decided that if the state were to try to move us to the purple tier this week, that we would ask for adjudication of that. We will find out shortly as the state releases the tier metrics at noon today, what their final decision will be. However, I want to let everyone know that regardless of whatever the decision is, if we were to move into the purple tier, given our understanding of the epidemiology and the numbers, the data here, and the sentiment on the ground and public health and in the county, is that we would ask for this adjudication, and that would let us remain in the red tier for the coming week until we could come to agreement with the state. So there will be no movement this week, regardless of this decision of the state at noon today. We will remain in the red tier. So, the reason for this is because we really feel strongly that it's important that our businesses, our restaurants, our schools, our sports that are trying to all reopen can do so and remain in this opening phase without disruption. If we felt that there were significant outbreaks, case rates were rising at an alarming rate, we would certainly be supporting going back to purple tier to control the virus if it were seeming out of control. But that is not the case. We definitely feel that things are stable. We don't want to have our county yo-yo back and forth between tiers when things do seem stable. But I do want to recognize that this recovery is fragile. This is still early recovery from the surge, and that variants do pose a very real threat. I want to be upfront with everyone about what we know, and that if they were looking worse, we would let you know, but they are looking stable. So we'll keep up that fight, and hopefully today the state will make the right decision and keep us in the red tier. As far as hospitalizations go, the hospitalization rate is down. It's much lower than it had been during the surge just over a month ago. Daily hospitalization rates were as high as over 15 per day for COVID hospitalizations, and they're now back down into the single digits. And we've had many days without new hospitalizations over the course of the last week. So those trends continue and support the recovery from the surge of a month ago. And it gives us security that we're on the road to recovery after what was a very difficult winter. ICU capacity has become a bit of a thing of the past. We've seen minimal COVID ICU admissions in the past weeks, and the hospitals statewide have returned to pre-surge ICU levels. While we continue to monitor both hospitals and ICU capacity internally for Humboldt and at the state level, we will remove the hospital and ICU capacity from the dashboard as it has much less relevance now in the current stage of the pandemic. Testing remains an ever important part of the recovery from the surge and maintaining the ground we have gained so far. Testing was down significantly over the past few weeks, but has rebounded a bit in the past week. With increases in reopening of schools, sports, live entertainment venues in the coming month, it will be more important than ever to keep higher levels of testing so we can keep tabs on COVID as we increase our interactions out in society and start to return to normalcy. Optum remains a great source of quick and easy testing for anyone in the county with great availability and a good turnaround time for the results. Schools and youth sports are working with the state and county to increase access to testing as they both reopen, which will allow both to feel safer in those reopenings. If anyone's having trouble scheduling testing, please always feel free to call the JIC at 441-5000 to find out what testing options are available to you. Our public health lab continues to test 6 days a week, working closely with partners in the community to keep high levels of testing available. And our partnership with NCTP, the North Coast Testing Partnership, continues to expand to provide testing for both institutions in Humboldt County and tribal entities that otherwise would not have testing access on a regular basis. We've so far vaccinated 28% of the eligible population in Humboldt County with at least one dose of vaccine, which mirrors the statewide numbers. It's an amazing testament to the efforts put forth in Humboldt County over the last 3 months. Our public health team, in coordination with our vaccinating partners across the county, are real heroes in this vaccine effort. Public health clinics, along with the partner clinics, continue to get all the vaccines that come into Humboldt County out into arms within a week of its arrival, working countless hours of extra work on top of the work they already do in their own areas of healthcare and public health. We want to applaud all of them for this effort. We continue to be slowed not by capacity, but by supply of vaccine. We're in the planning stages with Blue Shield about the transition to the TPA and what that will look like for Humboldt, with our first meeting having taken place last week and many details still needing to be worked out before any proposed change could go into effect in early April. Our public health team is working closely with our providers in the network to get them ready for this transition and to help facilitate whatever needs come up throughout the transition to the TPA. There have been many new updates over the course of the last week from the state in regards to vaccination plans, and we expect more to come this week. The state continues to add certain groups to phase 1B and will be issuing updated lists of which occupations are considered in the groups in phase 1B later this week. A new plan to vaccinate the most vulnerable in California was laid out by CDPH late last week to provide more vaccines to zip codes that fall within the lowest 25% quartile on the Healthy Places Index, or the HPI. This index takes into consideration many different factors such as income levels, access to education, access to healthcare, disparities in healthcare and health outcomes. Humboldt has 13 of the zip codes that fall into the CDPH identified criteria, and we should find out this week how that affects our allocations for vaccine. Our focus has been to try to provide access to the vaccine across the wide-ranging geography in our county, and our public health team feels good about the penetration thus far. But we will continue to look at ways public health and our partners can penetrate vaccine into these zip codes with the lowest quartile HPI more efficiently. Incredible work at the JIC continues with outreach to help schedule our most vulnerable residents in the county for appointments, those with no internet access, without doctor access, those in remote locations in Humboldt, where the barriers to vaccines are many. For anyone in that situation who is having trouble getting on the interest form or filling out an appointment online request, please call 441-5000 and they can help you out. So anyone who's 65 years or older looking for an appointment, we want you to reach out to the JIC and make sure we get you on the interest list and get you in an appointment when they're available. So it feels like we're really at a point of palpable change in this pandemic. With nearly 30% of the eligible population with one dose of vaccine, our case rates are falling and feeling a much more stable and manageable place than where we've been for the last several months. We're looking forward to some return to normalcy. Much guidance has come forward around this return to normalcy in the last week from both CDC and CDPH. And this guidance, while full of promise, should be recognized that each small gain is tenuous and can be fraught with complications. I want to encourage all of us to be patient and understanding as we unwind this very difficult situation we've been in for the past year. Things will seem to move both fast and slow at the same time. Some of the things that come out might seem contradictory or inconsistent, and they probably will be as we figure out what is safer and what can be let go. Everyone at all levels of public health are working hard to continue the balance of opening safely with protecting this very fragile early recovery. We all need to use common sense as we go back to society as it used to be. Large gatherings without limitations as we knew them in the past will still be unlikely for a while. Smaller gatherings with some rules will be more permissive, and medium to larger gatherings will be also likely allowed with stricter rules and regulations that might seem onerous, but will help protect this recovery while allowing some normalcy. In the end, the things that got us to where we are today will still be the cornerstone throughout the loosening of all of the regulations: masking, distancing, washing hands, avoiding mixing of households. So even while we're allowing larger gatherings outdoors, the basic tenets will remain. With time, we're hopeful that even those can be loosened, but we need to take this one step at a time. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hoffman. Michelle, did you want to add anything at this time? Or just we can go to the supervisors for questions?
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay. Took a quick bite of a strawberry, sorry. And any supervisors have a question at this point? I know I do, but I'm sure there's some others. Yes, Rex. Supervisor Bohn.
Rex is fine. Dr. Hoffman, can we get a copy of that, what you were reading there, just so we have, there's a lot of information there and I've got a lot of notes, but we get questions all week and that sounds like some of that stuff's pretty definitive. So if we could get that sent to us, it'd probably be something to fall back on.
Sure.
Thank you.
No problem. I'll send that out after this.
Supervisor Wilson, do you have any questions?
I'll wait for public comment.
Okay. Well, and I'm going to ask my questions then, unless I'm seeing anyone else not yet. Yeah, so I really appreciate it. I think Rex has a great idea because there's a lot of information in there. So I was just going to throw a few of the different things out, and I think I emailed you prior most of this yesterday. I don't think I gave you, there might be a few more things I asked, but some of the areas is where people do feel contradictory, like you're mentioning, and I'd like to bring up bowling because I said I was going to ask that because it's hard to explain to people why you can't just really limit the number of lanes in a bowling alley, but other things are allowed, and it's really hard for people, and they have to wait to orange, and I'm just kind of wondering, can you go through what that process is to at least get to orange so that they can feel like they can survive, because they're having a very hard time right now and don't understand. It's hard for me to try to explain why this and not that. And I know this is from the state, but if you could elaborate on that, I'd find it helpful.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. As you said, the state is really what's behind those regulations and what's allowed in each tier. And so currently in the red tier, what's allowed indoors are things like movie theaters, restaurants, and family recreation centers are allowed in outdoor settings. They specifically allow for bowling to begin at 25% capacity in the orange tier. One note of loosening that should be happening soon, as I alluded to in my talk just now, is that the state, as part of this focus on the 25, the lowest quartile of Healthy Places Index, is that when we get to 2 million doses in those lowest quartile HPI zip codes, they will move some of the cutoffs for the tiers. So for example, when we get to 2 million, the purple tier will go from 7 per 100,000 to 10 per 100,000. So that's the first step, which should also help us if we do continue in this 7 and 8 range for the next several weeks, that we won't be in this limbo of potentially bouncing back to purple tier. For the next goalpost for that is to get to 4 million vaccines in the lowest quartile HPI zip codes. And when we achieve 4 million vaccines, that will trigger the next level of change, which would include the orange tier, cutoff going from 4 per 100,000 to 6 per 100,000. So that would put us, if that were to happen, say today, that would put us very close to the orange tier. So I think it will allow us to get to orange tier faster. And so we're going to help in that effort by trying to focus, vaccination efforts more in those lowest quartile HPI zip codes here in Humboldt County. And that's the effort that's going on across the state over the next few weeks so that we can get to those places sooner.
And I wanted to follow up with that. It's like, I think we've all heard there's different groups. Basically, different parts of the state are letting different groups be vaccinated. Like you said, they're moving people, tiers around. We have a community that has a high percentile of the people who are really needing the vaccine. The ones you mentioned, the higher risk folks, and I don't know how you exactly explained it, but how do we tell community members that say, well, I deal with this, so I should be having my shot now because we're getting a lot of that, that really it's better if they let us concentrate on getting the folks who truly need the shots that could actually help change how we have to operate in the tiers. And I don't know how to have that conversation with people. And it's just, I find it frustrating because everyone's doing, well, no, we should get that. No, we should get that. It's like, no, if we help someone else get it, it's better for us, I think, overall as a community.
Yeah, and as we're in this stage of, not enough vaccine for the number of people who want it, every shot that we give to one person is a shot we don't give to someone else. And so we have to recognize that balance. We have priorities that were set by the state. We're trying to follow them as closely as possible without being too restrictive that we can't keep moving forward. I think this new one with the Healthy Places Index, lowest quartile zip codes, will help protect vulnerable people. We are still going to be focusing in those zip codes on the age groups and the occupation groups that are open. So it's not necessarily that we're opening it up to everyone, but we do want to make sure that all of the folks who are eligible in those zip codes will be able to, to have an appointment. So those will be the targeted efforts over the next few weeks. We just want to remind everyone that we are getting closer to a place of the vaccine being much more widely available to everyone without all of these restrictions. And it's what we want. We would have wanted this from the get-go. Had we had enough vaccine, it would have been wonderful to send it out to everyone's doctor's office, every pharmacy in the state, have public health setting up clinics all over the place so we can get this out there. There's just not enough vaccine. So we have to be patient and let us do that work and get to that place where everyone can get the vaccine when they want it. And so we're hopeful that in the coming months, with expanding priorities at the national level for production, increasing the national supply, and getting through these lines, which we are making good progress on, we will be able to be in that place where everyone who wants to get a vaccine can get one.
And my last question, Supervisor Bohn, and then
before public comment, so you can address this, and you brought moving the goalposts, it's probably a pretty good segue. There's no, on youth sports and then high school sports, I know I sent an email last night that, I know if you go out to Redwood Acres, a lot of the time there's nobody there, and like no waiting. I'm telling people, just go out there and get it. You can get tested if you're concerned at all. The other thing is, if we can get a couple hundred people to test every day, it'll drop our numbers immensely. But but with that being said, are we going? I think I saw where we're going to work with the high schools to get them tested, and because we've got this thing where they have to get tested every 2 weeks, and they were talking about having to buy or go get them, and I think we've got a couple 100,000 on hand. So I was hoping that we could use, and you guys, I think, have done this, so I thank you. Get these people tested, then tested through our lab, so we're not, we're in March and school year is coming to an end, so these kids have some sense of normalcy at all, because that's probably one of the most I get. And then what are the rules? For somebody that runs a youth sports complex, am I going to get a badge for like being the spectator police or something like that? Because I'm all fenced and it's a public place. I don't know how you're going to keep these people. I'm not going to keep Grandma Jones from watching her kids play ball, because she's pretty tough. So, it's going to be a pretty tough row to hoe. So could you hit youth sports? I know we've been waiting for the state, but I think, can we just not wait for the state anymore?
Yeah, we got some clarifications on a lot of these questions this week, Supervisor Bohn. So if I can address a couple of them. So you're absolutely right. In capacity for testing, whether it's for schools or sports, whether you're an employee or an employer who wants to do surveillance weekly or biweekly of your of folks, the test site at Optum Redwood Acres is still a wonderful choice for you as we transition. And so the schools are working with the state on their own plan to do both PCR testing and the binaxinal antigen testing. The Humboldt Del Norte League is also looking towards getting up to speed through the schools with those similar testing. But for currently right now, as we make that transition, we definitely have lots of capacity. And so we will definitely continue to help all of those folks, get up to speed on their testing capacity for the spring. In terms of updates on the youth sports guidance, we never received any specific information on what is age-appropriate observation. So we will continue to work with groups to see what makes sense. What we did get is as of April 1st, should we meet certain levels of vaccination effort, venues will be able to open for live performances, and that includes sports, music, other outdoor live events. And there were that just came out recently, and there's capacity limits based on the tier. It has to do with assigned seating and concessions, and what can be sold and in what tier and what fashion. So as people look at that in the coming weeks, as we come towards April, I think you can start to see where something like an outdoor sports venue could use some of these guidelines to safely reopen once that's available. I think until then, we still continue to support age-appropriate observers in ways that make sense. I think use common sense. If you look at the capacity numbers for the venue guidance at 20%, I think if you're looking at how these events should happen and could happen safely, you can look to that guidance and see how it could happen. But we want to still in this early stage try to limit large gatherings. We don't want to encourage large groups of multiple households to get together in an unsafe way until we're in a better place with the virus.
Thank you.
Okay, so no one's raised their hand from the public yet. So if you do want to comment on this, please press *9 on your keypad now. Dr. Hoffman, I did want to also ask you again about the homebound folks. I know I've shared one example with you, and I have more than one of people who seriously have not left their house for years due to medical conditions and have people who come in and provide them medical care. And the question of how do they get the vaccination? I'm hoping you can maybe clarify that here so that other people who are maybe having this problem but haven't even thought about, they've kind of given up. Maybe we can help guide them in how this will look and how long it might take or what their expectations should be.
Yeah, so I think, again, at this stage of where we're at in the mass vaccination effort, really focus on large scale, getting as much vaccine out as quickly as possible to as many people as possible. So large mass vaccination sites where we're doing 300, 500, 1,000 people in one day, obviously don't lend themselves to someone who's homebound. We are working with several groups to try to design what that could look like when we get to that stage where we have enough vaccine. Also, what would be a more appropriate vaccine likely for someone like that is more than likely Johnson & Johnson. You only have to, it's a single shot, you go out once and they're fully vaccinated. We only just started receiving that this week. So, those discussions are happening and we'll continue to move forward. And so I would hope that in the coming, months, as we transition to larger supplies of all the vaccines, we get used to using Johnson & Johnson and have partnerships build around that we could start to get into some of these homebound populations.
Okay, thank you. I do not see anyone to make public comments. So at this moment, we are now open for public comment, and no new callers have called in either. So I'm going to return to the board and Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah, just I mean, it's great the efforts you guys are doing, and I do applaud you in working in this time of transition, which it brings this whole new suite of anxieties within our constituents and within the population, and especially about the vaccine and who's getting vaccinated. And I think the message over and over is that we're trying to get out what we get as fast as we can within the tiers that are available. There is a little bit, there is kind of an in-between zone in terms of folks that are, what Supervisor Bass was describing as homebound and, very extremely immobile, to those that are fairly active in seeking out the vaccine, and getting the vaccine, or have the understanding and wherewithal, technologically speaking, in terms of like getting online and those sorts of things. And so it would be nice if we have so much of our messaging is still in rotation about wear a mask, don't make us ask, which I really appreciate, and I want us to do some of that. But I think it would be a good time to start updating our public outreach in terms of just reminding people, if you're 65 and older, please call this number, and kind of getting that a little bit more broadly out there, and encouraging our, all of us to reach out to our neighbors who maybe we know or we think might be close to 65 and older, and asking them if they need any assistance in getting, in any of those things. Because I know I'm myself and a few other folks that I know is, help people sign up via the website and stuff like that, where people have had some troubles. So there is a space in there, I think. But I mean, the real message though is that even with that, we're getting all the vaccines that we're getting into arms. There's nothing languishing, there's nothing going bad. And so it's we are hitting, quite frankly, the low hanging fruit as quickly as we can. And that's good. So that's my only comments, is that we just need to, start reaching into those folks, into those venues and spaces where people are just having a little bit harder time getting over the hump. So.
Yeah, no, appreciate that, Supervisor Wilson. We definitely want to encourage anyone who's having trouble either signing up on the interest form, or if you get, say, an invite from public health to one of our mass vaccination clinics and you're having trouble signing up for an appointment, we have folks in the JIC who can help with that and help sign people up if they have internet access issues, or just having trouble filling out an electronic form that's several pages long. We understand that that's a barrier, and we want to try to break that barrier down. So the JIC has already helped lots and lots of people with that, and trained many staff, and are looking to expand staff currently to help out even more, in anticipation of the state requiring everyone to move to My Turn, which is an entirely online-based system. We will continue to offer other, protected slots as we go into that as well for groups. So moving forward, we want to make sure that, we protect the vulnerable who might not have access through that electronic venue. So we're going to continue to do that as well. And yeah, I think, again, as we've said many times, patience is really important. At this point, we're still not to that level where everyone can just get their vaccine, but we're getting much, much closer. So I think that even just knowing that we're a lot closer to that has been helpful for a lot of people to realize that we're not, now we're not, 4, 5, 6 months away. We're likely only a few months away from really the doors being wide open to whoever wants the vaccine can get it.
Great. Thank you. Supervisor Bohn, you turned your back on.
Oh, no, I just want to, I think as far as vaccines getting out with what we have, both with our, I hear nothing but good things about our public health, what the ones we're doing, Mad River Hospital, over the top. And we do not get the numbers from the national drugstores, do we? So we don't know how many they're doing. Do we get a feed out from the feds on that, or?
Yeah, we know, like the data comes back to us through CARE. So it is, in the data that we're tracking locally, but we don't know how many they're getting. I think they're getting about 300 a week at CVS, but that's just based on the number.
No, they were doing 200 a day when I went, so I think they're doing more than 300 a week.
Okay. Yeah.
I asked her, she said she'd been doing 200 a day, 180 to 200 a day. And now I think they've added a couple more CVS. I think Arcata and Target, I've heard, I don't know that for sure. I just know the one, but they were pretty seamless. I went online and I see where a lot of people are going there. So yeah. I think that's good for the feds to get that online. I know they weren't as, it didn't work out as well for the rest homes with them, but they're sure doing the walk-in pretty well. So that's a pretty big number.
We've heard great things.
So we should probably make sure we get that number too. It's 1,000 a week, or if they're doing more than that, is adds a lot to 1% of almost 1% of our population. So
yeah, and there's other federal streams coming that don't come through public health. So there's another program that works with the federally qualified health centers, FQHCs, that we do not have any yet, but there will be another round of that coming up, so we could get some through that stream as well.
Now I did want to ask Supervisor Madrone, because I can't see you. Did you have anything you wanted to add or questions?
No, I think everybody's very capably asked the questions and they've been answered. I'm good. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, thank you. And then Supervisor Bushnell, just wanted to see if you had anything you wanted to add.
No, I'm fine, thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, well, with that, I think we are ready to move on. So thank you for being with us today and filling us in, and hopefully we can stay out of that purple.
Okay, well, thank you, everyone. See you again in 2 weeks.
All right, thank you. Okay, so now we're going to move on to matters initiated by board members. And the first one is brought to you by myself, and is in regards to concerns that the Fish and Game Advisory Commission has towards unpermitted cannabis grow site, environmental cleanup. And they did write us a letter. I don't know if there's someone from there to speak on this. I would ask Ryan if we have someone from the Fish and Game Commission on here. Or if you're on the Fish and Game Commission, can you please raise your hand by pressing *9 if you're not visible?
I'm moving them in, Chair Bass.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, I see, it's Jim.
Can you see me?
I can hear you. I see your name, so.
I'm here.
All right. All right, Jim, thank you. And I'll let you, you can definitely tell us your thoughts. And I do also want to go to our Director of Planning and Building, because having seen this on the agenda, I think he has some clarifications and helpful information to add. But I'm turning this over to you right now to share the thoughts of the commission.
Several months ago, I think it might have been even pre-pandemic, the commission, several members expressed their concern about debris that was left after the abatement or the decommissioning of non-permitted grow sites, leaving piles of trash, garbage, illegal sewage disposal systems, a variety of things. And they were concerned that these aren't being cleaned up. So I did some research. I asked for information. I got some records of I think it was the 2019 season, which was 2019 to 20, which is the best available that we had. And I found that there was very little information available on what was actually happening with regard to follow-up after the abatement activity occurred. The cannabis aspect was abated, but the nuisance aspect was not abated that we know of. So we wanted to inform you that we believe that the remaining trash and garbage in the situation is potentially detrimental to wildlife, even to the extent that science has shown us that the microplastics that occur when things like polyethylene, PVC degrade into very small particles. Science has not shown us that they're toxic to wildlife, but we have found them in the small invertebrates that are food for salmon fry, krill in the ocean. This plastic has no nutritive value. So it's a microscopic version of what happens to birds like albatross that eat plastics. They think they're full, but they're getting no nutrition and they starve with a stomach full of plastic. So that's one of our concerns. And the other concern was that there's no information available to the public on what is being done or what is not being done. it took me a month to get the information, and the information I did get was not complete. That's it in a nutshell.
Okay, well, I appreciate that, Jim. And I see Supervisor Bushnell has her hands up, but I also know that Director Ford was going to provide some clarification. So Supervisor Bushnell, do you want to ask your question now or wait till after Director Ford?
I wanted to ask Jim, I believe, if had you contacted the planning department to have this discussion or invited Director Ford to one of your meetings to have these discussions?
I'm thinking back, it was quite some time ago, and that wasn't the main topic of discussion. So we haven't asked for a specific report.
Well, it would just seems like to bring an item like this to our to a meeting without having the discussion. I'm just curious if you reached out. The general public is free to reach out to the planning department to ask these questions.
So thank you. Go ahead, Jim.
I'm just trying to recall. I know we had a conversation. Sometimes it's difficult to get my volunteer activities straight. I think it was through Audubon, and the answer was, well, it's hard, and we're working on it. And I have read some information in the media, and this has been put out by planning.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question would be, while I understand that cannabis is more prevalent in people's minds right now, the abatement issue and the cleanup issues would be for every abatement. We abate more than just cannabis sites. And that's what I was wondering also. If you had had any discussions about other sites besides the cannabis and found better abatement cleanup happening there, or why did you just address the cannabis in this letter?
That's what the other members wanted to focus on. I am aware of other abatement, having worked in environmental health for 28 years. Some sites came up that I was familiar with, sites that had huge amounts of junk, old cars, refrigerators, you name it. And these are really difficult situations because the resources aren't there, the property owner doesn't have the resources, and it's a difficult, abatement is a complicated process. But I think that if we include the cannabis in with all abatements, that's a good thing. That it's just an abatement of a nuisance. One thing that sets the cannabis abatements apart is there's taxes collected for that purpose. So it seems that once the abatement occurs on an illegal grow, that in a way that property enters the program, not in the way we had hoped, but it's still in the program. And I don't know if there's any clear definition of how the cannabis taxes go to complete the abatement of the nuisance, or is it just the abatement of the actual growing of the cannabis?
Thank you, Jim. I hope we can get clarification with Measure S taxes, whether that is actually used for abatement purposes. And then also, I was wondering, environmental health would be responsible for some of this also. So those are questions that I just had that triggered, and maybe Director Ford can answer some of that. Thank you, Jim, for your discussion.
You're welcome.
All right, actually, Supervisor Bohn, then I would like to hear from Director Ford.
Well, and I know there's an environmental health agent or officer or person goes on every one of these larger grows. And so I think after the abatement, and I mean, I think after it's served and it's cleaned up by the sheriff, and then Public Works does their abatement part, I'm trying to figure out when environmental health, since they're there, Are they there just to observe and say, man, this is terrible and leave? Or I've always said why we aren't putting liens against these properties, which is a lot easier. They keep saying no, but it's not as difficult as it is. And putting liens against the property and clean it up. You say most of the property owners don't have the wherewithal to pay for it. Well, they had the wherewithal to get it dirty. I think they should clean up. So I'm not so sure this is a planning and building, because that's why we have environmental health. And then they contract to clean it up, much like they follow through with a gas tank removal or a spill or anything like that. So they're at every one of these grows. So it seems like there should be a paper trail through environmental health also. John's shaking his head, but.
Maybe we should hear from Director Ford then, since she's shaking his head on that one, and then we can come back to Supervisor Bohn.
So we're
Director Ford.
Thank you. There's a huge amount of misconception here. And the first thing that I'd like to point out is that we did a bit of research yesterday. Mr. Clark did file for a Public Records Act and asked for information on sites that were eradicated. Now, eradication is a very technical term. That's not all abatements. Code enforcement does not eradicate. Only the sheriff eradicates. That refers to chopping plants. So we gave him all of the sites, information on all the sites that we jointly participated in the serving of a warrant with the sheriff's office. Those sites may or probably still in process of being cleaned up. When we then issue a notice to abate and a notice of violation, that gives the property owner a certain amount of time to respond. And then if they can respond within that time, there's no fines or penalties. If not, they enter into a compliance agreement then to work on cleaning the site up. In terms of the overall abatement on sites, even involving hazardous materials, while we coordinate with environmental health, the code enforcement process is still vested within the Planning and Building Department. And so it is the Planning and Building Department that oversees that. Environmental health does go out in the serving of warrants with the sheriff's office. That's why that number was 64 sites that were visited. During that same period of time, we probably issued 3 or 4 times that many actual abatement notices. So one of the things I would freely offer is, so that there is clarity in terms of what the process does and what's being done, is that we'd be happy to meet with the commission and help them understand how this works. Particularly, Measure S taxes are not used for code enforcement purposes. Code enforcement is funded by the general fund, and it operates under the general fund, and then fines and penalties are levied. That goes back into the general fund. That's not something that is a relationship back and forth through the Planning and Building Department. So Measure S taxes are completely separate from any code enforcement action. And then also, when people are abated, they are not automatically within the permitted system. They're not within the system where they pay Measure S taxes. They are now within the code enforcement program. Once they satisfy that and remove everything from the site, our requirement is absolutely to remove all hazardous materials, all junk, all materials related to the cannabis from the site. If there's other nuisance violations, that has to be removed from the site, and to have the site restored. That includes regrading the surface of the ground. That includes restoration of plant material, native vegetation. And so what's being asked for here is actually what happens. The struggle is for everybody is that does not happen immediately. It often takes a little bit of time for a property owner to clean up a site, to remove the junk from the site, to remove the cannabis-related infrastructure from the site, to regrade the site, and to restore the vegetation on the site. Be happy to answer any other questions.
Okay, thank you, Director Ford. Supervisor Bohn, did that clarify?
No, that's fine. I was, and then do you guys do like the illegal septics and the hazardous, or is environmental health alongside?
Environmental health inspects that. If that is identified as something that needs to be done, we include that within our abatement.
How many liens have we, and then we lien the property?
I believe it's about 64.
Thanks.
Any other supervisors have a question or comment?
If I could comment.
Yeah, Jim, I was gonna go, I'm heading back to you. I just wanted to see, because Supervisor Madrone is not able to be with us visually today, so I'd like to just make sure that I'm not ignoring him by accident. So yes, so please, Jim.
I don't want this to seem as though we're picking on the planning department, because there are the North Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board, California Department of Fish and Wildlife, and maybe Toxic Substances Control are all involved in this. So when you have other state agencies involved, it can get complicated. Each have their special area of expertise. I looked on the Water Quality Control Board site, and they have issued 3 notices of violation when I looked. But they've noted a couple dozen violations that are under their purview. So that's just an example of the overload that they're experiencing. And it adds to the difficulty of dealing with this for the central agency, which is planning and building.
Okay, so let's go. I'm gonna open this up to public comment, and then we will return. At this point, I do not see any hands raised. If you want to raise a hand, there you go. Please do press *9, and I will go to 0151. I believe that might be Dottie, and you're unmuted. Welcome. Okay, you there?
Yes. Hi.
Okay.
So yes, it is Dottie Russell, and I'd like to just see some program that can be implemented so that there's a really clear picture of what needs to be done. There's a number of situations that just keep coming up over and over again that people are confused and they think they're working in our case. Everybody knows what happened to us recently. And we thought we were working with the county. We thought that we were on board with doing exactly what they wanted us to do. We called the different agencies. And so I think that better communication, that if we have somebody that's not working for the planning department, not, employed by the county, but maybe there could be a volunteer board that just says, okay, what's the timeline? What do you have to do and what's going on? An example is that I understand that there's a case opened on a piece of property that we have a tenant. I told the tenant that he needed to, clean things up. And he saw code enforcement going to another area, another house. And he said, is there anything on my property? And they said, no, they didn't think so. Well, it made it look like I was a liar and that I was picking on him. So if we get something so that there's really clear communication, that can be whoever's living on it, whoever owns it, a timeline so that we know what's going on. I thought I was within the timeline. And this tenant now, this is a different situation. He thinks that there's no issue. So better communication, and we have and by the way, I can't hear a bell. So, when it's 30 seconds to go, please let me know. So if the planning department building that's used in Redway could work really carefully with the landowner and possibly the tenant, but definitely the landowner, and let me help. I mean, I'm a teacher. Let me help to figure out how there can be a timeline so there's no misunderstanding. people understand if they're working or they're not working with the department. The tenants can understand if there's an abatement or a case even opened. I don't think anybody wants to be unhappy, and I don't think anybody wants to pick on anybody. I really don't. And it happens because of misunderstanding. So I think it can be better, you know, for the Christian Science Church.
30 seconds left. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks. I did hear the bell. Thanks.
Okay.
So it says, and we solemnly promise to watch and pray for that mind to be in us, which was also in Christ Jesus, to do unto others as you would like done unto you, and to be merciful, just, and pure. And I think that's all we all really want. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, Dottie. And let me see if anyone else has a hand up. We do not have anyone else with a hand up in the public, so we'll go back to the board. I see Supervisor Bushnell has her hands up, and go ahead.
Thank you. I would just like to clarify through Director Ford, before a property gets liened or has county involvement, what is the notification process? Could you explain that, please?
Please,
so I understand the question to be before a property is liened or before any abatement action is taken, what is the process?
Yes, please.
And so the process basically is, we have, the basic process is this. We often go a little bit more gently with some property owners in the traditional side of code enforcement, whereby we make contact first and try to educate people in terms of what the nature of the violation is and how it can be resolved. And if people will follow through on that, then we don't need to go any further and the violation gets resolved. Oftentimes in the more serious situations, people can't, won't resolve the violation. And in those cases, we issue a notice to abate and a notice of violation. At that point, then they're on notice that they have 10 days to avoid the violation, or there will be two things occurring. One is the potential imposition of fines and penalties. And number two, the county can then take responsibility for abating the violation. We have not ever started abating a violation after 10 days. We do have that ability. In some situations, we continue to educate, we continue to notify the property owner, we continue to ask and request that the property owner come into compliance. If they won't come into compliance after a period of at least 90 days, sometimes it's more than a year, unfortunately, we will then take efforts to either impose the lien and or abate the violation. So there are steps along the way where we continue to educate, we continue to request the property owner to come into compliance. But ultimately, if they won't come into compliance and the violation is such that it requires abatement in order to protect the public health, safety, and welfare, we will abate.
Thank you for that.
Okay, Supervisor Bohn, and then I think we can maybe come up with some resolution where we have an opportunity for the director to talk perhaps with the group. But go ahead, Supervisor Bohn.
It sounded earlier that we were talking about specific areas. The number one thing on a code enforcement, you don't sit a guy driving around looking for stuff. It's numerous complaints, and then you get a phone call from us, or numerous phone calls, or in some cases, numerous phone calls. But it's complaint driven also by the community, especially the neighbors, where that health hazard is affecting their way of life and nothing is being addressed. Is that a proper assumption?
That is an absolutely true statement. That's beyond assumption. That is true. And let me just say, if I could add to that, one of the difficult things with the process is that it never goes fast enough for the neighborhood who's watching the violation continue to grow. And it happens too fast for the property owner who is the one who is in violation.
Okay, Director Ford, I have a question for you. I mean, does it seem reasonable that perhaps you or someone from your department or team from the county could actually have a conversation with either the commission or with maybe a subcommittee of the commission to help clarify, you know, what is and isn't, besides just trying to do it all on here? It seems like it might be worth a conversation, but I don't want to assume that. So.
We'd be happy to do that. It helps everybody to have good information, and so we would be happy to share all the public records that we can, talk about process, talk about what we're trying to accomplish.
All right, thank you, Director Ford. I just wanted to ask Supervisor Wilson, I will go to you. Okay, Jim, I'm going to ask you a question after Supervisor Wilson. Yes, please, Supervisor Wilson.
Thanks. I just wanted to thank Jim and the commission for, you know, doing the work of, you know, trying to keep these issues in the light, and you know, because a lot of this stuff does often get forgotten because maybe there aren't neighbors nearby to agitate, you know, or who are agitated by some of these conditions. And I think the nexus with the water board was an interesting one, and maybe that would be a conversation between the commission and the planning department, how maybe there's a potential partnership in terms of asking for, where appropriate, enforcement to be followed up on by the water board in some of these cases. Because again, going back to, some of these are really remote, they're not necessarily complaint driven, but they still need to get done. And I do know that, you know, when we talk about these liens, you know, oftentimes the liens just sort of sit there waiting for the time when, I suppose, the property is transferred, and in which case then that, you know, that leverage of the value is then used to clean up the property. And that's great. I mean, you know, that's it's not kicking anybody off. It's basically just making sure that the asset is available to make sure that the property is clean. So with that, I just want to thank Jim and the commission for their work on this issue, and I'm hoping that there is some collaboration. Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Supervisor Wilson. And Jim, I think that's a great segue to Jim. So does it sound like a good idea to set some time aside and meet with the parties involved and to get some clarification and maybe direction?
Certainly. Although I must say that the commission in our discussion was very clear that our concern is mainly with regard to wildlife. Okay. And what Mike mentioned about sites that are remote and maybe don't get a lot of complaints are still affecting wildlife. And I think we need to concentrate on that area for the Fish and Game Advisory Commission.
Well, and I thank you for clarifying that, Jim. And I suspect Director Ford can help tailor the conversation or get you the answers that are specific to hopefully your group's needs. Director Ford, does that sound reasonable?
No, it absolutely sounds reasonable. And I just want to make one thing clear too, that the Board of Supervisors, while Supervisor Bohn in all the traditional cases is absolutely correct, they're complaint driven, you have given direction to the Planning and Building Department to be proactive relative to cannabis enforcement. And that's where we are not complaint driven there. We do not limit ourselves to going out on warrants. As the board is very aware, we use satellite technology to identify illegal cultivation sites, and we enforce against those. And we continue to do that, and even in the very remote and rural parts of the county.
Okay, so I guess I'd be asking, I don't know if we need an official motion on this, or if Ryan does want official motion, could it be as simple as receive the report and follow up? And Ryan, where are you? Or do we need official action or just the assumption that this will be?
That may be a question for Jefferson.
Jefferson, welcome.
Not to defer again, but Director Ford, do you understand the direction from the board? I think if
I
staff
absolutely do, and we'll follow it.
I don't think a motion will be necessary.
All right, thank you very much, County Council Billingsley. So with that, I think, I did want to say another hand did pop up, but we had finished the public comment period. So if you're wondering why your number hasn't been called, that is why. So at this point in time, I guess we can say thank you, Jim, for being here and the work you do. I think our committee members, you know, they are worth their weight in gold. And I really like the fact that you have some real specific experience from your time with the health department, environmental health. I think that's really helpful in this situation. So with that, I think we can move on to the next item. And
thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Jim, for joining us.
You're welcome.
And we're going to move the next item, kind of similar in some ways, comes to us from Supervisor Bohn regarding potential revisions to fees and fines for illegal dumping and abandoned vehicles.
Yeah, thank you, Virginia. They, as I think we all do at one time or another, more often than not, I find myself with a pickup load of trash on the weekends and or a refrigerator, dryer, washer, and if you don't pick it up right away, then there's 2 washers, and it just seems to add on. And the illegal dumping of vehicles, mattresses you can dump off for free, but people still drop them on the right side of the road. But the illegal vehicles, it's getting out of control. And I know we get, you know, the CHP will write a ticket and it'll be on there. And the problem is the cost to the public works is extreme. I mean, $3,000 to $4,000 to $5,000 for a motorhome. We're all, you know, this is terrible to say, we're almost better off when somebody burns it and then we just take the shell. It's a lot cheaper because that's what usually happens is they fill them up with garbage, break all the windows, take the wheels and tires. There's a whole theory that goes behind this. And we see them on all our deep country roads. And my idea was, and I'd asked Jefferson, talk to a few other counties, is putting some teeth behind illegal dumping. I mean, when was the last time you saw somebody get fined or something for illegal dumping or made an example of illegal dumping? So what I'm saying is if we can get somebody in the process of illegal dumping, because those cars just don't get dropped by, they get towed there and then they're left. All these things. If somebody gets a picture, if we can prove who did it, then it comes down to a larger fine. So it kind of restricts what they're doing. But it also, I was looking to see in the motor code and stuff like that, is a confiscation of the vehicle involved with the crime. We do it on drunk drivings, we do it on other things, and put some teeth behind this, because I've got cars out on my roads that have been there a year. They've been tagged 4 times, and Tom's pretty good about getting them out of there when he can. And I actually gave one to my son this morning to see if he could pick it up with his trailer, because he's done that before for me, and then taken it to Eel River Disposal. It's getting out of control, and it's not getting better, because it costs $120 to dump a load of trash at the dump, because we haul it 500 miles away, and we haul it 250 and 250 back. And it's just expensive for the environmental and everything else, the restrictions we put on it. So there's got to be a better form. I think I talked to the sheriff about this. I think if we could put some teeth behind it, his guys would feel better about following up on some of these. I'm not saying we get a trash police, but some of this stuff I pick up has envelopes and things in it. And I've asked people, I call them up, says, "This your trash?" Says, "Yeah, somebody must have stolen it." Because I know we have a lot of reports of stolen trash in our county. So I just think it's getting out of hand. It's not getting any better. And maybe it comes to the point of, maybe we offer a free dump day. I don't know how we do this, because like they do with tires and stuff, we do a free tire day. I don't know what we can afford or not afford, but if we don't do anything sometime soon, you talk about environmental damage when these cars are leaking up there along these roads, and they're usually next to a creek bed or a river or something like that. So you hit a point where enough is enough. There isn't a day goes by I don't get a complaint about a car on the side of the road or garbage on the side of the road. And I think that seems to be a way, something we can fix, or at least attempt to fix.
Well, I did want to thank you for bringing this forward because I think we all have those issues. I know on the peninsula, both myself and Supervisor Wilson, it's a constant battle. And so this time I would like to go to Director Mattson for his thoughts.
Good morning, Chair Bass, members of the board. I want to thank Supervisor Bohn for bringing this forward. This is really $1 million issue. We spend approximately $100,000 a year simply out of the road fund, but that does not count all of the volunteer times, all of the other projects that were going on, our dumpsters we provide through our franchise areas, our solid waste account where we pay for dumpsters outside the franchise areas. For one, just one quick example, we had a cleanup on Bryson Thorn Road, led by a Shelter Cove group. 50 people showed up to volunteer their time for the day. Bill River Disposal, Harry Harden's old company, volunteered to take all the vehicles. A local company volunteered to take all the tires. So for the $2,000 or so the county provided for the 20-yard bin, probably leveraged $20,000 to $30,000 worth of time and equipment from the volunteers and the public. This is a huge, huge problem, and we would go beyond what Supervisor Bohn is requesting, and I would request that you consider reconvening the ad hoc committee we had some 2 decades ago with Public Works, Code Enforcement, District Attorney, Sheriff, Environmental Health, and other interested parties to brainstorm again, how can we prevent this from happening? We're reacting. We've gone to the point where it's just Public Works, call Public Works, they'll take care of it. We are not dealing with the problem. We're dealing with the symptoms of the problem. And like Supervisor Bohn says, a free dump day. I mean, we should brainstorm those ideas, put costs to them, and realize that where's not just the county, but the general public is probably putting in over $1 million a year in total time and effort to clean up illegal waste. And that's money and time that could go to better things in our community. It certainly would, $100,000 would chip seal 4 miles of road. That comes directly out of road maintenance, and it hurts. And I cannot say enough how much I support this and how I think that we should take it a step further. Thank you.
I do have Supervisors Bushnell and Madrone with their hands up, but I know Supervisor Bohn had just mentioned, looked like he wanted to talk, and since he brought the item.
I want to applaud Public Works because either Tom or Steve Fencher, both of them get a call from me every Sunday about, hey, can you help me with this? Can you help me with that? And they're great about it. There's just no definition, but I mean, there's no way to explain how much. But as he said, I mean, I've got River Life Foundation down there in Fortuna. Sean Swanson, he's up to 480,000 pounds that he has pulled off the river bars, the surrounding areas of Fortuna. It's just huge. I know John Shelter is paid by the companies to do it, but he's pulled in great amounts and doing a great project there. And I think we'd be remiss if we didn't mention, very rarely when we run out of our free or the ones we paid for dumpsters, Linda Wise steps up and goes over the top and helps all of our districts. It's pretty amazing, as does McKinnville Sand and things like that. We've got some great partners out there. But the thing is all these great partners would love to quit being great partners and actually go to the root of the problem. That's what I'm trying to do, is to, it's taken a lot of money out of our pothole fixing.
And since you mentioned that, I did want to add Pack Out Green Team to that list from the standpoint. They spent a lot of time over on the peninsula. Supervisor Bushnell and then Madrone.
Thank you. I have a couple questions for Director Mattson, and then I wanted to make a statement too about the Southern Humboldt area with the Eel River cleanup crew and the crew from Shelter Cove. They do amazing work, but it is like Director Mattson said, it's repeated and it gets tiring and it's very expensive. So my first question is that, with the vehicle abatements, is that funded by Measure Z, and is that through the Sheriff's Department? My second question is, if we did increase fines, and I know this is only a discussion to get it going, how would we enforce those fines when a lot of those cars and the dumping, even if you get a name in the garbage, they could say their garbage is stolen, as Supervisor Bohn said. So with increased fines, how do we enforce them and get the money flowing? And then also, is there possibly another avenue that we could investigate, because the fines aren't so available, even if we give them, we don't know who to give them to. So those are kind of my questions.
Thank you. Director Mattson?
Well, some of those are beyond my department. The automobiles definitely have to go to the Sheriff's Department. I know that they're, restricted on the funding. They do get some funding every year from the state, from the license fee, but they run out real quick. It takes the private sector volunteers that take those vehicles to eat the cost. That is very expensive, as Supervisor Bohn says. If I pay for it, it could run several $1,000s by the time it's taken and disposed. I really think we need to get creative about the solution. Enforcing is very, very difficult, because I think I've seen one that actually was caught in the act, and that was through a kayaker on the bay who videotaped a person in a red truck. I don't know if they ever caught that person, but without physically putting them at the scene, it's very, very difficult. And again, that's why I would go back to talking about the ad hoc task force to work with the DA to see if there's other ways that they can be prosecuted other than physically being there. Is there a preponderance of evidence, something like that, where if you do find multiple envelopes of the same, then you assume that that was the person, unless they tell you, oh, I hired this person. Then you go after the person that's hiring and going to people saying, I'll take your garbage to the dump for you, and then they take the money and they dump it on the side of the road. It's a multifaceted problem, and I just think it's time for us to put our heads together again, because as I say, what we're doing right now is that we're just reacting to the problem, and we've created a solution that says basically, throw your garbage on the side of the road and the county will take care of it.
Thank you, Director Mattson. Along with my question, are we out of whack with the fines and penalties now? Haven't been adjusted for a while? And maybe Supervisor, go ahead, Jefferson, thank you.
Well, I can say they're at the state level as far as I'm concerned under the littering code, but no, they have not been adjusted in a long time. But again, the lack of the ability to enforce that law, we all see the signs, no littering, $1,000 fine, but the litter's still there. And so we've got to come from a different direction if we really want to have a solution.
Thank you.
County Council Billingsley, did you have something to add to that?
I would, yes, through the chair, I would add that our local county code hasn't been updated since the late 70s. So those fines are definitely not up to date with what the state fines are. So, I mean, I agree with Director Mattson, and I also used to work with the code enforcement unit. Enforcement is a difficult issue. There's definitely room to increase the fines, probably substantially. And that would, if it's a violation of county code, then at least if that action goes forward, most of that money would flow to the county instead of to the state. So, I mean, it is possible to at least update our local code to be more comparable to what the state fine structure is.
Thank you, Jefferson. Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good discussion. I want to thank Supervisor Bohn for bringing this forward. And I very much appreciate Director Mattson's suggestion. You know, I can remember back in the late 1970s, early 1980s, dumping was just completely out of control all over the county. There was a spot out by Witchbeck out down the Pequon Road where everybody was just dumping off the cliff. And I believe the county got some grant monies, but I think over $1 million was spent, if I remember correctly, Tom, in cleaning up that site. It used to used to get lit on fire all in the summer and to burn up a lot of the debris, and the tires had burned for months, and it was just horrendous. We got that all cleaned up and fenced off and signed, et cetera. And then we initiated a free dumping program all over the county that lasted for a number of years. I can't remember how long, but all of the transfer stations for a while there after that cleanup and other things were free. You could, bring your material in and dump it at no cost. But then at some point, budgets declined and changes happened, and we ended up having to charge fees at the transfer stations. And I think what we're seeing now is a tremendous increase in dumping again all over the county, whether it's abandoned vehicles or garbage or, abatement issues, code enforcement, et cetera. And I fully support the idea of bringing the fines up to snuff, up to date. But again, we need more carrots. Sticks alone never really solve these problems. And I think several people have already spoken to that even if you increase fines, who are you going to charge for those fines? And do we really ever recoup very much in that process? While I think we need it there as a hammer, I think we'll be far more effective if we provide far more carrots. So I would like to make a motion to have the board direct the partners that Director Mattson spoke about, come back together in an ad hoc group. I'd like to have that come back before our board to form that ad hoc and to start investigating solutions to this. And I have to believe that there's information out there where other communities have really identified the cost of this kind of stuff, and what is the cost benefit ratio of having free dumping and then most of the stuff goes to the dump versus paid dumping, where most of the stuff doesn't go to the dump and we end up paying for it anyway at greater costs along with all the environmental damage. So that's not my entire my motion would be to bring back an item on our agenda to reform the ad hoc committee to investigate the pros and cons of various approaches to our abatement and cleanup process. So.
All right, thank you. And I probably should have stopped you from going into detail and get a second first, but we'll do a little backwards. But thank you for recognizing that. Is there a second to this motion? Supervisor?
I have a question for Jefferson.
Wait, okay.
Is there a second?
Is there a second?
Well, my second is predicated on this question, which is, do we have to bring something back to create an ad hoc, or can we just do that right now?
Supervisor Wilson, it sounds like you're basically directing staff. That wouldn't be an ad hoc committee if you don't have board members on it. But I think if you do want an ad hoc committee, you could form that today. But if you're just directing certain department heads to engage in a discussion and come back, you can certainly do that today.
Because I'd be okay with creating the ad hoc right now, and with instructions to the ad hoc to bring something back to the board. I mean, was that kind of your motion, Supervisor Madrone? Or I heard you say come back with it. I just want to see if there's agreement so we can actually have the conversation.
Is there a second in there yet?
There's a second in waiting.
I will amend the motion to forming the ad hoc today.
I second that.
Okay, yes, Supervisor Bohn, that's your item.
No, and since there's already been a committee like this that Tom has set up, do we need an ad hoc, or can Tom just bring it forward and go? Because I understand fully that chasing down the fines is difficult, to say the least. But my whole symbol behind this is, when people know this is happening, we all, I mean, I've got pictures on my phone when somebody pulls over the side of the road and they have a bunch of trash in the back of their pickup. I tend to pull over too and take a picture to see if they're going to dump it, or if they're waiting for me to drive by so they can dump it. And then I drive by, and if it's dumped when I come back, I've got a picture. You can pretty much tell by what they're doing. And what I'm trying to do is the follow-up where the fine, you confiscate a couple vehicles and you have a fine, and the sheriffs have a hard time, I can imagine, probably doing anything with this, because nothing, just like you said, have you ever heard of anybody getting fined? It's not a priority, but it should be a priority when we drive our roads and see what's happening with the vehicles and stuff. That's what I'm saying on the fine end. I'm fine with Tom just setting up his group. Tom saying, I'm gonna set this group up. We'll come back with a plan of action, and maybe we go back to a free dump day. Maybe we we'll work with Recology, work with everybody. There is a lot of money involved with that. And I don't know if we can put a dollar on the environmental damage, but you know, I'm just saying, as we move forward, I just think if we put some teeth behind this, it'll give an incentive. So I don't know, maybe not.
Actually, perhaps there's a misunderstanding of Thomas, Director Mattson mentioned ad hoc. And I think when we talk about ad hoc at the board, it usually is something that's going to include a couple board members. Is that, you know, so perhaps it's as simple as maybe it's not, I mean, well, the two that made the motion, perhaps they want it to be 2 board members that are involved. But I think Supervisor Bohn is not necessarily, I don't know if he cares if there's, because the committee sounds like it's already able to be pulled together by Director Mattson. Am I making an assumption, Director Mattson?
The reason I asked for the ad hoc is it brings a lot more power to the committee, basically. We talk about this all the time at the staff level, but we really have no political power, and there may be some political challenges with some of the things that we would propose. And so I'm more than willing to do it without board members. I know you're all busy, we're all busy, but this is a very important topic to me. And I don't want to lose again the fact that with the motion, please include raising the fines as Supervisor Bohn has suggested. I did not hear that in the motion.
Yeah,
so,
I'm gonna just say, I think we agree with you. I would suggest if we're gonna form the ad hoc right now, because it sounds like you'd like 2 supervisors, I would at least make sure we have Supervisor Bohn on that if possible, because I think we wouldn't be having this conversation if he hadn't brought it forward. That would be in my thoughts. Supervisor Bushnell?
Ryan, for clarification, can you please reread the motion?
I'm going to have to ask Supervisor Madrone to restate it. It changed several times.
Would you like me to restate it?
Yes, please.
The motion is to form an ad hoc committee to bring back recommendations to the board to deal with the illegal dumping and abandonment of vehicles.
Is your motion including choosing the members of the ad hoc, the 2 supervisors now? Because then that seemed that it would kind of change the language of your motion.
Yeah, that would be a good thing to do. And I would recommend that Supervisor Bohn. And is there another volunteer? If not, I would volunteer to work with Supervisor Bohn.
Supervisor Bushnell raised her hand and waved her hand.
That'd be great.
Let's see. Is that correct, Supervisor Bushnell?
Yeah.
You'd be interested?
Yes.
Oh, and then Supervisor Wilson. I'm sorry.
Can I clarify though, with Ms. Supervisor Madrone? So this is this item is about the fine structure. Is that anywhere in the motion, or I'm just trying to get my head wrapped around it? Thank you.
So I would amend my motion to have Supervisor Bohn and Supervisor Bushnell be part of the ad hoc committee. And my assumption is, this is not part of the motion, this is my assumption. I know assumptions aren't always a good thing to do, but my assumption is that this committee would be the ones that would bring back recommendations to us. And I certainly would fully support what Supervisor Bohn is recommending, and that is increasing fines. I think that the ad hoc committee is going to want to look at a number of issues, as was suggested by Director Mattson. Maybe there's a free dump day, you know, any number of types of things that we might consider. And I'm hoping this committee would do the research to look at what have other communities done, and do we end up better for cost and the environment when we charge for dumping all the time? Do we make a difference if we have a free dump day? Or is the big difference in cost and environmental damage happen when we have dumping for free all the time? I mean, there's a cost benefit ratio there. And I guess I'm hoping this committee would dive into those details, do a little research, and come back to our board with substantial recommendations for how we fix this problem. Does that help?
I'd like to go the second or 2. I mean, to see if he's okay with this, because we're kind of assuming he is. So, Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah, I'm okay with it, but I'd also say that if the ad hoc committee wants to take it in bite-sized chunks to bring things back to our boards, such as fines on one time and other solutions, I just don't want to slow down waiting for the big package to get stuff happening. So just offering the flexibility to that ad hoc committee to address it in whatever efficient way they want to.
That'll be up to the committee, I guess.
Please.
Okay, so Director Mattson, does that sound like it's something that you can work with?
Yes, I can certainly take the lead in setting up. But I do think, yes, the fines could come real early, the changes to that, because that's just simply a change to the county code and to verifying what we can actually do and bring that back in short order.
Right, and this time I will go out to public comment. And if you're interested in commenting on this item and you're listening, please press *9 now to raise your hand. We have 3 in the queue. We have the first person is ending in 1541. And our second speaker will be the person ending in the last 4 of 5906. So 1541, I believe, is the one I said first. We had one more pop up. All right, if your last 4 is 1541, please press *6. Okay, we will come back to that person. So next we'll go to the last 4, 5906. And if you are that number.
Hello.
Hi. Okay. A little bit late there, but okay. We'll stick with 1541 since we have you now. Welcome, and your 3 minutes are starting.
Thank you. Hello. My name is Carla, and I help support the Peninsula Community Collaborative. The PCC is a community group that focuses on increasing the feeling of safety on the peninsula. A huge chunk of our work are projects to help reduce and prevent illegal dumping and abandoned vehicles, as these are issues that decrease the feeling of safety on the peninsula. We have paid for boulders that block off problematic locations, made a waste reduction information flyer, made an illegal dumping reporting checklist, paid to remove abandoned vehicles in the dunes, and we host dumpster days twice a year, and much more. The PCC has spent over $20,000 and hundreds of staff and volunteer hours on these projects to reduce illegal dumping on the peninsula. And as Supervisor Bass and Supervisor Wilson know, there are several amazing people who volunteer to pick up trash on the peninsula nearly every day, and still there's unfortunately no shortage of trash to be picked up. We have hundreds, if not thousands, of pictures of trash and abandoned vehicles all over the peninsula from just the last couple of years. We have a subcommittee that focuses on both of these issues that meets monthly, and illegal dumping and abandoned vehicles are just a huge problem on the peninsula, and this decreases the feeling of safety for residents and creates environmental health and public health issues as well. The PCC supports increasing fines and fees for illegal dumping and abandoning vehicles as well. We also support increasing enforcement, as that will also make a huge difference as well. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, Carla. And our next speaker ends in the last 4 of 5906. 5906. Oh, there you are. You're unmuted. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Emily Finkhorn, and with Redwood Community Action Agency, and also support the Peninsula Community Collaborative. And as Carla very excellently touched on all of the work that the PCC has been doing on the Samoa Peninsula to reduce illegal dumping. But I also just wanted to add that the county has been a great partner in this effort. We've been working with County Public Works on opportunities to reduce dumping and also illegal driving in the dunes along New Navy Base Road. That collaboration has been going well. We've greatly supported the support from Supervisors Bass and Wilson on getting free dumpsters on the peninsula each year. And these have been helpful, really helpful efforts in addition to the PCC's outreach and education. But we would fully support looking at ways to increase fines up to what is, could be aligned kind of with our present day, but also looking at other kind of policy strategies and other incentive strategies that such an ad hoc committee could look at, because I really think that really will take a comprehensive look, both involving education, changing kind of some of our physical environment to reduce the chances of dumping, enforcement, and also making some other kind of free options available for people. So I really appreciate that this agenda item was added to the board as a part of the board agenda, and hope to see some, a comprehensive strategy that could really tackle these issues. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Emily. And next up we have 0151, Dottie. Welcome.
Hi, this is Graham Russell this time.
Sorry, close.
No problem. I just wanted to mention the effect that has the effect on the volume of trash that has been caused by no longer paying for CRV items at the dump. This is I think caused a worsening of this trash problem, and I don't know that I don't think it's a county issue, but I don't know if there's anything the county can do to influence to reinstate the buyback of CRV items. But that was I think that's a really big factor. So I just wanted to mention that, just bring it before you. And also, Dottie also has a comment. Do you want her to do another star 9?
All right, so we're starting a comment for Dottie then. I just want to make sure I got the clock right. Welcome, Dottie.
Okay, thank you. So there's a number of problems with this idea of the fining. I think having a fine is a great idea. Having an excessive fine or something other, whatever that might be, is a problem. But years ago, we bought a piece of property and it had 11 vehicles that were being used by insane things. I mean, they were like running into each other. They were taking car parts off of it. And when we bought the property, we thought it'd be easy to just get this cleaned up. Well, it wasn't so easy. We started the process by bringing all the stuff to the roadside so that they could be picked up. And before we had them picked up, code enforcement got involved. Jeff Connors, wherever he is, was fantastic. He came and said, I'll tell you what, you paid $40 or $50 per car. We'll come and pick them all up. The problem will be solved. And that's that. That's what we did. We were very happy. The cars were cleaned up. And it's been a struggle on this property since then to have people not bring more cars there. But nevertheless, the major problem was solved very easily, very nicely, and we were really happy about it. So I think that this car issue is huge. One of the things, I don't know if it's the whole area, but in Southern Humboldt, a lot of the cars aren't registered. And if they're not registered, then who are you going to find? The property owner that somebody then brings the car to, and then it's there. And then, I mean, it's just, that's a crazy situation. I mean, if cars are registered, then if they come and get dumped on a property that belongs to somebody, then you can call the sheriff and say, this person dumped a car, and they say, well, it's on a private property. It's your problem now. That's the answer that they give you. So I think if we get the vehicle thing taken care of so that, number one, the cars are registered, whoever's driving the cars, that they're registered. And the second one is that if somebody drops the car off on a private piece of property, that the county gets involved. However, they, have to do that to get the people to come and get it, take that car away and deal with it. So I think cars are crazy. When they're yellow tagged, that's a nightmare because they get yellow tagged if they're left. And then before the person can come back to get their car, the tires are gone, the radio's taken out of it, and it's just crazy. So if those cars that should be yellow tagged could get taken to a place for the 3 days or whatever it is, or 10 days, however long it is.
All right. Yeah. Thank you, Dottie. I hope you heard the first beep. I held it up, but I got to figure out how to get this louder. All right, thank you. And the next speaker ends in the last four numbers of 6459. I believe. If you are 6459, you are unmuted.
Good morning.
Welcome. Good morning.
Good morning. This is Katrin Holman. I'm calling from the 5th District in support of these fines and enforcement. I support hefty fines. I live in a neighborhood where this is a problem, and my family and neighbors, we frequently clean up these dumps from roads, public roads, the sides of the roads, and sometimes it's dumped under trees in blackberry bushes. It creates hazards to humans and wildlife. So I am in support. Thank you very much, Supervisor Bohn, for bringing this forward. And I also would like to recommend that the ad hoc committee include groups like the one on the peninsula that already have experience and are working to fix these things. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you for calling in. Our next speaker ends in the last four of 3053.
Good morning, Thomas Mulder here. I just joined in right when you guys were taking the vote and kind of trying to get up to speed where you're at. I support this ad hoc committee that you're moving forward with, and also support the idea of increasing fines and penalties. My question, when I was a teenager, I worked for Old Brown's Towing, and on CHP rotation, people, the tow companies on CHP rotation would lose their turn in the rotation if they refused to pick up an abandoned vehicle. I know that's a CHP matter, but I don't know where that could come into play, because back then you didn't have abandoned vehicles. They got picked up even if the tow company was going to lose money on the tow. So I don't know how maybe we could start enforcing that again, or maybe just because there's so few tow companies, that isn't a thing anymore. But I support this idea moving forward. I do agree that abandoned vehicles are an eyesore. It also leads to fire danger in the summertime and all kinds of things like that. So thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Great, thank you, Thomas. Our next speaker has a number ending in the last four of 9449. Just star 6 to unmute. All right, there you go, welcome.
Hi, this is Shakti from Southern Humboldt. I just wanted to comment real quickly on how it's just so fascinating how all of these issues that you've been discussing today are interconnected. I know there's a junkyard that's been abated out in Densmore, Junkyard Bob's Junkyard. He helps a lot of folks. He helps the sheriff. He's a veteran. He's 80 years old, and you know, he served our community for his entire life, picking up junk cars on the side of the road. And our county abated him and put a $307,000 cleanup lien on his land, and then just abandoned the cleanup project entirely. I guess they're just hoping that he dies and they get to own the land, the riverfront property. I don't know why or what's behind that, but it's pretty inhumane. And I just want to comment, it's really difficult to transfer the title of an abandoned car. I've tried to upcycle cars in the past so many times, really usable, great cars. They're just in somebody else's name that abandoned them on the side of the road. It's going to cost me $1,000 to pay back registration just on one car that I'm not even sure if it'll work yet, because I can't tow it somewhere to have a mechanic look at it because it's not registered, right? So if you guys could work with the DMV somehow to make it less difficult for people to transfer the title, that would be great. I didn't get to comment on the earlier items, but I really think that the county could work harder on the roads as well to avoid cars breaking down. And yeah, it's really more so in the hands of the county. And if they didn't close down Junkyard Bob's junkyard and push him off of his land with this lien, I mean, Bohn, you're saying we should have bigger liens. This is ludicrous. There's like already 22.8, I think, million on the books and counting for cannabis abatements. That's not even counting Bob's abatement because it's not cannabis related. But anyway, it's all connected. And the county can do a lot better job for the community across the board. Thank you.
Hey, excuse me, thank you for calling in. And I do not see any other hands up. So we'll go back to the board. And I know we have a motion that's been seconded. There might be some more conversation. Is that Supervisor Bohn? Oh, Supervisor Wilson, Bohn and Wilson.
Yeah, I just want to appreciate all the comments, and certainly Tom is well familiar with the work of the Peninsula Community Collaborative, so I think that connection will be made. And I think that if there are other ideas within the community that want to be expressed, they can get a hold of Rex or Michelle and talk to them about those. One thing that we've seen too is, oftentimes when we see a newer car or a car that it's new to us, it's been abandoned near where we are, I suggest people make sure they call that in as soon as possible, and it even helps to get a VIN number. Oftentimes insurance, because especially if it's a abandoned stolen vehicle, the owner's insurance can help pay for the removal of that, especially if it's done very quickly. So making sure that folks get photos of those things, and photo of the VIN number and photo of the license plate if they can, and get those to CHP as soon as possible. So thank you very much. And I'm looking forward to the work of this committee.
And Supervisor Bohn?
No, that's fine. You've got to, the fines aren't the easiest way to go, but we have to put some teeth behind it. And we have to, as Supervisor Wilson said, I've turned in 3 cars in the last year that were all stolen. They sit in a place for a long time on a side road till they can come back and get them, or they just decided not to take them after all because it probably wasn't as good a car as they thought. But that happens. And but if you call them in right away and find out what's going on with them, because if they sit for 2 days on a country road, they're going to get extra ventilation through their windows, and all the things are going to get stolen. And I know it was talking, if you buy a piece of property with 13 demolition derby cars on it, you just bought that problem. You're not just going to tow it to the county road and say, would you please take care of this for me? I mean, Jeff Connors did a good job, and we did charge, but I mean, that's not what we're looking for. You bought the problem, you fixed the problem. That seems to be the problem, is people tow it to the road and think we're going to take care of it. So you can't do that and complain about the roads at the same time, because the money comes out of the road fund. I think Public Works does a great job, but it's a really catch-22.
And Supervisor Bushnell?
I just want to comment along the lines with Supervisor Wilson. CHP is not always the responding agency for county roads. It would be the Humboldt County Sheriff's. Also for highways and county roads, it's different. Also, there is through the Sheriff's Department, you can go on and report an abandoned vehicle on the side of the road. If it's not in the roadway, it's not considered hazardous to travel. So for the abatement process, just to update anybody that's listening, those are things that are already in place. We should utilize them while we're getting set up on this ad hoc committee and bringing things back. I just wanted to state that also along the lines with Supervisor Wilson.
And thank you, Supervisor Bushnell. You just made me think, hopefully the group can come up with ways to get this information to community members in an understandable format, because I think we all get the call, who do I call? And it's like, well, I don't know, I send emails, call everybody, but it'd be nice if we actually had a, hey, if this happens, then do this, and make it a little simpler for people. So if there's no more comments, Brian, will you do a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Chair. And the motion I have is to form an ad hoc committee of Supervisor Bohn and Bushnell, and have the committee bring back recommendations to the board dealing with illegal dumping and abandonment of vehicles.
And that committee includes the people that Tom Mattson mentioned as well, I believe, correct? Or,
That's
I mean,
correct.
that you'll be confirming, you'll be discussing it with them. I just want to make sure. Okay, that'll just happen anyway, I guess. All right, thanks, Ryan.
Thank you, Chair. Supervisor Wilson?
Affirmative.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn?
Yes.
Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
And Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Thank you. It passes 5-0.
All right, so that'll move us to our next item, which is coming to us from our County Administrative Office, and it's regarding Measure Z funding. And so I'll turn this over to there's CIO Nielsen. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair Bass. Today we have an item on Measure Z for your board, and with that I will turn this over to Sean Quincy, the Deputy CAO, to provide a staff report.
Good morning, Chair Bass and members of the board. To the chair, sorry about that. The supplemental budget documentation contained in this agenda item effectuates all of your board's direction from January 26 for a carry forward request and allocation of additional funding. That is, except for the request to fund the 211 Measure Z request. The reason for this is because allocations such as this for outside agencies require a contract. And when staff began to develop the contract shortly after the meeting, they learned from 211 that the funding would not be used to support the request as originally submitted, which was largely to purchase goods like computer and network equipment. Instead, as noted in attachment 2, the funding was going to be used to support staff costs. And because the funding is substantially different from that which was originally approved, it would require additional board approval. That's the reason the 211 item is before your board today. However, staff learned on Friday, just this past Friday from 211, that the 211 board approved reverting back to the original application and using the funding for the purposes stated in that document. As such, at this point, your board can choose to move forward with approving the supplemental budget to 211 and direct staff to develop a contract for the purposes identified in the application, or take other action as desired. And with that, I conclude my staff report. I understand that 211 is available to engage on this topic as well.
All right, thank you very much, Sean. Do we have the representative from 211 that we know of? Ryan?
Chair, I'm unaware of any representative from 211. I did just see somebody raise their hand in the queue, so we may click on them.
All right, I'm going to do that. And if this is the representative from 211, I'll allow you the time to be part of this presentation from the standpoint that, you know, we need to hear what you say. But if this is a member of the public who's not actually from 211, then let us know. So 0140. Just do *6 and let us know who you are. *140. Okay, well, maybe they are on for a later item. Okay, so we'll come back. Oh, okay, there you are.
Hi.
Hi, welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, Jeanette. Welcome.
Okay. Yeah. My phone is different than what I'm seeing, so let me not watch what's going on. Let me mute it. Hi. So initially, I sent you guys an email back on June 30th requesting a change for my Measure Z funding because I had found out that I'm going to lose my DHH CalFresh funding of $44,200 and no reason was given for it. So that is our biggest grant that 211 has, and it would have been devastating to us if we had lost that. So we, when I came forward, I thought that you guys understood that that's what I was requesting under the emails. I guess I should have notified the county. I don't know the process of it all, but when they told me, are you going to do what's on the budget? I'm going like, well, I wanted to simplify it because you guys have requirements of everything. And we have open grants that will cover the other salary stuff now. We have gotten a PSPS grant and we've also gotten are working on that. Also just yesterday got a CHI grant. So those were under contract, will help us with the funding that we lost from DHHS. So we are converting back to our original request to get the items that we need in order to keep open during disastrous times for our generator and the other items on our budget
All right, thank you for clarifying that for us.
Sure, absolutely.
All right. Do any supervisors have any questions before we go to public comment? No? All right, we'll go to public comment now. We have one hand raised, and that is the person who has the last four digits of 0114. So if you're 0114, press *6 to unmute. There you go, welcome.
Good morning, supervisors, members of the board. My name is Glenn Zemer. I'm the current chairman of the Measure Z committee. My comments are probably a little bit moot because we only learned just a moments ago that the 2-in-1 group had reverted back to their original application process. The committee discussed this matter with staff at our meeting last Thursday. And at that time, we just wanted to convey to the board that we thought allowing parties to completely redirect their funding after the applications were approved was pretty much tantamount to total violation of the concept of the Measure Z process. There's probably no point in me going further, but we just wanted to reinforce to the board that we try to go through a very rigorous process and so on. And obviously the ranking of the applications are largely determined by the nature of the elements that the applicant is requesting. So even considering the concept that somebody could completely redirect their application to a complete new set of priorities pretty much throws the whole process in the dumpster. So if that's a moot point at this time, there's no reason to talk about it further. But I think it would be good for the board to reinforce that there is a purpose and a time, and the input and time taken by the staff of the county and the committee would make this a highly undesirable activity in the future.
Great. Well, thank you very much, Glenn. And I actually did not have the timer on you because I figured since you're doing a lot of hard work with the committee, I just wanted to make sure you had the opportunity to make your comment in whole. So thank you very much. And
all right, thank you.
You're welcome. I don't see anyone else for public comment. So Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah, I have a question. It may be 4211, which is, I guess it's a red flag, and it kind of concerns me that the request, which was for equipment under the assumption that there would be people using the equipment, staff using the equipment. But then what we're being told is that, the money has been taken away from the institute, from the 211, which was probably for staffing. So are we being asked to now provide new equipment for which maybe there is not staff to use it? And so I'm just kind of, I would like to hear, it's just concerning to me that that if there's a need for staff, and equipment's got to be used by staff, and if there isn't funding for staff, what's the equipment going to be used for?
All right, so that's a question for 2-in-1. Jeanette, are you, there you are, you're unmuted. Go ahead.
Yes. Yeah, so the equipment was put on there back in February for the Measure Z committee to look at based on our PSPS events that we were having going on. We got denied, and we thought that was going to be it. But when I lost the DHHS funding, I needed to make sure we got that funding back up, and that's why I sent you guys the email about funding request under my Measure Z. I didn't know the requirements to change that. I was simply asking you guys for that funding based on my need for to keep the doors open for 2-in-1. But we got, as I said, we got 2 extra grants this last couple weeks, and so we decided that, well, it would just be better to get the equipment. As for employees, right now we have 6 people on the phone. 4 of them are social work students, each one working 400 hours from now until the fall. And then we have me and Alex. So there is still 6 people on the phones every single day. And there has to be. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Yeah, sure.
No worries. All right. Thank you for that. Supervisor Bohn?
Well, and I'll be voting no again. I out of respect to the Measure Z committee, because we came out at that meeting in January and we actually approved 6 of the 9 lowest ranked items. and of the Measure Z committee, and they spent a lot more time on these than we did. And I just think that in the future, it would sure be nice if we revert some of these funds back, or at least give them a shot to look at them before we send that funding out. And I fully support all the people, all the places the monies go, or to a certain extent. But I just, I don't think we supported our Measure Z committee enough. And where we talk about a volunteer basis, and if we turn our back on them, it's going to be tougher to get volunteers. So.
Thank you, Supervisor Bohn. And I wanted to add, I would like to find us, or help see if we can find a way for 2-in-1 to have robust conversations with other, you know, because there's other groups out there that I think can help, and I think there may be some things changing. So I would certainly hope that this is not, you know, one that comes back to us again next year. I think we need to try to find a way to solve it and not keep it going piecemeal every year. So I think we really need to put some efforts into that. And if there's a way we can help, great. But I think this is a one-time shot from my perspective. Are there any others? Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes.
Just to say one thing, on the items that I sent you guys, Measure Z voted that 2-in-1 doesn't fit under the guidance of the safety. And I sent you guys a page load of calls that we get under safety and emergency. So I love that what they're doing. I love that they're volunteering. I don't think they understand 2-in-1 no matter. I just don't know why they don't. So I don't expect them to vote to fund 2-in-1 for the work that we do. But I do feel that it fits tightly under Measure Z funding. I brought in 500 letters of support. I believe that's more than all the Measure Z applications combined. I don't know. I don't know what else to do.
I have a
but question. I'm willing to talk to anybody about funding if you have other ideas.
Okay, and Jeanette, I do have a question. In an email that you sent us, you referred to some changes that might be being made regarding, I think, funding for offloading calls that are currently going to 911 that are not emergencies. Do you have any more information on that? I mean,
well, it's a federal. We're actually just in the beginning of wording that out. We have a couple of the senators who have put together a bill. The words are being implemented by the senators, along with United Way Worldwide and 2-in-1 National. And that's supposed to bring in about $350 million. At least that's what they're initially putting on it. We don't know when that will finally come through, but it's support for 2-in-1s to eliminate non-emergency calls to 911. I'm the smallest 2-in-1 in the United States.
And I appreciate that. The reason I'm asking is that is a way maybe we can help. I mean, we do have people that lobby for us. Maybe there is a way we can help in that process, or at least keep abreast of it. That's all I'm saying. And you know, I'm more than happy to help with trying to do that as well.
I appreciate that. Thanks, Virginia.
All right, Supervisor Bohn.
Jeanette, what are your reserves sitting at now? Are you in desperate need, or where are you at? Do you have 2 years of operating funds, or where are you at?
Oh, no. We have about $54,000 in the bank, a little over that.
Okay.
Yeah, we would love to have a reserve of 2 years. That would be awesome, but we've never had a reserve of more than what we could pay for that year, that running year.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone else have questions either of Jeanette or any other comments before we vote? Yes, Supervisor Wilson?
Yeah, I definitely expressed my unease with this when we did this last time. I'm going to be voting yes because it requires a 4/5 vote to get us forward. And I don't want to blow this up and have to us all relitigate this over again. But I strongly align with Supervisor Bohn on, you know, the work of the Z committee and sort of where we're at on this, and so, you know, for the sake of moving things forward and kind of keeping the flow, I think, and I mean, you know, these monies will be spent in places that will be productive and good. It's not the process isn't being as respected as I think it should be, and So I just letting you know, I mean, I'm okay with us moving forward this today, but in general, when we swing back around to do this again in next year, you'll find me much more strongly aligned in this other direction. So thank you.
And Supervisor Bushnell?
Thank you, Chair Bass. This item came to me, I think, on my second meeting, and I'm learning a lot, and also want to say that I respect the work that the Measure Z committee does, and I will be supporting their recommendations in the future. And I did vote yes for this in the past, and I will continue with that vote today. However, I do really, really respect how much time they spend and prioritize the applications. So I just want to really support them and just make that public. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Bushnell. And I think I'm hearing that message coming through fairly clear. Like I said, I hopefully don't have to have this again next year. That will help find another way. Yes, Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to get anybody to switch sides. I think all of this is, but you have to understand, Measure Z committee took 4 or 5 meetings to spend, I mean, to get where they were at, and we spent an hour and a half to spend $750,000, and we ended up, they ranked all of theirs 1 through 27, and 6 of ours were in the bottom third. So they had so much time and effort into their applications and everything else, and they vetted everyone separately amongst the committee. There must have been a reason, and I just think we have to, I'm going to honor that. I fully understand, and I went back and looked at some of the meetings and saw what they said, and they're not that far off. So it's just a matter of principle for me. So,
Supervisor Wilson.
Just like anything else, I'm not an absolutist in this regard. I just feel like we just didn't go far enough. But I mean, we do have that discretion. I'm not throwing that over to the side. I just feel like we just didn't do enough to respect that process. But I'm ready to vote on this and move on to our next subject matter.
Yeah, and what I would say, I think we were trying to help multiple things with the smaller amounts, and I think we need to retool and go back and clarify that for next time. Ryan, can we have a roll call vote?
Chair, I don't know if we have a motion.
Oh, I heard someone say they're voting against the motion. Oh, that would be Rex. It wasn't really a motion. You
want to make that motion?
Yeah.
It won't
well,
get a
make a motion, and
I don't want a second on it. So
I'll make the motion that we approve the supplemental budget for the request to carry forward additional funding for Measure Z allocations as approved in January 26th.
Is there a second?
Second.
Supervisor Bohn? Supervisor Madrone? Okay.
Second it.
Thank you. We have an official second. Yeah, I got thrown when Rex said he was going to vote against the motion. And well, thank you, Ryan. Can we have a roll call vote?
Thank you, Chair. Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn?
No.
And Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Thank you. It passes 4-1.
Okay. So I think our next item is the public hearing. So I have some suggestions. I think if the group is good with it, if we could go into closed session and take care of those 2 items, and then take do you want to have an hour for lunch? Do you want to get back at the half hour? What is the board? Yes, Supervisor Bohn?
I imagine we have a lot of people waiting to get to this item, and to throw another hour and a half into their lap.
So half hour? I told it, do you want half hour? I mean, because if we sit and go through this item, we will not be giving a good enough attention to the item because we're going to be hungry, needing to go to the restroom and take care of a few items. I mean, there are items that people need to kind of do on a, regular basis. So I'd like to see us take at least some break. So, I'd go for a half hour, but if you just want to make it 20, we can do that. I just, we owe it to the people that at the hearing.
We have staff too. I mean, just understand,
Yeah.
we have staff.
No, I'm not saying, but I'm just saying to go into closed session, then an hour for lunch is going to be an hour and a half, and we're asking people that have been waiting. I mean, I'm good for a half hour. I can.
The closed session is quite short, I believe. County Council Billingsley.
Chair, I believe both the closed session should be 5 to 10 minutes.
Okay, so we can do it either way. We can do it after the public hearing if that is.
Let's take a half hour. Let's go to our closed session and include that in the half hour and come back at noon. That's my that's 35
because
minutes.
if it takes 10 minutes apiece, so we're just going to go take your half hour, eat your lunch, do what you need to do. We will deal with the rest at at noon. Is that right? A half hour.
35, yeah.
Yeah. So just come back at noon, and then we'll go just start off with the planning public hearing, and then yeah. So anyone who's on the phone or watching, we will be back at 12, and we will then take up the public hearing. All right. All right, well, we actually look like we've got all 5 of us on right now. Is that correct? Am I seeing everything right, Ryan? 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. So welcome back. And before we begin today, I just wanted to do some housekeeping. Obviously, the item is coming to us from our Planning and Building Department today, our public hearing. Can't talk now. And I just want to bear with me for a few moments because I have a feeling we have a lot of people who might be on who do not regularly watch our meetings, and there's a little bit of a change here as well. So for those of you who think they'd like to make a comment, raise your hand by pressing *9 on your keypad. And do it at the beginning of the item if possible. You can always say you don't want to talk when we get to you, but at least if we know how many people are interested, we can keep track of who, how many more still might be waiting to talk, and it just helps us a lot. And we don't want you to not get a chance to comment because you raise your hand too late. So we're strict on the time limit for public comment, and instead of the traditional 3 minutes, given the amount of public comment we have been receiving through email and phone calls, We will be doing 2 minutes for each speaker. And for those of you who are not used to being appearing on this little event with us, when you have 30 seconds left, you will hear this sound. And that means you have 30 seconds to finish your comments. And then you'll be muted. And don't take it personally. We just have to do this so that everybody has an equal opportunity to share their thoughts with the board. Also, if multiple people are already saying exactly what you feel, there's nothing wrong with saying, I agree with the speaker before me. Or it can be as simple as saying, you know, deny the appeal or accept the appeal. So just saying, if you don't need the whole 2 minutes, there's a lot of other people who want to talk as well. So you don't have to take the whole 2 minutes. So with that, I would like to open the public hearing. Prior to going to staff, I did want to have it on the record that I did do a site visit at the location in question because I wanted to see what it looked like on the ground. So I'd encourage other board members, if they have also either done a site visit or had some ex parte communication, to disclose this. At this time, I don't think it's mandatory, but it just seems, given the interest in this item, it seems like a good idea. So any other supervisors care to? Supervisor Bohn?
Yep, I've been to both the Bear site when you first cross the river and to the Rolling Meadows site.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wish to chime in? Supervisor Bushnell?
Same. Thank you.
All right. Nobody else? All right, so with that, and thank you for doing that. So I will turn this over to the staff for their report, after which the appellant will be given an opportunity to speak, and then the applicant will speak. That will be followed by public comment, and when the public comment portion of the hearing closes, the item will return to the board for us to ask questions and do deliberation. So that's the basic footprint, and at this time, I am turning this over to Director Ford.
Thank you, Chair Bass. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, members of the Board of Supervisors. John Ford with the Planning and Building Department. Here to present the Rolling Meadows appeal. This is an appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of an application to allow cultivation in the amount of 5.83 acres of cannabis on the Rolling Meadows site. Joining me this afternoon is Cliff Johnson and Megan Ryan, and also from County Counsel's office is Amanda Freeman. Megan Ryan is going to go ahead and go through and describe the project, describe the nature of the appeal to set the stage for your deliberation.
Well, welcome. Oops, sorry. Welcome, Meg. Sorry, I hit the wrong button.
Thank you. Now I'll share my screen and get started. Good afternoon, Chairperson Bass and members of the board. My name is Megan Ryan, and I am the assigned planner for the appeal of the Rolling Meadow Ranch LLC conditional use permits project. The Planning Commission approved the project and its mitigated negative declaration by a vote of 4-1 on January 21st, 2021. Fran Greenleaf, John Richards, and Patty Richard, known as the appellant, have appealed the decision and submitted a letter through their attorney stating why they believe the Planning Commission's approval does not comply with the California Environmental Equality Act, or CEQA, the Humboldt County Code, and other applicable laws. This letter was included in attachment 2 of the board report. Primary concerns can be summarized as potential inadequate environmental review. The proposed project is for 6 conditional use permits for new mixed light cannabis cultivation occurring in 4 distinct cultivation areas, totaling 5.73 acres. The subject parcels are located within a 12,072 acre ranch that has historically been used for ranching and timber operations. The parcels are currently undeveloped. The project includes development of 16 greenhouses and 5 processing facilities, an on-site wastewater treatment system and water storage tanks that will capture rain from roof runoff will be constructed in each cultivation area. The overall footprint with associated development will be 8.50 acres. Generally, there will be 22 employees on site on any given day with a maximum of 30 during peak operations. Security includes locked buildings, fencing, gates, and video surveillance. A security gate with a guarded entrance will be placed on the private road that continues east off McCann Road and leads to greenhouses 1 and 2. The security guard position will be staffed 24 hours a day. The project is located on the north side of the mains of the Eel River. The proposed project footprint lies almost entirely within the prairie and grassland portions of the subject parcels. Water use for the proposed project is 4,555,200 gallons, or approximately 18.4 gallons per square foot. Water is provided by 3 groundwater wells and rain catchment. An examination of well logs indicates the depth and screening intervals are such that the wells are not connected to surface water and therefore do not require water rights for diversion and use from the State Water Resources Control Board. There will be 320,000 gallons of water storage in hard-sided tanks for rain catchment. The stored rainwater will generally be used for summertime landscaping, lawn maintenance for the facilities, as well as fire protection and supplemental water for dust mitigation. There are 4 northern spotted owl activity centers within 1.3 miles of the cultivation areas. The nearest marbled murrelet habitat is more than 3 miles west of the subject parcels. Noise and light attenuation measures are included in the conditions of approval and added in the mitigation also includes pre-construction surveys for NSO. The project is designed will directly impact approximately 0.48 acres of wetlands. The potential wetlands are within the project development footprint and the 30-foot construction impact buffer. Completion of the project will result in unavoidable but mitigatable impacts. New wetlands will be created at a ratio of 3:1. The California Natural Diversity Database showed an active golden eagle nest across the river from the project location that was found in 2003, prior to the area being heavily logged, and is the only known historic nest site within 2 miles of the project site. Golden eagle surveys were conducted from 2018 to 2021, and no golden eagles were observed. Golden eagle survey results for 2018 to 2020 can be found in Appendix G of the initial study mitigated negative declaration, along with the complete biological resources evaluation. Attachment 8 of the board report includes the 2021 survey results. This aerial map is showing the project location relative to the communities of Wiat and Myers Flat. The project location is shown by the gold star. Primary access is located off McCann Road. This road crosses the Eel River using the McCann Bridge, a low water bridge. When the Eel River flow volume increases, typically between November through late April, Humboldt County closes the McCann Bridge and vehicle traffic across the bridge is not possible. The county will be replacing the low water bridge with a year-round bridge in the future. From its intersection with Dyerville Loop Road, McCann Road is county maintained for 1.5 miles. This section of road is approved for commercial cannabis use by the Department of Public Works. Approximately 5 miles of private road will be used in reaching the project areas. After review of the analysis provided by the applicant's engineer, planning staff determined the access road and with the recommended improvements can accommodate the traffic volume as generated from the project. There's approximately 4.2 miles of road connecting all proposed cannabis facilities that will see routine use during operations as shown in yellow. The extent of the internal road length, which includes the secondary access that connects to Alder Point Road, is 12.9 miles. The two routes, one from McCann Road and one from Alder Point Road, will be the 2 access points to access all development for the proposed project. Additional improvements on internal roads ensure the internal roads can accommodate the traffic generated from the project. On the 12.9 miles of internal road, 34 of 45 identified stream crossings will be improved, and some widening and realignment will occur, as well as additional rocking and general brushing. Alder Point Road, as I stated, will provide secondary access to the project when the low water bridge over Eel River is not available. From Alder Point Road, as shown in this map, the length traveled on private roads to the nearest facility, which is Greenhouse 16, is 8 miles. The length of interior roads traveled to the furthest facility, which would be Greenhouse 1, is approximately 12.3 miles. According to the Rolling Meadow Ranch Access Assessment, prepared by North Point Consulting Group, revised in October 2020, the Alder Point Access Road will be able to accommodate the volume of traffic anticipated for the project. The following slides show the location of the proposed development on the subject parcels. This slide is showing 2 subject parcels near the community of McCann, where all 4 cultivation areas will be located, as indicated with the gold stars. This slide shows the location and layout for greenhouses 1 and 2. This slide is showing the location and layout for the processing facility associated with greenhouses 1 and 2, which is located upslope from those 2 greenhouses. This slide is showing the location and layout of greenhouses 3 through 5 and the associated processing facility. This slide is showing the location and layout of greenhouses 6 through 10 and the associated processing facility. This slide is showing the location and layout of greenhouses 11 through 16 and the associated 2 processing facilities. The initial study mitigated negative declaration was circulated from July 17th to August 17th at the State Clearinghouse. Due to substantial comments received from the Department of Fish and Game and the public, the applicant submitted additional information, including Golden Eagle survey data, road and stream crossing evaluations for the Alder Point Road access, and a supplemental botanical report. The applicant revised the project to reconfigure site access, modify the location of the parking area and security guard station, and relocate Greenhouse 3 and the processing building near Greenhouses 1 and 2 out of the floodplain upslope and out of the required wetland setbacks, which reduce the amount of wetland impacts associated with the project. A mitigation measure was also added regarding pre-construction Golden Eagle surveys. As a result of these changes, the mitigated negative declaration was revised and recirculated from December 1st to December 30th, 2020. There are 3 environmental factors that include mitigation to ensure the potential impacts of the projects are less than significant, including aesthetics, agricultural and forest resources, and biological resources. The mitigation measure for aesthetics requires the use of vegetation to cover retaining wall needed to elevate greenhouses 1 and 2 out of the 100-year floodplain. There are 24 trees proposed for removal to develop the proposed project. Therefore, a mitigation measure for agriculture and forest resources was developed to ensure successful replacement of removed trees at a ratio of 3:1. Finally, there are 16 mitigation measures related to biological resources, including prairie restoration, wetland enhancement, and pre-construction wildlife surveys. Numerous public comments were received by the Planning Department. The comments received prior to the commission hearings are included in the attachments to the board report. This slide shows many of the topics discussed by the commenters, the comments received by the Planning Department, including but not limited to the size and scale of the project, access, impacts to biological resources, water source use, and impacts to water quality and fire hazard. Staff responses to these comments are included in the executive summary of the staff report prepared for the January 21st, 2021 Planning Commission hearing. That was also included in today's board report. The underlying comments are the most significant and common comments received by the Planning Department. Many comments were raised regarding water source and use. An examination of the well logs indicates that the depth and screening intervals are such the wells are not connected to any surface water features. The facts are these wells tested at a combined total of 63 gallons per minute, which if operated at that level would provide all the water for the project in 51 days. If the wells were only operated 12 hours a day and tested at half the yield, total water demand could be provided in 204 days. This does not include the use of the rainwater catchment that is proposed. There is no doubt there's sufficient water to accommodate the proposed use. Concerns were raised regarding golden eagles. Many of these concerns were based on the nest located across the river. The nest was last documented to be active in 2003 prior to the area being logged, and is the only known active or historic nest within 2 miles of the project site. All potential trees fitting a nest tree description were attempted to be located, and any potential suitable nest trees were reviewed for signs of use. No trees were found that appeared to hosted or currently host a large raptor nest, and no whitewash or prey remains were found. Mitigation measure biological resources 16 requires construction to occur outside of the golden eagle breeding season unless pre-construction golden eagle surveys have been conducted and demonstrate there are no active nests within 1 mile radius of the project site. With the incorporation of mitigation, planning staff determined the project will have less than a significant impact on golden eagles. Finally, there were concern raised that the McCann Road does not meet Category 4 requirements or the functional equivalent. Upon review of analysis submitted by the licensed engineers and in discussion with the Department of Public Works, planning staff has determined McCann Road can accommodate the traffic associated with the project. The applicant proposed actions to address public concerns, and those are included in attachment 10 of the board report. These changes include employees will park at park and ride lot on 101 and be picked up by bus to the extent feasible. The applicant will periodically treat the dirt portion of McCann Road in front of the residence with lignin oil or a similar product to contain dust. And lastly, the applicant will purchase a tanker truck to have on hand in case of fire. These conditions have been added to the conditions these items have been added to the conditions of approval for the project. Planning staff determined these refinements will not cause any new environmental impacts. The appeal is focused on 3 primary issues, which I will discuss more in the following slides. Appeal issue 1, the applicant asserts the project relies on a mitigated negative declaration where there is a fair argument based on substantial evidence that the project may result in significant environmental impacts. Appeal issue 2, the project is inconsistent with the county regulations related to cannabis and fire risk. And appeal issue 3, the project impacts require preparation of an EIR and inconsistencies with the general plan county code require redesign of the project. Appeal issue 1, the applicant asserts the project improperly relies on a mitigated negative declaration where there's a fair argument based on substantial evidence the project may result in significant environmental impact. A fair argument must be based on substantial evidence such as factual data or expert opinion. The existence of public controversy over environmental impacts of projects should not require preparation of an environmental impact report if there is not substantial evidence in light of the whole record before the lead agency. If there's not substantial evidence before the lead agency, the project may have a significant effect on the environment. The CEQA guidelines further state that argument, speculation, unsubstantiated opinion, or narrative shall not constitute substantial evidence. Substantial evidence shall include facts, reasonable assumptions based on facts, and expert opinion supported by facts. Without just demonstrating how a fair argument may have been made, the appellant lists several reports and communications that occurred during the project processing as apparent examples of establishing a fair argument. The appellant argues they have submitted 2 expert reports containing potentially significant impacts. One, a report from a geologist concerning water supply and water quality, and 2, a report from a civil engineer concerning the adequacy of McCann Road to meet the county's requirements for access. The letter from the geologist discussing potential water supply and quality impacts is speculative and cites no substantial evidence, nor does it state they believe that there are potentially significant impacts. 2, the letter from the engineering company, the civil engineer regarding the adequacy of McCann Road acknowledges that the Director of Public Works may determine functional classification, in which case he has determined that this project can be supported by the road. The appellant has not provided fact-based evidence or expert opinion that the project may result in an adverse impact that would rise to the level of a fair argument. The appellant often refers to comments made by CDFW, but as stated in the findings and the Planning Commission staff report, these comments have been addressed. Second, the appellant states that others presented a fair argument of significant environmental impacts of several major issues, including access and safety, impact of wells on aquatic resources and water quality, and investigation of biological resources were incomplete and inadequate. According to the Humboldt County Department of Public Works and the access road assessments, the access road is developed to provide adequate functional capacity for the proposed project. As noted in the initial study and the mitigated negative declaration, the wells are deep groundwater wells that have screening intervals that strongly indicate they are not connected to the underflow of any surface water feature. And this would indicate no direct impacts on aquatic resources. The analysis was performed by staff and is supported by the opinion of the well driller, Dave Fish, who has extensive expertise in installing and working on wells in Humboldt County. The appellant is transferring CDFW comments from one item to another. The winter access road to Alder Point Road is an existing road. Plant surveys have been completed for all portions of the project site and the proposed road and road improvements, with the exception of the existing road. A field evaluation conducted by Manhard Consulting in January 2018 concluded that the existing Alder Point Road access is low use and the design may remain in place. And the road assessment prepared by North Point Consulting, revised in October 2020, identified only 3 portions of the road, the access road to Alder Point, that would require any improvements in order to meet functional classification. And the improvements, and the only improvement that would not be able to occur completely within the existing road prism is the bridge replacement in the same footprint. There's no need for additional biological surveys related to the winter access road. Planning staff determined the project description is exhaustive and complete as contained in the recirculated initial study and mitigated negative declaration and the findings of fact presented to the Planning Commission. The project description was refined prior to recirculation of the initial study and the mitigated negative declaration, with clarifying information and conditions of approval in response to questions by commenters, including the response to questions from the appellant. The appellant's assertions present no new evidence that warrants any changes or additions to the list of conditions of approval or the project description. In Appeal Issue 2, the appellant asserts the project is inconsistent with the Humboldt County regulations regarding related to cannabis. During the Planning Commission hearing, concern was raised regarding multiple acres of cannabis proposed and the industrial scale of the project. The CMMLUO states that on parcels 320 acres or larger in eligible zoning districts, 1 additional cultivation area of up to 1 acre for each 100 acre increment. Up to 12 permits may be issued with a use permit. No more than 20% of primary soils may be utilized for development of the commercial marijuana activities. They must be located on slopes less than 15% with a non-diversionary water source. The subject parcels are located in a ranch historically used for timber operations. The parcels are split zoned, agricultural exclusive, and TPZ, timber production. All proposed portions of the project will be on the AE zone portion as required by the CMM-LUO. There's 1,289,668 square feet of prime soil, of which 257,998 square feet is 20%. The cultivation area proposed is 5.73 acres, which equals 19.3% of the prime agricultural soils area. All cultivation areas will be located on slopes less than 15%. Therefore, the project meets CMM-LUO requirements for new cultivation. Further, the application was submitted for processing in December 2016 before the implementation of this CCLUO and was appropriately processed under the CMM-LUO based on applicable county code criteria. Also in Appeal Issue 2, the appellant asserts the project is inconsistent with the Humboldt County regulations related to fire risk. According to the Humboldt County Department of Public Works, the access road is developed to an adequate functional capacity for the proposed project. The concept of functional capacity comes out of fire safe to take into account the volume of the road related to its capacity. A road with adequate functional capacity can accommodate the demands of the road and emergency response vehicles. A road evaluation access assessment has been prepared by North Point Group and revised in October 2020 that concluded the project conforms to county code fire safe regulations with recommended improvements and which have been made conditions of approval. Upon review of the analysis submitted by the licensed engineers and in discussion with the Public Works, again, planning staff has determined McCann Road can accommodate the traffic associated with the project. Bob Bronkel, Deputy Director of the Department of Public Works, will now provide additional analysis to the determination made regarding the county maintained portion of McCann Road.
Thank you, Megan. Good afternoon, board members. I do want to take a few minutes to go ahead and go over a few slides that will help provide context of what a Category 4 road is, why it's referenced, and why it's important. There has been a lot of talk with this project at the Planning Commission level and now at the board level about a Category 4 road, and it's important that the decision makers clearly understand why we're talking about it and why it's important. So to start with, the road categories, they're referenced in our county code, and they're also referenced in our county road design manual. These categories are numbered. They range from 1 to 6. The higher the number, the wider and more developed the road is, and it generally corresponds to a higher functional capacity. Next slide, please. Back one.
Oh.
So a Category 4 road is the lowest road category that has 2 travel lanes in it. Can we go forward one slide?
Oh, sorry, I'm not sure why that happened. Okay.
All right, a little bit of a tag team effort here. Megan's controlling the slideshow, and I'm presenting over here on this end. Category 4 road is the lowest road category that has 2 defined travel lanes, 1 in each direction. Typically, your Category 4 road, when it's paved, is going to have a centerline stripe. That is the level of road that generally is suitable for all the projects that we might see. That's kind of the gold standard. If you're on a road that has a centerline stripe down the middle of it, we're not going to be too concerned about traffic. When it doesn't have a centerline stripe down the road, then the road is likely, assuming it's not paved, or assuming that the road doesn't have a centerline stripe and it's less than 20 feet in width, you're now dealing with two-way traffic on a one-lane road. Those roads can carry a certain amount of traffic before their functional capacity is exceeded. Not all roads need to meet or exceed Category 4 road standards to have an adequate functional capacity. Next slide. So this is a demonstration to show the comparison between a major interstate in our state with multiple lanes of traffic in one direction on the bottom, and up on the top, a Category 2 road, the smallest road category that we have in the county. Each of these roads has a different functional capacity. Each of them can carry a different volume of traffic on it without conflict or congestion. Next slide. Our Category 1 road, this is essentially for driveways. It's a narrow road, 10 feet in width with intervisible turnouts. Our next slide. Category 2 road. Now we're in the range of 10 to 12 feet in width, so they're getting a little bit wider. Next slide. Category 3 road, now we're up to 16 feet wide. It doesn't necessarily have to be paved, could be a gravel surface. The roadway width is the key thing because that facilitates two-way traffic on the one-lane road. Next slide, please. This is the Category 4 road. This is the basic road that provides for two-way traffic that has adequate functional capacity for serving projects. Next slide. The Category 5 road adds shoulders to the road. Next slide. The Category 6 road then adds other amenities such as curb gutter sidewalk to it. Those are all the road categories that are defined by the County of Humboldt in our road design manual and in our county code. Next slide, please. So roads constructed to a standard below Category 4 have limited functional capacity. Roads with an ADT below 400 are considered low volume roads by the American Association of State Highway and Transportation Officials and have a complete set of recommendations for designing and maintaining these type of roads. Next slide, please. Most low volume roads are constructed to a standard below Category 4. This is typically what we're seeing way out in the hinterland areas on roads such as this. Roads constructed to a standard below Category 4 are safe. That's a very important consideration that must be noted. Development on roads not constructed to Category 4 standards needs to be analyzed by an engineer to ensure that the road has adequate functional capacity. And this has been documented in the road evaluation report for this project. Next slide. The road evaluation report considers, among other things, the ADT, that's the average daily traffic of the road. That tells the engineer how many cars are using this road each day, how much traffic is expected, the width of the road. Is the road developed with turnouts? In addition to the roadway itself, is the roadway prism have an area for shoulders where people can go ahead and pull off the road and not be in a ditch and allow another vehicle to pass? It looks at intervisibility along the road. As you come across a narrow stretch of the road, perhaps where the road narrows down for a one-lane bridge or narrows down for a culvert, can traffic see around these obstructions or narrownesses in the road and be able to go ahead and navigate the road safely? What's the collision history on the road? and what is the need for improvements. Next slide. How do fire safe regulations fit in? The fire safe regs apply only in the state responsibility area. That's the gold area on the map. As you can see, that is most of the county. The green areas represent those that are in the federal lands, and the local responsibility area, which is the area primarily around the bay, that's shown in gray. Next slide. So projects in the state responsibility area do need to comply with fire safe regulations. And that is the baseline road for most projects under CAL FIRE is a Category 4 road. When it's less than a Category 4 road, it needs to be shown that it is functionally equivalent to it to be able to meet and pass CAL FIRE muster. Next slide, please. And I have several slides to document the conditions of what the roads look like. This is at the start of the road near Dyersville Loop. This is where we have our low-level bridge, which is scheduled to be replaced probably within the next decade. When this bridge is underwater, the county operates a ferry to shuttle passengers back and forth. It's not able to go ahead and accommodate any cargo. So any cargo associated with this project needs to use the winter road back out to Alder Point Road for access. Next slide. Here's a section of the road where the road's paved 12 feet wide, but there's shoulder areas and prism areas where people can go ahead a 12-foot wide gravel surface with 1 foot shoulders on each side. Next slide. And this is the gate at the end of the county maintained road. This is where it transitions into a private road that's solely for the use of the project applicant. This concludes my presentation on road categories. I'll be happy to answer any questions that the board may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bronkel. The final appeal issue raised by the appellant is the project impacts require preparation of an EIR, and inconsistencies with the general plan and county code require redesign of the project. After review of the initial study and mitigated negative declaration, technical documents, and public comments, planning staff determined that the appellant has not provided any new information that would alter staff's recommendation to adopt the mitigated negative declaration and approve the project. In conclusion, the project site is planned and zoned appropriately for the proposed activity. Many members of the public, as well as the appellant, have objected to the scale of the proposed project and have expressed concern that the proposed 5.73 acres of cultivation with the 8.5 acre footprint is too large for a rural property such as this. However, these objections do not consider the fact that the 5.73 acres of cultivation is being proposed on a 12,072 acre ranch property that is historically held and used as a single ranch. The overall intensity of cannabis development is lower than in other areas where there have been large number of cannabis applications, many of which are former ranches that have been broken up into smaller land holdings. The table on this slide shows former ranches which have been divided up into smaller holdings with the intensity of cannabis activity. With the exception of the Tooby and Pryor Reserve near Blocksburg area, the other ranches that were divided into smaller holdings have a higher intensity of cannabis cultivation activity than what is proposed on the Rolling Meadow Ranch LLC project. The following slides show the areas, show the area and the cultivation area on the other ranches compared to what is proposed by the Rolling Meadow Ranch LLC project. This slide shows the 15.25 acres of cultivation developed in the B&B Ranch and the Titlow Hill area on the left, and Rolling Meadow Ranch on the right. The green highlighting is the parcels where cultivation is occurring. And that'll be the same for these following few figures. This slide shows 19.10 acres of cultivation area on parcels located within the former 2B Ranch on the left and Rolling Meadow Ranch on the right again. This slide shows 5.59 acres of cultivation area on the former 2B and Pryor Preserve near the community of Blocksburg on the left and Rolling Meadow Ranch on the right. This slide shows 43.13 acres of cultivation area on the former Palo Verde Estates near the Island Mountain community on the left and the Rolling Meadow Ranch on the right. This slide shows 49.12 acres of cultivation area in the Larrabee Valley area on the left and Rolling Meadow Ranch again on the right. And again, the purpose of these figures was to show that where larger ranchers have been broken into smaller land holdings, there are some areas that we see more intensive cannabis cultivation. The proposed project is consistent with the Humboldt County zoning ordinance and general plan, and the environmental review conducted for the project has found no significant impacts that cannot be mitigated to a level less than significant. The Planning Department recommends, as the Planning Department recommendation as shown on this slide, to adopt the findings set forth in the resolution, to adopt the initial study and mitigated negative declaration, deny the appeal submitted by Fran Greenleaf, John Richards, and Patty Richards, approve the 6 conditional use permits for 5.73 acres of mixed light cannabis cultivation and associated infrastructure and support facilities subject to the conditions contained in attachment 1, and adopt the mitigation, monitoring, and reporting program. This concludes my presentation. Planning staff is available to answer any questions the board may have on the proposed project. The applicant's agents also are in attendance at this afternoon's hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan. And there you go. Any supervisors have a question for planning and building at the moment? Okay, apparently not. So before I go to the appellant, I did want to mention to people, a lot of people have raised hands, which is great. If you're on this and you're watching this and you want to make comment, don't wait until we actually get to the comment period. I suggest you press *9 now so that we know that you are there in the queue, and it makes it easier to keep track of everyone. So thank you. And with that, I'll turn this over to the appellant. I believe Mr. Holder is the agent for the appellant or the attorney.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman Bass and honorable members of the Board of Supervisors. I'm Jason Holder, counsel for the appellants. Appellants respectfully appeal the decision of the Planning Commission to approve the Rolling Meadow Ranch commercial cannabis project, and we thank you in advance for considering this appeal. I'm going to share my screen if I can, because I have a little slideshow. I'll see if I can find that.
Yes, please. No worries.
This is a first for me, so and I don't see it available here. Here it is, and I'm going to share this. And let's go to the beginning. And all right, well, let's start off with the record. This appeal is made on the basis of an extensive written administrative record. The record includes.
Can you full screen that so that I can really?
I sure can. Let me start this.
Thank you, Mike. I was going to ask.
Yeah, thank you very much. This record is made on the, includes multiple comment letters submitted by appellants, retained experts, CDFW, environmental organizations, neighbors, and the public. Appellants sent their last letter just yesterday responding to new information presented in the staff report and in accompanying materials. We cannot possibly present at this hearing the extensive evidence and substantiation we have already presented in writing. We therefore respectfully urge the board to carefully consider the extensive, critical public comments concerning this project before rendering its decision. The appellants are neighbors of this proposed project, upstanding members of the community who have resided in the McCann area for decades. These residents care deeply for their way of life, strive to uphold community values, and seek to preserve the natural beauty, splendor, and health of the environment. Appellants have serious, legitimate concerns about the significant impacts of this project that this project may cause, and with the profound transformation of this bucolic setting that the project portends. The project will include over 250,000 square feet of cultivation area and additional processing facilities spread over 16 greenhouses and other buildings distributed across miles of rugged, mostly forested terrain. And you can see there with that topographic map, you can see the access road, you can see topographic lines showing the steepness of the slopes and its the project's close proximity to the Eel River, and how the project spans a large swath of the Eel River Canyon, about 5-6 miles along the Eel River Canyon. This is a new non-organic cannabis project, and it is located on biologically sensitive, undeveloped, remote area adjacent to the main stem of the Eel River. The mitigated neg deck does not satisfy CEQA standards. Despite the project's large size in a remote, pristine setting, the county only required the applicant to prepare a mitigated neg deck. If the county proceeds with an MND, it is the county's obligation as the lead agency to show that upon implementation of adopted mitigation measures, the project clearly will have no significant impacts. If commenters present substantial evidence showing the project may cause even one potentially significant impact, then an EIR is required. And I wanted to just cite a few statutory provisions for your reading pleasure. Public Resources Code 21064.5 is the definition of an MND. PRC, Public Resources Code 21080C1 and D are relevant. 21082.2 is relevant. The CEQA guidelines, which are promulgated by the Office of Planning and Research for implementation of CEQA. The provisions there that are relevant are sections 15002, 15063, and 15064. And I wanted to kind of quote from this last one, 15064, and let's see if I can, I'm gonna just switch over here real quick. This is a CEQA Guidelines 15064, and it says, let's see if I can, we do this. The determination of whether a project may have a significant impact on the environment calls for careful judgment on the part of the public agency involved, based to the extent possible on scientific and factual data. An ironclad definition of significant effect is not always possible because the significance of an activity may vary with the setting. For example, an activity which may not be significant in an urban area may be significant in a rural area. And the next provision here is 15064G. The application of the principles set forth above, and in marginal cases where it is not clear whether there is substantial evidence that a project may have a significant effect on the environment, the lead agency shall be guided by the following principle. If there is a disagreement among expert opinions supported by facts over the significance of an effect on the environment, the lead agency shall treat the effect as significant and shall prepare an EIR. This is a mandatory duty. So it is critical for informed deliberation and decision-making to accurately understand the fair argument test. It is designed in favor of preparing an EIR if there's the possibility, let me get to the right slide, if there's a possibility of a significant environmental effect for which no mitigation is proposed. Courts have characterized the fair argument test as a low threshold favoring preparation of an EIR when significant impacts may be caused by a project. As we have explained repeatedly in written comments, appellants have satisfied the fair argument test. The county has taken an inverted approach to environmental impact analysis, where it has attempted to impose the burden on the public to prove that the project will have a significant environmental impacts. Staff and the applicant have insisted that the evidence presented by appellants and other commenters is not substantial evidence that can support a fair argument. However, the evidence appellants rely upon comes from numerous sources, including the county itself. These sources include experts retained by applicants, geologists for wells, and a civil engineer for roads, letters from the county's supervising planner and its peer review consultant recommending required analysis, CDFW's comments on the project, environmental organizations such as CNPS, the California Native Plant Society, and Redwood Regional Audubon Society, among others, reports from the United States Geological Survey, Department of Water Resources, and scientific papers available online and referenced in comments, and in the county's prior documents, the ISMND prepared for the ordinance number 1 and in the EIR prepared for ordinance number 2. In contrast, the evidence cited by county staff and the applicants concerning the sufficiency of access roads and the hydrologic connectivity of project wells in particular is unsupported opinion. The errors and omissions in the ISMND are not harmless error. Rather, they increase the risk that this large project in this remote setting will cause unmitigated significant impacts. Access roads that do not comply with county fire safe requirements will increase traffic hazards and potentially exacerbate the risks of wildfire. Wells that have not been proved to be hydrologically disconnected from surface water resources can result in impacts to habitat and species that depend on those resources. And proceeding with a project without fully defining the scope of the project and completing complete survey of baseline biological resource can cause significant impacts to those resources. In our review, we've determined that environmental review conducted for the project does not pass muster under CEQA. Petitioners and other comments have submitted extensive comments supported by substantial evidence that demonstrate the possibility of numerous potential significant impacts. While written comments have described the potential for myriad significant impacts, in our appeal, we focus only on a few categories of those impacts. Access roads do not satisfy Category 4 or equivalent standards and of the fire safe regulations. The access roads pose traffic safety risks. The narrow access roads would likely interfere with public services such as wildfire response. And this actually is where it ties into the environmental review documents for your ordinance number 1 and ordinance number 2, because when the board approved those 2 ordinances, it relied upon adherence to those performance standards in order to determine that those ordinances would not have significant impacts to public services. And the analysis and the Department of Public Works determination on the adequacy of these roads is not grounded on fact and the standards set forth in the fire safe regulations. The project's 3 wells may be hydrologically the project's 3 wells may be hydrologically let's see, I'm almost there. I forgot to show you guys some pictures of the roads. The first road is the picture of the McCann Bridge and the unpaved sections adjacent to McCann Bridge, which are never paved and they're, I guess, rebuilt every year when the river washes out this portion of the road. The other photos are coming up out of the Eel River Bar, showing that all of these areas are unpaved and narrow. And then here's a few other photos that show the narrow access roads, the results of a slide, and show that some of these access roads are as narrow as 10 feet wide with precipitous drops on one side of the road. So the project 3 wells may be hydrologically connected to surface waters. Substantial evidence shows that there is a strong possibility that their wells are hydrologically connected. We cited to the Department of Water Resources Bulletin 118, and I'll quote from it here. Groundwater developed in the inland coastal valleys north of the divide between the Russian and Eel rivers is generally of limited extent. Most problems stemming from reliance on groundwater in these areas is a lack of alluvial aquifer storage capacity many groundwater wells rely on hydrologic connection to the rivers and streams of the valleys. We also cited the 1959 USGS publication concerning groundwater availability in an area of Humboldt County. And this describes the availability of water in areas with the Franciscan Formation, which is a geological formation made up of folded sandstone. And I'm going to quote from that report as well. The oldest rocks exposed within this area are undifferentiated sedimentary and metamorphic rocks of the Franciscan and Jaeger Formation. These rocks crop out in the hills and mountains along the east and south edges of the area and underline most of the mountainous drainage area. However, they do not yield appreciable amounts of water to wells. And that report continues that what relatively little groundwater there is to be found in the Franciscan formations occurs along fault line zones, in landslide debris, and in joints, and that this water is discharged in springs and through seepage zones. The geologists that appellants hired wrote a report, a comment letter to the county, and I'm going to quote from that as well, if I may. Significant pumping from the groundwater wells could have the potential adverse impacts to the watershed from reduced groundwater storage and or lowering of the local water table. When groundwater levels are reduced, the location where groundwater intersects with the land surface can change, i.e. become lower, causing local springs and seeps to dry up. Geologic investigations to quantify the hydraulic properties of the aquifers within the area have not been conducted. Due to the proximity of wells numbers 1 and 3 to surface waters, the cone of depression from continuous well water withdrawal may intersect and affect nearby stream and wetland resources. Additional hydrogeologic investigations should be conducted and reported to better identify and describe potentially significant impacts to these wetlands and water courses. Alternatively, if the wells prove to be disconnected from all surface water, such reported investigations should transparently substantiate their lack of hydrologic connection. In contrast, the evidence cited by the county and applicant to assert lack of hydrologic connection to support it is unsupported opinion. The two letters from Fish Drilling, one letter was written before the wells were drilled, said that these areas were likely not hydraulically connected. And it was a very cursory letter and it didn't provide any substantiation. And the second letter of questionable origin, because it was not produced when we submitted a public records request, stated it was the same language, but they changed some of the terms to say that these wells were drilled and they are not hydraulically connected. But again, it was conclusory and there was never any demonstration that Mr. Fish has the qualifications to make this determination or any explanation as to how he investigated the potential for hydrologic connectivity. The analysis of, I'm going to move off of this. The analysis of significant impacts to biological and other natural resources is based on incomplete baseline information. This is substantiated by CDFW's comments. There are partial surveys conducted for special status species, wetlands, and rare plants. The results of all surveys are not accurately reported in the revised ISMND. A biological report that we obtained through a public records request revealed that several individuals of the foothill yellow frog were captured and caught on site during the surveys, but the ISMND never revealed that this species had been found. In fact, it said that the species was not found on site during surveys. So it's directly contradictory to what the biological report stated. The inconsistencies with the Ordinance 1 and the fire safe regulations result in significant but unacknowledged land use impacts. So I want to point out again that the errors and omissions in the ISMND are not harmless error. Rather, they increase the risk that the large project will cause unmitigated impacts. I think I already said that. Sorry, guys. It's hard to do the slideshow and present at the same time, I'm noticing. So drilling the project's 3 wells during the environmental review and permitting process for the project violates Ordinance 1. Allowing the project to rely upon a Category 2 road rather than a Category 4 or equivalent standard would be inconsistent with Ordinance 1. And because the project is inconsistent with mandatory provisions of the county's general plan and zoning regulations, the project is also subject to claims under the state's planning and zoning law. Now the county, I want to quote a little bit from county planners and CDFW officials who commented on the deficiencies in the analysis. The staff report said that all of these comments were addressed. And so let's just see about that. The cultivation, so this is a quote from the county's the supervising planner back in 2018 when reviewing an early draft of the initial study, Mitigate NegDec. And this is the comments from the county's planner. The cultivation areas are proposed to be located on far removed portions of this large ranch parcel with large distances separating each from the others. The overarching issue is that our analysis of the Ordinance 1 indicates that the Ordinance 1 did not contemplate the wholesale conversion of a large tract of wildland area to industrial-sized cannabis development, where the level of use and the level of impacts may not be consistent with what was envisioned by Ordinance 1, especially at locations without adequate access, public services, and fire protection. The use of existing branch roads and consistency with fire-safe access is a concern not adequately addressed in this early draft. A complete inventory of the interior road network with respect to width and improvement levels, both existing and proposed, identification of improvements required to bring the road network into compliance, together with identification of impacts from completion of the improvements, are necessary to review the transportation effects on the environment in order to make a determination that the project will not have a detrimental effect on the environment. It continues, CEQA requires the affected, and this has to do with biological resources and the requirement for surveys. CEQA requires that affected species be identified by protocol level surveys, for example, before permit issuance, and specific mitigation must be proposed to reduce impact. If we don't know the location and type of species or habitat, it would seem out of sequence to propose a development that would enlarge roads, introduce human activities to a wildland area, and convert open space areas to development without knowledge of those areas are important to special status species. And then with respect to wells, the county's senior supervising planner stated, consultation with an engineering geologist is needed to fully document the groundwater supply and impact from the proposed cultivation. It needs to be demonstrated that the wells are not hydrologically connected to the water flow and the river. And then one more quote, it can be reasonably assumed that increases in human activity involving this has to do with fire. Increases in human activity involving a variety of activities, including the use of chemicals and fertilizers, placements of new power poles and lines, the ongoing drought conditions, vehicular use, and fuels to power generators during power interruption could result in an increased chance of conflagration. Of particular concern are the location of the nearest CAL FIRE facility, the response time to access the site to battle a fire event, the route by which firefighting equipment may safely traverse to access totally discontinuous cultivation locations proposed, if this route meets fire safe standards for its entire length, and if the interior ranch roads meet fire safe standards. And it says an estimated 50-minute response time for sheriff and fire services is clearly not an acceptable risk. And I'm going to quote a little bit. So I'm quoting from this because staff said that our comments aren't supported by substantial evidence and that all these issues have been addressed. And I think that these will demonstrate that these issues have not been addressed. So the peer review consultant, Transcon Environmental, hired by the county to look at this early draft of an ISMND said, provide a letter or communication from PG&E describing how they plan to provide power to each site. That letter has never been provided and still hasn't been provided. But staff is no longer insisting upon PG&E's service letter or will serve letter. I'm not going to quote all of this because I think you guys get the point. If you look through our comments carefully, you'll see that we quote extensively, we pin cite exactly to the page number of each of these reports. We show our work, we're meticulous with the citations. If you read the letter and go through the comments, you'll see that they're very much substantiated with substantial evidence. Here, let me quote something from CDFW. CDFW recommends that the applicant have a qualified biologist to assess the property to delineate the appropriate setbacks. There is a setback issue here. I don't think I want to get into that right now. What I'm trying to do is avoid the weeds, just like basically give the board a clear picture that even the few issues that we're identifying and raising on appeal are very important, potent issues to raise. One issue that came up during the comments on this appeal is a letter from the Intertribal Sinkyone Wilderness Council requesting tribal consultation. And that tribal letter, I don't like to raise issues that I don't know a lot about. I'm not an authority on, and I'm not the authority to really hammer that issue home. And when it comes to tribal or cultural resources, I think it's up to the tribe to make those comments, and they're the authorities on that issue. Just like with CDFW, they're the authority on some of these wildlife issues. So under Public Resources Code 21081.3.1, there's a mandatory requirement that consultation shall begin within 30 days of the request for consultation. So I just want to point that out, that there's been a recent request for consultation, and that consultation requirement is mandatory. So in addition to the substantive deficiencies in the environmental review, there are also some procedural errors. The first is piecemealed environmental review. We raised this in our appeal, and the staff report does not respond to this issue. So courts have given the term project under CEQA a broad interpretation and application to maximize environmental protection. This broad interpretation ensures that CEQA's requirements, and this is a quote, cannot be avoided by chopping up proposed project into bite-sized pieces, which when taken individually may have no significant effect on the environment. Well, here, this review has been something of the consequence of piecemeal review. The county permitted the 3 wells while this application was pending in 2018, 2019, and those wells were drilled while this application was pending. The applicant also revealed somewhat later in the process that some of the ranch roads were improved during the application process while this environmental review was taking place, and that during some of that road work, some wetlands were disturbed. And this is exactly the reason that project activities should not occur before the permit is issued. And I believe it goes against the CMM-LUO to allow some of these improvements while a permit is pending. Another procedural error in this case is an inadequate and unstable project description. This is one of those claims in CEQA where a court gives no deference to the agency. If you don't accurately and consistently describe your project, then the court can reverse the agency's decision. There's no deference. And here, the road improvements were inconsistently described. In some, in the early, there's the original ISMND. It said that no road improvements were necessary to bring these up to fire safety standards. In the revised ISMND, it said that road improvements were necessary. And in staff reports, they were inconsistent about whether or not they're necessary. In the latest staff report to the Planning Commission, there was a memo that identified different uses for rainwater, where rainwater could be used year round. And this memo, which came out well after the ISMND was released and was not consistent with the ISMND, stated or indicated that the captured rainwater could be depleted by fire season, by late in the year, in which case those resources that would otherwise be available for firefighting would be depleted. There's a couple of other things that just came up in the staff report to this commission, or sort of to the board. There's a attachment to the staff report. I believe it's attachment 10. It's an unsigned letter from the applicant, and the applicant claims in that letter that about 40,000 square feet of cultivation area is pre-existing, considered pre-existing. And this is not consistent with the ISMND. The ISMND did not analyze pre-existing cultivation and did not describe the project that way. And there's no evidence that there were pre-existing grows. Well, early on in the application, I think the application stated there were pre-existing grows, but I think they dropped that issue. And in fact, there's a letter from 2019 letter from the county planner. In fact, Megan Ryan writes, oh, this is different. No, this is a different issue. This has to do with, I'll skip over this, but the pre-existing grow situation is an inconsistent project description issue to which there's no deference. Also in the staff report to the Board of Supervisors, there's a new mitigation measure having to do with lignin oil, the application of lignin oil. And Ms. Ryan, back in 2019, wrote this to the applicant. The applicant is proposing to use lignin sulfonate oil to oil roads. Chemical makeup, quantity, and frequency of use regarding lignin sulfonate not described. This section for the biological resources or hydrology sections discuss this section nor those sections discuss the effect on biological resources, runoff potential, and impacts to water courses. And then the applicant's response was, lignin sulfonate has been removed, deemed unnecessary. Clean gravel, a conservative speed limit, 15 miles per hour, and reduced traffic, bus not individual, will be adequate for dust control. And I noticed Ms. Ryan in her presentation just now said that the lignin oil mitigation measure would not have any environmental impacts. But here in the letter in 2019, there was concern about the environmental impacts. We also have some issues with the way the process has unfolded, where the public comment period, where the staff has issued a report to the Planning Commission and scheduled a Planning Commission meeting very soon after the public comment period has ended. And what this does is it doesn't give time for staff to consider the public's comments before developing their staff report and making their recommendation. And this happened twice. It happened in August, and it also happened at the end of December and beginning of January. So our next issue here is the project's threats to public safety and welfare, and this really implicates the board's responsibilities and duties under the public trust doctrine, as well as other the constitutional provision regarding fire safety and protection of the public from fires. So this is a large project in a remote area with difficult access, will introduce new fire risks, air and water pollution, noise, and traffic. And the intensive year-round groundwater extraction can deplete surface water resources, causing impacts to biological resources and exacerbating depleted seasonal surface flows. So what we had done in our appeal letter is we said there might, if the board determines that it wants to go ahead and approve this project, despite the vulnerability of the ISMND, and despite its inadequacies, then we thought we could, identify some additional conditions of approval that could be added to the resolution that would ameliorate or alleviate some of the impacts that that we've identified. And so we, in our appeal letter, had an attachment that identified modifications to the adopted conditions of approval that would address some of these issues. And this table right here kind of summarizes some of the conditions that we've proposed with respect to each of these areas. And I won't read through all of them. So in conclusion, we've determined, and I think we've successfully met the fair argument standard, that the mitigated negative declaration is fundamentally flawed and should not be adopted. And that the best options before the board is to either deny the application for these permits or require a full environmental impact report to be prepared. And that if the board is inclined to approve the project, that they should adopt additional conditions of approval that can mitigate and further reduce the project's significant environmental impacts. And that concludes this presentation. I would appreciate time for rebuttal if possible. And I'm happy to take any questions that the board might have. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Holder. If you could stop sharing your screen.
I will do that.
Thanks. And
I'm trying.
That's okay.
Oh, here it is. Stop. There we go.
All right, thank you very much. And I don't know if there are any questions at this time for the to the appellant or staff, or we could also ask those later when we come back for discussion, I believe. So I don't see any supervisors' hands up. Oh, Supervisor Bohn?
And because Mr. Holder had mentioned that they were long-term residents. Do the Richards live in Humboldt, or I thought they had a summer home out there. Do either of the appellants live there full-time?
Yes, sir. I believe they do. I believe they live there full time. But I don't know their living situation, but I think they do live there.
He has a construction company in Ukiah. It's a long commute. So, okay. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, thank you. At this point, I don't see any other questions. One of the things I did want to say, speaking of raising hands, is if you are on the phone and you have pressed *9 because you know you're going to want to ask a question, don't press it a second time because your hand will drop down. And I had a few that disappeared, so just a reminder there on that. So I see a Mr. Johnson. Is he part of any one of the groups? Director Ford?
Brad Johnson is a representative of the applicant.
Okay, well, we'll get to that in just a moment. I appreciate. Oh, we do have a hand raised by Supervisor Bushnell, so we'll go to her first.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask Director Ford, the road work that the attorney was speaking of, what's that? How are they allowed to do that?
There is some work going on the winter road that is related to a timber harvest plan, and that was approved under a timber harvest plan.
So completely different from the application of cannabis as far as the road work goes?
As far as the road work goes, that is correct. It is completely focused on a different purpose.
Okay. The other thing I just wanted to get in my mind is the landowner could subdivide this property, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
All right. And Dr. Ford, would you like us to ask our questions now of you from, for clarification from the last speaker, or are we okay bringing it back to you after we hear from the applicant also?
So as staff, we would really appreciate and want the opportunity to respond to some of the things that have been stated about the process, about the facts on the record. There are some things that truly do need to be corrected.
Okay, would you like to do this prior to the applicant then?
No, we would actually, I think it'd be probably more efficient to do it after the end of public testimony so that we can go through and correct everything at one time or respond to everything at one time.
That works for me. Just wanted to confirm with you. All right, so this time we will hand this over to Mr. Johnson, who's here on behalf of the applicant.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, good. Well, thanks again. Yeah, Brad Johnson, Land Use and CEQA Council, Rolling Meadows Ranch. Just wanted to thank staff for their work on this project over the last 4 years. I think staff have shown clearly how the project complies with all county regulations. And staff have shown that it's a moderate and responsible project. With all due respect to the applicant, I think this applicant has worked really hard to try to pull the wool over your eyes. In my experience, the harder an applicant has to work to misconstrue the facts and mischaracterize the law in a situation like this, I think that only signals that the project and the CEQA document are quality and have been done well. Means there's difficulty in finding flaws. And I think what we've heard, and I'll make a few comments to the effect that the applicant has just ignored facts.
Are we talking about the applicant or the appellant?
The appellant, I'm sorry. The
Okay,
appellant,
sorry, getting confused.
the appellant has misconstrued facts, has misconstrued the law, and is really not as complicated as I think they would like you to believe. One of the things I want to focus in on is what is the legal standard that you're looking at here today? And the legal standard is, as I think Megan talked about, is you're looking for whether the county has presented substantial evidence showing that the project will not have a significant impact after the mitigations that have been imposed. You've seen the initial study, you've seen how lengthy it is, you've seen how detailed it is, you've seen that it's a quality piece of work. You've seen the technical studies, you've seen the follow-up technical studies. They're all been prepared by experts who have worked for a long time in the county and are familiar to the board and have supported many other projects that the board and the Planning Commission have approved. All of that data has been made available to the public exactly as required by CEQA. The public has had ample time to review it and to comment on it. And that data all supports the conclusion in the initial study and the staff have presented to you today, and that is there aren't any unmitigated significant impacts presented by this project. There just aren't. Once that showing has been made, then the burden falls on the appellant side to show some substantial evidence to the contrary, some substantial evidence indicating that a fair argument can be made that the project will have a significant impact. That's the legal standard under CEQA. So once the county meets its burden, which undoubtedly staff have, then the appellant has to present substantial evidence to the contrary. And what you've heard from the appellant today, what you've seen in appellant's letters is opinion, it's argument, it's speculation, it's statements like the wells could have an impact on groundwater. The project could have an impact on species. The roads might not be safe. It might cause a fire. It might use generators to provide backup power. Those are the types of statements that you'll see throughout the appellant's letters. Those are the types of statements you heard today in the presentation. And those are not substantial evidence. Just as a matter of law, this is not my opinion. It's just as a matter of CEQA law, those are not substantial evidence. What the appellant would need to show is a technical report on a technical subject that demonstrates that the project will have a significant impact despite the mitigation measures that have been presented. That's the requirement. Now, that has not been provided. The appellant has been given the opportunity to show and to point to that, and they have. I think it's important to talk about wells, I think, for a moment more, since this seems to be something that appellants are focused on. Appellants hired a geologist to provide an opinion. The geologist didn't examine the property because if he did, that would have been trespassing. The geologist provided an opinion piece based on standard and generally accepted scientific principles about the potential impacts of groundwater wells on groundwater sources. That's fine. Those principles can be correct when they're applied based on relevant facts to a project-specific set of data. That wasn't done here, and that's not what appellants have presented. So I don't want you to be confused about that. Fish driller is not some cowboy running around with a drill rig. Fish drilling has presented technical data regarding the depth of the groundwater wells, their casing depth, the rock formations that the wells were drilled into, and that is the hard data that supports the conclusion that the wells are not perched in groundwater. And hydrologically connected. So that's the difference. That's the difference between substantial evidence and something that isn't substantial evidence. A lot of petitioners, CEQA petitioners, attorneys like to have so-called expert opinions presented on projects, but those experts, haven't evaluated the specific project characteristics, haven't been to the property, haven't reviewed the actual data, and those opinions, time and time again, are shot down as not constituting substantial evidence. And that's what's being done here. As far as the roads go, it's up to the board. Do you accept the statements and evidence presented by the county's Deputy Public Works Director, Mr. Bronco? Or do you accept the appellant's photographs from his windshield? It's a pretty simple conclusion that the board can reach, I think. As far as piecemealing goes, again, this is an area where the appellant has misstated what the law is. Piecemealing has to do with breaking a larger project up into smaller chunks for the purpose of avoiding CEQA review. And the two examples that the appellant's attorney gave is, the ranch has done some road work on internal ranches and the ranch has installed wells. Well, guess what? This is a working ranch. The ranch is entitled to improve the internal roads just like any other ranch in the county is entitled to do. And the ranch owner is entitled to install groundwater wells, just like any other property owner is entitled to do. And there's no prohibition in county code on the ranch owner engaging in those lawful activities. That's not piecemealing. And those lawful activities, like Director Ford said, road work is being described in the timber harvest plan. The wells were permitted through the county. So all the rules and regulations were followed. That's not piecemealing. In terms of process, and this is the last statement I'll make, in terms of process, totally untrue. This project has been before the Planning Commission now twice, approved by the commission on the 21st, and is now before the board more than a month later. So the public has had many opportunities to weigh in on the project, to provide comments, to understand what the project involves, and have their voice heard. So the idea that the process hasn't been followed here is absurd. This project, just to summarize here, I mean, it's the CEQA document is detailed and substantive. It's gone through a lengthy development process before staff has resulted in a project that has gone from a larger project to a smaller project in response to staff concerns and agency concerns, and has landed at a project that is 5.79 acres of canopy on a 12,000 acre property. That's the ultimate project for you, and that's the project that the Planning Commission approved. So now, one of the issues that was important to appellants, I don't know if it still is, at the Planning Commission hearing, has to do with Golden Eagles. And so I'd like to turn it over to Prairie Moore to talk a little bit more about the work that the applicant has already done to comply with the Planning Commission's decision and conditions regarding additional surveys.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Prairie Moore. I work for Natural Resources Management Corporation in Eureka. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Just gonna share my screen really quick. Okay, so I was asked to give some updated information on pre-construction surveys that took place for Golden Eagle for the Rolling Meadows Ranch project. And just quickly, I wanted to give a background of the Golden Eagle studies that have been done for this project over the last couple years. So observation surveys for Golden Eagles were done in July of 2018 and also in April and June of 2019. There is, as Megan said in her presentation, a historic nest location that is within a mile of the proposed facilities. And that historic nest was last known to be occupied in 2003. The tree, as she said, was noted as a large Douglas fir. So on November 11th of 2020, NRM's biologists did a nest search of that historic site. They searched the 500 feet around the map location and looked at all the large trees, including all the large Douglas fir trees. And they found no animal or prey remains, no whitewash, and no nest structures were observed. And these pictures here are of the forest where that historic nest was mapped. And I just have them there to illustrate that it's not super thick. They were able to see up into the canopy. And I think it's really important to note that this nest was last known to be occupied in 2003. And then between 2004 and 2006, timber was harvested in large areas directly to the west and south of this historic nest. And so the habitat that's there today is not the same habitat that was there in 2003. So within the ISMND, there is a mitigation measure, Mitigation Measure 16, that asks for Golden Eagle pre-construction surveys to be conducted during the courtship period. So the courtship period for Golden Eagles is between January 15th and February 15th. And this is the time when eagles do their aerial courtship displays. And so it's the time when they are most visible to be seen by surveyors. And the mitigation measure required that the project survey the mile surrounding the proposed facilities on the ranch. And so we set up 6 stations, and you can see them here. There are these red starbursts. The facilities are these little black rectangles. And then red dotted line is the 1 mile buffer around those facilities on the ranch. And then these colored shaded polygons are the view that the surveyors had from the survey stations. And so you can see they could see the whole 1 mile on the ranch around the facilities. And then in many cases, they could see 2 miles and beyond. And importantly, I think this little circle down here to the south is the 2003 historic nest location. And so this area was observable from multiple stations. So our biologists did 2 surveys at each station. Each survey was a 4-hour observation survey. They were conducted between January 17th and February 10th. During all the surveys, the weather was optimal for raptor activity. It was sunny, there were thermals, and our biologists observed another raptor, hawks doing courtship displays. And so during all of the surveys, no golden eagles were observed. And then I also just wanted to just to give a little bit more information. There's been some additional golden eagle surveys that have been completed within 1.3 to 4 miles of the project by some timber projects that are taking place in the area. And so again, here's our stations and the proposed project facilities. The Alder Point access road runs out to the northeast, and this is the Alder Point Road up in that toward that northeastern corner. And so in 2020, SBI Sierra Pacific Industries did golden eagle surveys at these 3 Blue Triangle stations and had no golden eagle observations. And Holmgren Forestry in January of 2021 this year did surveys at these 2 Red Diamond stations. And again, there were no golden eagle observations. So in conclusion, the mitigation measure for golden eagle pre-construction surveys during the courtship period has been completed. No golden eagles were observed during any of the surveys, and there are no active nests within a mile of the project facilities. So I'm available for any questions. I did have a couple of comments on the, see if I can stop sharing my screen here. I did have a couple of comments on what the appellant presented. I don't know if now would be a good time to make those or if I should make those a little bit later.
Well, I would suggest maybe later because there may be more that you want to address at the same time.
Okay.
Director Ford, does that make sense?
Yep, that sounds great. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so we've heard from the appellant and the applicant. We could ask staff questions now, or perhaps we just want to go to public comment and get that input. Director Ford, does that work for you? Or
I would encourage public comment at this point.
Okay. That sounds good. So for the people who want to comment, if you've been watching on TV and you haven't called in yet, please call the number that's on the screen. And once you do that, press *9 so that we know you do want to make comment. Please don't wait to the last minute. And also, like I said, we've learned that pressing *9 twice actually takes your hand down. So I think at this point we have several hands. We are doing the 2-minute clock. Again, there'll be a little warning at 30 seconds out that it's time to wrap up. And so with that, we will start with our first speaker will be someone with the last 4 digits of 7429, followed by 3402. So if you are 7429, there you are unmuted and welcome.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Roby Tenorio. I live in southern Humboldt. I'll try to be very quick. What I found most upsetting from the staff report is the county staff's lack of knowledge and lack of respect for our local emergency personnel who are volunteers. The staff report asserts that there's no impact on local fire districts because it's in an SRA. This makes clear that the county staff does not understand nor respect the county and state emergency response systems. Putting this huge grow with 30 employees arriving and departing daily in an area with a rating of, quote, very high fire severity with no emergency infrastructure is laying the groundwork for a catastrophe. And we have to remember we are in a drought and increased fire danger area. staff continues to maintain, after receiving all the information about the road and its problems for locals who live there, that the applicant will have safe and year-round access. This just feels absolutely false. If they were traveling, if the 30 workers were driving today on the Alder Point Road because the bridge is not working, how many would end up in a ditch because of the snow, or worse than a ditch because of snow and the hail? And that would possibly require emergency response. So this again points to staff's lack of knowledge and respect for our local emergency personnel who are volunteers and who will be forced to respond out of district and on very primitive roads. These are not Category 4 roads as required in the county's SRA fire safety regulations. They are Category 2 roads. Just 5 days ago, the Board of Forestry and Fire Protection held a meeting that included discussion of a need and plan to increase road standards in SRAs because of this situation we're in now with high fire danger. That's new and important information. If this project moves forward, our community will be forced to subsidize the associated cost of this project. The applicant, and by association, the county, are using and depending on...
Very much. Thank you, Ruby. And I do want to state also, if you have multiple people at your house that are going to be speaking, please let me know ahead of time. That would be really helpful. Okay, so our next person is the last four, 3402, followed by 3305. So you're 3402. There you are. You're muted.
Yes, I'm unmuted. Hello, this is Deborah Lake from Fruitland Ridge Fire Protection District. I'm the board chair. I want to quote the Planning Commission findings. The project complies with the community infrastructure and services element where Standard 5 requires new industrial, commercial, and residential development located outside of fire district boundaries to obtain written acknowledgement of available emergency response and fire suppression service from the local fire agency, including any recommended mitigation. For discretionary permits, findings shall be made that no service is available, and the project shall be conditioned to record acknowledgement of no available emergency response and fire suppression services. The subject parcel is located outside the response area for the Fruitland Ridge Protection District, and it is assumed that no service would be available from the district and that no acknowledgement would be received. For this reason, the project is conditioned that the applicant records an, all capitals, acknowledgement of no available emergency response and fire suppression services from the Garberville Fire Protection District. I don't know why they did that and they dismissed us. There are 4 fire districts between Garberville, Fruitland Ridge, Myers Flat, Miranda, and Redway. Why was Garberville deemed the no response department for this project? Public safety is a huge issue here. In my letter, I have described times of responses. There is a serious concerns about the life hazards to the people that will be employed in this place. In wintertime, it's going to be Alder Point and Bridgeville responding over that very long road. Very long response times, definitely a danger to the people that live there. And if you don't want us to respond to you, I'm very capable of turning off those addresses in our CAD, computer aided dispatch. I'm not happy with the respect or lack of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deb. Okay, our next caller ends in the last 4, 3305, followed by the person ending in 8689. So 3305, press *6 to unmute yourself. There you go. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Mary Goderud. I'm a 20-year full-time resident, property owner, and permitted cultivator in McCann in the immediate vicinity of the proposed project. I have taken a keen interest in how the permitting process for this project has unfolded, especially as it relates to my own experience as a small farmer seeking permits for cultivation. From my observation, this project seems to have garnered some individual treatment counter to the experience of many other local cultivators as they attempt to transition into the light of legalized cannabis growing, in addition to the voluminous evidence supporting issues about wells, fire safety, access roads, the development of wetlands within floodplains, lack of requested biological surveys. I would like to address the attachment 10, the letter that was recently included in the current packet. It's unsigned by the applicant and has additional previously unseen components to the project. The letter states that in order to ameliorate the fact that the total cultivation area exceeds the 20% limitation on prime ag soil, it claims there's 40,000 square feet of mixed light cultivation pre-existing there. This is false. And the same letter is used by Megan Ryan to show the new conditions of the tanker truck present and lignin oil sprayed on the roads. I invite the planning department to use its satellite imagery to evaluate the veracity of this claim of pre-existing grows. The same satellite imagery the county has used in service of its controversial abatement policy, which is cited in this project's ISMND on page 188 and 213 as being responsible for its potential pool of employees in the local area. So, is this fair and equitable? I ask the board members, is this something that you want to align yourselves with? Do you support this? Is it fair and equitable? Is it sensible planning? Is this what we want Humboldt County brand to be known for? Surely we can all find common ground in our love for the wild natural beauty that is Humboldt County. I urge you to support the appeal and deny the permits for the Rolling Meadow Ranch.
Thank you, Mary. All right, our next speaker is the person ending with the last four of 8689, and that'll be followed by, well, let's do that one first because there's a few popping up, so I'm getting myself a little lost. So if you're 8689, please do press *9 to unmute.
Hi, board. This is Tom Wheeler, Executive Director of EPIC. Thank you for taking public comment on this item. EPIC and our 15,000 members and supporters urge the board to sustain the appeal and deny the Rolling Meadows project. So, contrary testimony from the appellant and the applicant can confuse what is obvious and what is at the heart of this, which is the desire by the county and the people of this county to discourage cannabis production in the hills. So, EPIC participated in the development of both cannabis ordinances 1.0 and 2.0. And behind both ordinances was a goal and desire to prevent or discourage large grows from, the areas out in the hills, as we, euphemistically refer to them here in Humboldt County, and to prioritize large developments like the one proposed in already impacted areas. So I don't deny the CEQA issues that Mr. Holder raised, and I substantially agree with him about his interpretation of CEQA. But I think that an easier way to get at this is to ask whether this project fits with our idea of the type of projects that we think should be approved under these ordinances. And I suggest that this project is too big for the location, too impactful for the location where it is being proposed. And so I therefore urge the board to sustain the appeal and deny the Rolling Meadows project. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tom. And our next speaker is the last four 7787 followed by 9449. So if you are 7787, please press *6 to unmute. In 7787. I said that right. All right. If you are the last four 7787, press *6. All right, we will come back to. Oh wait, there you go. Okay, welcome. You're on. Welcome.
My name is Yoko Glory. I'm 50-year full-time resident.
Hello. Are you speaking? Because we can't hear you.
I'm sorry.
Oh, no worries.
My name is
Okay, let's start again. Welcome.
My name is fourth time. My name is Gilko Glory. I'm a 50-year full-time resident of Edwardsburg, and I have two process questions regarding the application to grow 5.73 acres of cannabis and any other large growth before the board that are in a remote rural location using well water and generators. If, as a supervisor, you or a family member could be, would be, or plan to be involved specifically in the Rolling Meadows project being discussed, would it be appropriate to recuse yourself from voting on the appeal? And if, as a supervisor, you are involved in a cannabis business that is dependent on the use of well water and generators to produce your products, would it be appropriate to recuse yourself regarding this appeal or any other appeal before you that is concerned with the use of wells and generators? Thank you.
All right, thank you, Gil. Thank you for calling back in.
You're welcome.
All right, so we will go to the next person, which last four digits of 9449, followed by 7713. So 9449, just press *6 to unmute. There you go. Welcome.
Hi, thanks. This is Shakti from Salmon Creek in southern Humboldt. I just want to say that my primary concern with this project is a complete lack of regard for the impact to our community as a whole. Of course, I care about the plants and the frogs and the eagles and the water, but I wonder if anyone's accounting for the human and local economic impacts of this project. I encourage our supervisors to deny this out-of-state mega farm, especially considering what our small legacy farmers are going through right now, exacerbated by county decisions, of course, and policies. So while we're discussing the sensitive ecosystem, please consider the people in your own community, like the workers who rely on living wages to feed their families, children who rely on funds for schools that the county doesn't fund, and our local volunteer fire departments, our nonprofits that were all funded by our small farming communities at one time before most of them got abated. This feels like yet another betrayal to our small legacy community by the county, because in the past 4 years, it seems like we've been traded in for projects like this and other large projects. Small ma and pa farms that hire like one person have virtually no impact on the hills. Maybe they pay their neighbor a living wage to come over and help out every once in a while, but there's no traffic impacts. That's how it worked once upon a time, but that's not how it works for projects like these. We once had, really good paying jobs, right? And this guy's talking about hiring 22 people full time. They have to commute 6 hours round trip. And that's just not feasible. That's not the sort of positions that workers in our community had at one point in time. And there's a ripple effect to the entire economy. Again, the nonprofits, the fire departments, the schools. And it's confusing to me that so few community members have voiced support for this project, and yet the planning department, the commission is pushing this through without EIR. Please do an EIR and listen.
All righty, we'll move on to the next person. And that is a person ending in the last four of 7713. And welcome, there is 2 minutes. So you're right, you're on.
Thank you. This is Brian Roberts from Bloxburg. I do not approve of this for several reasons. First, my opinion, then I will get into fact. My opinion is there's been a strong bias from pre-existing to new cultivation. And what I say by that is Megan Ryan was also my assigned planner, and I am approved. She wasn't assigned for 3 years after my application, yet she was working extensively for the past 4 years on this one. Second, an opinion only. This is on prime ag soil, yet they're going to use greenhouses and bring in soil inside the greenhouses. So there's no point in being on prime AG soil. The third is category 4 roads, but now we'll get into fact. Fact is the power will be shut off once, twice, maybe 3 times a year, because that's what happens in Humboldt County. Our power always gets shut off. So during that time period, they will have to use generators, which will increase a significant chance of fire. Another fact will be the roads. The roads are dangerous. As I look out my window today, I see snow on Pratt Mountain. You're going to have 30 employees who are not familiar with these roads driving in icy, snowy conditions. I don't leave my homestead but once or twice a month. And you're going to have employees coming every single day to this project. That is not a safe thing. Third, once I got my approval, I signed a non-emergency service form. They will be doing the same thing. What are these 30 employees going to do if should one have a heart attack? You are 2 hours from a hospital. Employees should not be commuting 2 hours into the mountains to be doing a job. And the final fact is Bob from the road, category 4. If we allow a category 2, there were thousands of people who were denied already because they weren't category 4 roads. We're going to open up lawsuits to the county for all these applications that were denied. Thank you and have a great day.
All right, thank you for calling in. Our next speaker has the last 4 digits of 7108. And before I have you speak, I do want to remind people, if you are watching this on your TV or however you're watching us, and you're going to comment, please do call in now so that we can get you in the queue. So welcome, 7108. Welcome.
Hi, this is Bonnie Blackberry again. I want to say one thing. Someone said that this was a moderate project. This is not a moderate project. This is 5.73 acres where they're planning on doing the maximum of 4 cycles of mixed light. So put the mixed light, and you've got to have the power, you've got to have the generators. And as the previous caller said, that PG&E shuts off. Well, we saw this last year with the fire danger and the high winds. So while they're cutting off, trying to be safe, these people would be running their generators so they can grow all this pot. I think when this ordinance and stuff, people are envisioning outdoor, not these green plastic hoop houses with lights and generators. Next issue, generators and the noise. The location of this noise will carry for miles. And the river, all these roads and the dust will end up in the river. And I live on the other end of the Dyerville Loop accessing Alder Point Road. And there's just a lot of times when it's really foggy or icy or snowy where these people are not going to be able to get in and out. And they'll be making an attempt anyway. So I feel like an industrial grow like this should not be way back in a remote area. And also, I understand you want to get through this in a hurry, and we're going to be limited for 2 minutes, but how long are we going to have to live with this? And I feel like neighbors adjoining parcels should get more than 2 minutes.
Thank you, Bonnie, for calling in.
Okay.
Thank you, Bonnie. Okay, the next speaker ends in the last 4, 7423. And just press *6 to unmute. There you go. Welcome.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair and Board, for the opportunity to comment. My name is Ryan Rice, and I'm a lifetime resident of Humboldt County, and I'm a strong advocate for private property rights. Whether you're a large landowner, small landowner, or a town homeowner, whether you're native to Humboldt or moved to Humboldt from out of town, you should be able to enjoy the same rights to prosperity and opportunities that others surrounding you have as well here. You have a project, no matter how big or small, has been vetted and foregone the proper processes, land use objectives, and the zoning is aligned with Humboldt County's ordinance, then the applicant should have the right to their project. An extremely thoughtful planning commission made up of a diverse, educated group on January 21st approved this project. The intent of the commission is to be the oversight, the authoritative body that approves a project that meets all the criteria the county ordinance is asking of an applicant. This project passed 4-1 on January 21st by the commission. It should also be noted that the Board of Supervisors is the body that puts those individuals onto the commission. For this, I ask that you vote to reject the appeal and approve the Rolling Meadow Ranches project as proposed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ryan. So our next speaker is the person with the last 4 digits of 1943. And just press *6 to unmute. 1943. All right, are you there? We'll come back to 1943. We will go to 4549. All right, whoops. Go ahead. Thank you, 4549. Knowing everybody by numbers is interesting.
Hi, my name is Belinda Potu. I live in the Petrolia area. I have a few questions that maybe can be answered after the comment period. What qualifications do county staff possess that makes them experts on hydroconnectivity? Is the well driller a licensed hydrogeologist or licensed geologist? Pacific Watersheds Associates were retained as licensed geologists to determine hydroconnectivity. They reported that potential significant impacts to hydrology, water quality, and water availability exist. Why would a well driller's opinion be given more weight than a licensed geologist? At a minimum, hydroconnectivity, emergency services, road and fire safe issues must be more thoroughly addressed and resolved, and therefore a full environmental impact report must be prepared. Thank you.
Thank you very much for calling in. All right, we will go back to the number ending in 1943. We'll try that one again. If you are listening, please press *6. And for others who would like to comment, now is the time to call in to the call-in number so that we can make sure we hear you. All right, well, I do not see that number unmuted yet, so now we will go down to the person with the last 4, 1495. And are you there? 1495, are you there? Press *6 to unmute. Okay, we will come back and we will go to 7136.
Hello, this is Larry Glass, North Coast Environmental Center. I want to drill down on the fire issue as a person who survived the August complex fire and had a front row seat to that disaster. You should be listening a lot closer to your local fire districts here.
Yeah.
And I heard them loud and...
Larry, hold on just a second. I'll come back to you. Okay, the other person did turn off theirs, I believe. So Larry, please go ahead, and I'm going to start your time over just because there was someone else talking over you. So go, Larry, *6 to unmute.
Okay, try it again.
Okay.
This is Larry Glass, North Coast Environmental Center. I wanted to agree with many of the other speakers, including Tom Wheeler of EPIC. I wanted to drill down on the fire issue. Having survived the August complex fire myself and had a front row seat to its spread, I think that listening to the Fruitland fire person and other fire people that have spoken, this is a reckless approval that you're entering into here. This is not going to be a safe area. Should you have another, and we will have another event like August complex fire where you have easterly winds blowing the fire so fast, there's not going to be time for 20 workers to flee this area. It's just, anyways, very dangerous. So NEC would like to go on record as supporting this appeal and denying the permits. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. All right, we will head back to, I believe it was 1943. That was unmuted. And press *6 to unmute. All right. Well, that has not unmuted. We'll go to 1495 to unmute. *6 to unmute to speak, sorry.
Hello, are you there? Yeah, I just wanted to say the well driller is a very respectable man, and I want to say that that's all great, but you really need to have a hydrogeologist do a report on the wells in order to qualify them according to the standards set in the 2.0 ordinance. And I'm sorry there was a little confusion when I got on with the last caller, and so.
Hello?
Are you hearing me at all?
I
Hello?
am. Okay. Hold on, you two. When we've got to try to unmute a little faster. We had two of you going again, so I'm going back to the person that was 1943, who I believe is our original speaker.
It's 1495 is the current speaker.
494. Okay, thank you. I was sitting there going, I had two at one time. All right, let's try this again. 1495.
Okay, yeah, I got pretty confused too. So this is Sue Jacobson. I just wanted to say that no disrespect to the well driller. He's a very professional man, but I really do believe in this case that an Ordinance 2.0 calls for a study to make sure that these wells are not hydrologically connected to the surface water. And if there's any doubt about that, then those studies need to be done on these wells. So that's my main point. I think that there are some serious drawbacks to the existing infrastructure, and those need to be looked into before they go ahead with this project. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And just for whoever else is left, it's a 2-minute time limit. That first beep is just to remind you, you have 30 seconds to wrap up. Before I call on the last hand that is up, I encourage anyone who may be wanting to comment on this item to call in right now, or you most likely will lose your opportunity. So we will go to our last hand raised at the moment for 1943. And *6 to unmute. Okay. All right, 1943, are you there? Okay, Ryan, was that person, I thought they unmuted during when the last person unmuted.
Yes, Chair, they've unmuted themselves twice. It's just been at the time of another speaker speaking.
Okay, so then has 1943, please press *6 now so you can unmute. All right, we will, right now, hold on, just see. Oh, there you are. Okay, welcome. Welcome 1943, you can provide your comment. Ryan, are you hearing anything?
They're unmuted, Chair, so they can go ahead and speak.
That's what I've been saying. I just didn't know if they had. All right, so 1943, you are unmuted and we are waiting to hear your thoughts. Well, Ryan, can you mute that one back up? So we will go to the other person who's waiting, a couple of them. All right, so we're going to move on to the number ending in 9929. And welcome.
Hi, my name is Theora Jackson. And I just wanted to add a question for the gentleman that gave the presentation on the road categories. As a person who has driven out that road, the McCann Road specifically, multiple times, I know that parts of it may be okay, but other parts are definitely, in my opinion, hairball and hairpin turns, blind corners. I'm hoping no one's coming in the other direction when I drive out there. I'm wondering how a Category 2 road becomes a Category 4 or equivalent, if you could elaborate on that, and then also just address what happens when 3 years ago there were 3 slides along the road on the far side of the river, so on the small section that's dirt right before the gate to the proposed property. One of them was large and completely covered the road. You could not even get to the gate. Cars had to be parked on the other side, and then you had to walk to the properties, one of which was my friend's. Another one being the appellant. How is that going to be addressed when there's supposed to be 30 people driving back and forth? And that the significant slide actually took 3 years to fully repair the road back into the supposed Category 4 or equivalent. So I'm just wondering if you could address that later on, how these categories are determined and why it seems to me there's being concessions made for this particular road, and also knowing that many projects have been rejected because the roads were inadequate. And if you've ever driven on this one, you would know that it is clearly not a Category 4 or equivalent. That's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, we're now going to go with the last 4 digits, 9743.
Hello, can I be heard?
And yes, welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Lily Macy, and I've been a property owner in Humboldt County for 50 years. In fact, we celebrate our 50th anniversary of first seeing this land in 1971. This year, when we saw this land, when we saw Humboldt County, and I'm going to quote Mr. Machado when he said, that's what I bought it for, all the natural beauty. Well, I beg to differ. That's why I bought my land, but that's not why he bought his land, obviously. And I'm in love with Humboldt County. It is my spiritual home. Even before we got the opportunity to retire and live here, I came back several times a year, every year, and put my roots into this land and put my roots into the county. I have friendships here that are phenomenal, and the kinds of people, I can only imagine how the poor people that are having to deal with this corporate ripoff in their own backyard. I mean, it's my backyard too. All of Humboldt County is my backyard. I'm in love with the county, and I always have been. When I moved here, finally got to live here year round almost 20 years ago, I didn't feel like I was moving away from anything. I knew I was coming home. So it to me is just a personal assault. And one more time, a large corporation trying to destroy remote and beautiful wildlands for our future generations in Humboldt County, and it's being done all over the earth. However, Humboldt County is one of the last vestiges of something really beautiful for generations to see, if there are future generations, or for anybody who's already here. It's an inspiring county. It's not just a corporate ripoff.
And thank you very much. Our next speaker has the last 4 digits of 1893. So if you're 1893, press *6 to unmute.
My name is Alicia Sidebottom, and I wrote the letter to the Board of Supervisors regarding subsidence, which is not being able to hold the water in the water table. Groundwater pumping can alter how water moves between the aquifer and a stream, lake, or wetland by either interception groundwater flow that discharges into the surface water body under natural conditions, or by increasing the rate of water movement from the surface water body into an aquifer. And this comes directly from the U.S. Geological Survey Water Science School. All groundwater is affecting surface water and vice versa. By not refilling the aquifer, by putting stone and cement slabs under those 16 greenhouses, you're actually preventing the water table from recharging, which will affect all the other people in that community that need those springs for their own beneficial use of their domestic supply. I don't understand how the Board of Supervisors can allow a corporation to come in and not look at how it is depleting our environmental resources of not only the water, but of the fact that it'll be depleting the forest, which is part of what their environmental plan is. By not looking at the water use and by the prevention of recharging the water table, you're going to affect not only the neighbors, but the entire watershed. This needs to be looked at, not only on this grow, but every other commercial grow in the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Alicia. Right. Next caller ending in the last 4 digits of 2089. And 2089, just press *6 to unmute.
Hi, my name is Beverly Phillip. I live in Eureka, and I don't know any of the people involved in this project. I wasn't able to listen to all the presentations because it was so long, but I'm calling because I think the board should support the appeal. You know, the board and planning commission are required to look at cumulative impacts according to the ordinance. And I just, even if each of these individual projects meets these requirements, you have to look at the cumulative impacts of all the projects that are going on and how they're affecting the owls and the eagles and the water and the pesticides and all of that. So to me, placing these massive cannabis farms, you know, in these sensitive rural areas is just not appropriate. And I don't think it was the intention of the ordinance, as many have said before. And this is similar to another project that I'm going to speak to that Maple Creek Ranch is trying to do in the Corbell area, which is coming to the Planning Commission on the 18th. You know, another, you know, massive 4 acres, 800,000 gallons of water in a rural area. And, you know, we just keep doing this and keep doing this, like one of the previous callers says. And when are we going to think about the environment, and when are we going to actually test the water and test the soil and look at the cumulative impacts of all these farms? Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Beverly. Our next speaker is 3807, and before that person started speaking, I do want to remind people to call in now so that you do not lose your opportunity. So please do call in now. And welcome 3807.
Hi, thank you very much. This is Jama Chaplin from the Garberville area, and I am new at this commenting, and I now see why previous callers have had a hard time because of the approximately 1 minute of delay between the audio on the computer and the telephone. It's challenging. I understand it. I don't know what could be done, but anyway, because I heard about this project and I had never seen the McCann Bridge, and was curious about it and about the roads. I took a drive out there on Sunday, and I was stunned by the narrowness of the road from the paved portion of Dyerville Loop Road down to the McCann Bridge, and that anyone would think that 22 to 30 employees could arrive via this little road. At one point, there was a landslide that had clearly been recently cleared and looked like it could go again at any point. Very curvy, like the previous caller said, hard to see oncoming traffic. And then, of course, getting down to the river bar itself, then we would have significant amount of traffic crossing an extensive amount rock river bar. And also with the Category 4 requirement, I've noticed how often the county gets in situations where it gets sued and how much money we've been spending on lawsuits. And just have to say, are we heading for that again? Thank you very much. I did just listen to the oral arguments in the HumMap lawsuit appeal this morning.
All right. Sorry, but thank you very much for calling in. Time's up on that. And Ryan, I was going to mention that for those watching, the speaker did mention that an issue that we do experience at times. Once you call in to listen to the rest of this to make your comment, I believe you need to turn the volume down on your TV, or you will get that feedback. And I will have. Is that correct?
Yeah, you are correct, and all that information is on the front of the agenda. There is a delay, and that is a delay from the Access Humboldt feed. But when you call in and you are listening to the meeting via the Zoom call-in line, that is live time, and you will receive a prompt to unmute yourself when we click that button.
All right, thank you, Ryan, for clarifying that. I've only got a couple more hands up, so if you're planning to call in, I'd say please do it now. And with that, we will go to the caller ending in the last 40596. And
yes, thank you. Hello, my name is Sawyer Bogwell. Thanks for letting me give my opinion today. I'm a resident of Myers Flat, and I'm just asking the board to support the appeal and deny the permit. That's all. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for calling in. All right. We are going to go one more time to the public caller with the last 41943. And hopefully we can hear from you. Okay. I do not think this person is on anymore. If you are 1943, please press *6, or we're going to have to move on from here. All right. Well, I am sorry to miss that person.
Hello.
Okay.
Hello.
All right. That was just like in the nick of time.
Hello.
All right. Welcome. Yes. Welcome. Thank you.
Oh, hi. Okay. So I am Patty Richards, one of the appellants. And sorry about all the difficulties I have. I don't have good cell reception where I am. So I want to respond to I'm responding to Supervisor Bohn's comment from earlier. He asked a question about where John and I live, and I just to give you a little background, our history in Humboldt County goes back to the 1980s. We both went to school there. We've lived there, moved out, came back. We bought the property in McCann in the 90s. And once we had children, I taught in Southern Humboldt Unified for several years when I was up there, and commuted via the ferry boat
across the river, and that was interesting. But I do remember on occasion I couldn't get out either way. You could either go Founders Grove way or up Darville Loop Road, and a couple times I couldn't get out either way because of down trees or slides or something. And that's not even McCann Road, that's Darville Loop Road. Anyway, so we have had the property since the 90s. We moved to Ukiah because that's where my husband had jobs, construction jobs. He built rammed earth buildings, and the jobs were there. We had kids. It was a better place for us for the time. Our oldest is now a senior in high school, and the plan is to move back. So we're getting more involved. And I also want to bring up, we talk about the 20, 30, whatever employees on the Rolling Meadow. There's already 20 employees or more or whatever at the Black Bear project, which is immediately to the west of our property, which is basically at the end of the McCann Bridge. So when we're talking about emergency response and evacuations, there's an additional 50 to 60 people in Little McCann when there's only less than 20 full-time residents. I also wanted to respond to his question or his comment that we don't live there anymore. We are very involved in McCann, pay taxes in Humboldt County, the whole thing. And I also wanted to pose a question to him to find out, is it common, or maybe I can ask everybody on the board, is it common for a district in the who's not the supervisor of a district to show up with someone from the Humboldt Growers Association advocating for a project, Black Bear, when our own supervisor, Estelle Fennell, at the time knew nothing about it? And it was a full court press. I appreciate the accommodations and what they, concessions, they call them, when we were dealing with the Black Bear project. And they did plant some trees. That unsightly water tank that was deemed in the official report as there were no visual impacts from the project, which was laughable. That's still there, and the mitigations that they had proposed for that have not been done yet, and that we're going on a year. So I'm wondering about oversight for projects that have currently been approved in the district. I would really appreciate if there was like a public access to, are you in fact going over and making sure that the concessions are being followed? Right. I don't know if you can hear me.
We can't tell you anything right now. In fact, Patty, I gave you extra time because you are the appellant, but we can't answer questions now. This is actually supposed to be public comment. So
right. Well, I just want everyone to be that's listening, and for the board to consider of another supervisor showing up in your district with a director of a cannabis lobbying group. All right. Thank you. Get off the air. Bye.
All right. Well, while Patty, who was an appellant, actually talked, we got a couple more callers. So we'll go back to public comment. If there is someone else who is an appellant that wants to talk, it's more appropriate to happen after, I think, we get the public comment done, just so we don't get your comments mixed in with everybody else's. So we have the last four digits of 1663 followed by 2689. So if you are 1663, press *6 to unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Oh, hi. My name is James Knapp. I'm currently a firefighter with Fruitland Ridge, and my concerns, I basically back up what Fruitland's policy is on this. They don't have the roads or the response time to get to what they're going to need out there. I'm concerned about that as a member of the fire community, as well as the road issue. I've been driving down there the last 30, 40 years, the road they're proposing, and it's not the road that they're dishing up for the public. You guys, I suggest all the supervisors drive that road and convince me of the same. So that's where I stand. I hope they support this appeal, and thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, James.
How'd I do?
So our last hand up at this point is the last 4 digits of 2689. That's correct. And welcome. Press *6 to unmute. There you go. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. My name is Christina, and I'm not a resident of this community, but I am a resident of this world, and I have signed the online petition opposing this project. Please deny this project and support the people of your community. I am in agreement with the stated opinions and facts represented by the local appellants regarding emergency response and protection of the rare beauty. I'm going to repeat that, the rare beauty of your project, of this project location. That's all I have to say. And once again, I've signed the online petition opposing the project.
All right, thank you, Christina, for calling in. All right, so that appears to have gone through all of our commenters. So we will return to the board. I have been requested, a supervisor has requested a 15-minute break before we continue on with the, hearing from the planning department and et cetera. So Supervisor Wilson?
Yeah, I'll just say 15 minutes minimally sounds good. I mean, I have notes that I need to go through. I'd like to, bio break here. We've been here for 2.5 hours, and I think staff could also use to gather their notes for response to all the other things. I think it's a good process.
So good for me. So we will come back at 2:45. That gives you an extra 2 minutes. Is that right? Okay, 2:45. Okay, it looks like we are back, mostly back. Oh, we're all back. All right, so we're now going to go back to the appellant to provide their responses and rebuttals of what they've heard. And then we're going to go to the applicant, get all things right. And then we're going to go then to Director Ford so he can answer everything at one time, is I believe the way we were going to do that. So Mr. Holder, I guess that would be you then for the appellant.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Chairwoman Bass. And sorry that I dressed down. It's getting a little warm in here. So I've had a few things to say with response to both the applicant's counsel's statements as well as staff's. I found it disturbing once again that the applicant's counsel misrepresented the fair argument test. He, as with his letter submitted on March 5th, he again insisted that appellants have the burden of showing that the project will have a significant effect on the environment, and that's just not the case. The statute itself, CEQA guidelines, and every single case out there says that the standard is that we just need to show that the project may have significant effect on the environment, and we've met that burden. It was reassuring, and I wasn't surprised that the public comments generally supported appellant's position. And I'm sure you've noticed that as well. The access roads, which are pegged to a Category 2 standard, a Category 2 standard is only 12 feet wide. A fire engine or fire truck is 8 feet wide. So that only leaves 4 feet for opposing traffic. how does that satisfy the fire safe regulation standard that access, ingress, and egress, simultaneous ingress and egress needs to be possible to respond to a fire emergency? This just can't possibly meet fire safe regulations at a 12-foot wide road that's 12 miles long. One thing, Ms. Ryan said that the wells were tested to produce 63 gallons per minute. Well, we pointed out that the testing that was done at the end of the wet season and before the dry season. And the testing period that's required for code should be done later during the dry season to ensure that the wells can produce at that rate even when it's not fully flush with seasonal water. Also, there has been no investigation into the sustained yield of that well. We don't know whether it can produce 63 gallons per minute perpetually without hurting any of the surface water features. Another issue that we brought up was the piecemealing issue and how the well and road improvements were made while this permit application was pending and while the environmental review process was ongoing. And the applicant's counsel says that these were independent of the project. They were done for ranch purposes, but everyone knows, and the applicant knew what these wells would be used for. And the county never asked the applicant when issuing these well permits, as far as we can tell, what these wells would be used for and how much water would be pulled. Does typical ranch operations require 4.5 million gallons per year? I don't know, but that question I don't think was asked by staff when those wells were allowed to be installed. Director Ford sent all Ordinance 1 applicants back in 2017 a letter saying that any of these types of improvements that were made before an application was processed and a permit was issued, said that any of these types of improvements were a violation of Ordinance 1. That letter is in the record. I think that's about all I have for right now. I think we've kind of covered it well, and I appreciate your time to allow me to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Holder. At this time, I will turn to the applicant. I believe they have some comments as well. And I do see Mr. Red raising his hand, but I figure he's part of, I'll go Brad, Mr. Johnson, can you direct me on how the traffic should flow here?
Sure, I'll make a couple of very quick comments and then turn it over to Mr. Red. And then I think that's all we have.
Okay.
So fair argument test. Mr. Holder just said I misrepresented that. I'm going to read to you a quote from California case here. It says, under the fair argument standard, an environmental impact report is required if there is substantial evidence that a project will have a significant effect on the environment, even if there's also substantial evidence to the contrary. So that's in a case called Friends of the Sierra Railroad versus Tuolumne Park and Recreation District, 147 Cal 4th 643. So no, I did not misrepresent the standard. That is the standard. Roads and fire safety issues. Again, Mr. Bronkall testified at length on that issue. The verdict is in, the roads are adequate. As far as the improvements go, again, this is a ranch, it's a working ranch. There are many working ranches in Humboldt County. All of them have the ability to manage their internal roads, to install water improvements and whatnot. That's what was done here. And then there was another comment, there were several comments about line power, PG&E power and use of generators. The ISM&D is very clear. The project does not use generators to provide backup power in the case of PG&E outages. The generators are there specifically to support the fire safety mechanisms there for no other use. So if the power goes out from PG&E, the project is without power, but the generators are there to support the fire safety equipment. That's the only reason they're there. And the ISM&D is very clear on that purpose. So again, this is a detail that if somebody had read the ISM&D carefully and was being truthful to the facts, there wouldn't be any confusion on that point. So anyway, I'll turn it over to Mr. Red.
Okay. Welcome, Mr. Red. There you are. Wait, where'd you go?
Can you hear me?
There you are. Yes,
Okay.
now we can.
Thank you. So I kind of wanted to start out by giving just a little bit of history of the ranch. I first met Andy Machada back in 2004. He's the individual that owns this big corporation, which really isn't a big corporation. That's just how he chose his ownership. And in 2004, he bought at the time it was a Whitlow Ranch. It was 5,000 acres. And at that time, a lot of those developers that were buying those big ranches were going out and they were splitting the ranches up, going back to the patents. This ranch at the time had about 40 patents on it. He could have chose to go that route and probably made quite a bit of money on it, but instead he went the other way. And he built the ranch buying 10 different parcels that were in holdings. He also bought a 500-acre piece out the back that gave him access to the Alder Point Road. So there's at least 50 legal parcels. And so he bought that in 2004 just for the beauty and to keep it. And he basically held it all those years without any income and maintained it. I mean, it truly is a park up there. And then in 2016, when the county and the state allowed cannabis production, he looked at it and he said, you know, we could get a little income for the ranch to maintain it, and we're not going to have hardly any impact on the ranch compared to all the other uses that he could legally do. And so he thought that, you know, impacting 8 acres of over 7,000 acres was going to have a pretty significant, an insignificant impact on the ranch and all that property. And so for all those years, he's been a great steward of the ranch. There's been quite a bit of talk about the ranch roads. The Whitlow family that he bought that ranch from has logged it since the very beginning. And all the interior ranch roads that will be used to service these grows have been major logging roads for the ranch. So there's been, you know, logging trucks in and out of there prior to his ownership in 2004. I think that he hired some of the best consultants around to put this project together. And I think that's why you saw a 4-to-1 vote from the Planning Commission, because it is really well done. And I understand some of the neighbors who I'm good friends with, you know, don't want the additional traffic. There's been a lot of talk about 20 to 30 vehicles going by there a day. He's agreed to buy an electric bus that is going to transport those 20 to 30 employees from 101 into the property. So, you know, you're not talking about 20 or 30 trips, you're talking about a couple. Another thing, there's been a lot of talk about fire safety. Because he bought property that gives him access out to Alder Point Road, there's 2 ways in and out of the property. And I think he's made it safer. In fact, some of the neighbors there, when there was a danger of fire, I went over and I gave them keys to the gates so that they could get through the ranch in case they were trapped in there. Another thing that hasn't come up is that he's agreed to sign a contract with Cal-OR Emergency Services. So if there is an emergency in there, he'll have helicopters in there in a short amount of time. And then I think that the fire truck that he's going to buy that'll be on site will also make a major difference as far as the safety of the project. So I just think that for the last 4 years, he's gone through this permit process. He's done every single thing the county has asked him to do. He's done a lot of mitigations. And I just really believe that that the project should be approved because he meets all the rules and regulations. Another thing I might like to comment on, while I'm not a well expert, there is a lot of water on Rolling Meadow Ranch. And those wells that he drilled are way up on the ridges. The closest one is like probably a half a mile from the Eel River. And they're cased, solidly cased down into bedrock. So like I said, I'm no expert, but I can't see that they're directly connected to the Eel River. And if you took a swath, if you said, okay, they are, and you took a swath down through the Eel River Canyon and took a half a mile on each side and said, okay, all these wells are connected to the river and you've got to get a diversion permit, you're talking a huge area. So anyways, thank you and appreciate all of your time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Red. And you might want to stay on in case someone does have questions for you.
I will.
Okay, so we've heard from the appellant and the applicant. Director Ford, did you want to launch in on some of your comments and thoughts at this time, or your team?
Yes, we will. Thank you, Chair Bass. And the fair argument concept has been batted back and forth. And a lot of reference has been made to other letters, particularly the letter from CDFW. And one of the points that the CDFW letter in particular does not make is that they're not arguing for a significant adverse impact. They're raising questions, but they're not saying that this has the potential to create a significant adverse impact. So it's not that these letters are on the record are saying, using their professional reputation to argue for a significant adverse impact. They're raising concerns, and we believe those concerns have been addressed either through the mitigation or the conditions that have been applied to the project. And so when it comes to fair argument, it's not that the staff is attempting to put the unfair burden on the appellant to demonstrate that there's a significant adverse impact. What we've been trying to say is that you can't have proof of a significant adverse impact because people, and a lot of people, are opposed to a project. It has to be factually based. Somebody has to have a factual basis for saying there's the potential for a significant adverse impact here. And that is the point that has not been specifically raised by an expert. For instance, there has been no letter that we have seen from DWR. I also want to point out that a lot of references were made to letters that were written by staff, in particular Supervising Planner Steve Warner. And at the time, Steve Warner was responding to a particular set of circumstances. And this was early in the review process, early in the application process. And as he raised those issues, as Ms. Ryan raised issues early in the process, the project has changed, morphed, and evolved to address the questions and the concerns that have been raised. So really what you're seeing is a snapshot in time, staff raising issues that then the applicant has responded to and addressed. And so now those comments don't apply to this project design anymore because the project has been redesigned since that point. I think that relative to the category 4 issue and the access issue, Deputy Director Bronco did a tremendous job of addressing that, so I won't say any more on that. This may be getting too far down into the weeds, but I just would like the board to struggle with how information is being presented to you. A reference was made to Bulletin 118. Bulletin 118 is used to define what groundwater basins are. In areas where the primary source of water is from a groundwater basin, Bulletin 18 is well known. In Humboldt County, we don't have significant groundwater basins, so it's not used as much. What Bulletin 118 was simply referencing is that you're not going to find groundwater basins in these areas. What you're going to find is the underflow of a creek or river, and you're going to find other perched water supplies or water within fractured rock. And that's exactly what we do in these particular cases in looking at wells, is we look to make sure that the well is not drilled into the underflow of a surface flow, because that is the definition of a diversionary source of water. We don't regulate and say you can't pull water out of the ground because it may at some point be connected to another water source. The point is it can't be a diversion. It can't come out of a surface water. And surface water includes the underflow of that surface water. And so that's the importance of understanding what the well driller's log has given us. It gives us the location of the well relative to other surface water bodies, and it also gives us the formation that it's drilling into. I think the piecemeal concern has been raised relative to the fact that 3 wells were approved, and there is work going on associated with the timber harvest plan. And they have not done work on this site specifically related to this permit. And so there is not a violation of that. Historically, wells have been treated as a ministerial permit that can be issued at any time without a reason or rationale. That the coastal zone obviously is an exception to that. There is recent 2020 case law that brings whether or not a well is a discretionary permit or not, or a ministerial permit, into question. But these wells were dug before that court case was brought forward. And so while respecting Mr. Holder's comment on that, the action here predates those actions. There is no piecemealing that has been done. There's been nothing here to divide the project in such a way that it would avoid environmental review. Just like to say that this is all new cultivation, even though the applicant may have made the point that there was pre-existing cultivation on the site. We're not treating it as pre-existing cultivation. We do know that there was pre-existing cultivation. We have seen the satellite imagery of that. We have looked at that, but that's not how this particular permit is structured. A comment was made about not coordinating with the Sinangwe tribe and them asking for consultation. We did offer AB 52 consultation. We're unaware of anybody requesting or any tribe requesting to go forward with additional consultation. I would like to point out relative to Category 4 roads, a comment was made that thousands have been, basically permits have been denied for lack of a Category 4 road. That's not true. I can't think of one cannabis permit that has not been authorized due to concerns relative to Category 4 roads. And so I think that becomes a false statement that other permits have been denied due to lack of a Category 4 road. I'd also like to point out is that Ordinance 2.0 does have provisions in it for well testing on small parcels. The point there is because when you get into smaller parcels and you start to pump, you create a cone of depression. And the concern there is to make sure that that cone of depression doesn't extend onto a neighboring parcel and cause the water surface level of their well to be adversely affected. This is a very large holding, and it's unimaginable that the pumping on this parcel would affect parcels offsite. I think that one of the last two things that I would like to say is in reference to the concerns identified relative to the project next door, Black Bear, that the mitigations aren't done yet. And is there oversight? Yes, there is oversight. Yes, we will be inspecting it. Yes, we will require all conditions and all agreements to be complied with. The other point that was made relative to the testing, relative to the 63 gallons a minute, did observe Mr. Holder's comment that was done during the wet season, should have been done during the dry season. That is why Ms. Ryan quoted from the staff report, where it evaluated if you only pumped half of it and only pumped it 12 hours a day and only did it for a certain number of days, it would still be able to provide way more than sufficient water than is what is being asked for here. And that is without including the beneficial effect of having rainwater catchment. Rainwater catchment, by the way, will serve this parcel not just in terms of a normal forbearance type of scenario, but while the project is ongoing, water will be captured and being used. That hasn't been modeled and completely captured at this point, but we believe that the amount of water that's going to be extracted from the well is far less than what was originally projected. That's a worst case scenario. That's all I had. Cliff, do you have anything else you wanted to add to that?
Yes, thank you, Director Ford. I did want to just briefly touch on the concern that was raised about the fire risk. And number one, wanted to point out that what we have evaluated is the fire risk pursuant to CEQA and pursuant to the county general plan. And the county general plan does specifically allow for discretionary permits to be approved outside of fire district boundaries. It just requires an acknowledgement that there's no fire service. And so that is a condition of approval that they will record that acknowledgement. But to address the concerns about fire risk, there's a number of things that are being proposed. The water storage is going to be required to reserve an amount to be determined by the planning director in consultation with CAL FIRE to provide to be reserved in order to fight a fire. There is also a condition of approval to purchase and put in use a water tender, which is a fire truck, which will be able to drive around the site and fight any fires as needed. So just wanted to kind of real briefly touch on those comments, because those did play, I think, a big role in a lot of the public concerns that we heard. So thank you for that.
And one other thing, I'm sorry, Chair Bass, is that comments were made about process deficiencies relative to time for public notice and time for staff to respond to the comments provided on the mitigated negative declaration. Want to point out that we did circulate this initial study mitigated negative declaration twice. And so there was quite a bit of opportunity for the public to comment. And coming out of the second review period, we had a pretty good sense of what the comments were going to be. And so that enabled us to reduce the period between the end of the comment period and the public hearing.
All right, so Director Ford, is this now you're ready for the board to start asking questions?
We are ready.
Okay. Well, I don't see any hands up yet. My goodness. Any board members have any thoughts or questions? Supervisor Wilson, then Bushnell.
Thanks. I'll just start with a few things and just questions. And there's we get this a lot about lawsuits and so can you just clarify the coverage with relationship to law? If there is a lawsuit associated with any decision that the board makes, what's the, don't we have disclaimer, or do we have doesn't the applicant take responsibility for that?
Thank you, Supervisor Wilson. As a component of the cannabis ordinance, both CMMLUO and CCLUO, there is a requirement for the applicant to sign an indemnification agreement indemnifying the county. So they will be required to pay for any litigation.
Okay. There was some discussion about an adjacent grow or a farm, Black Bear. Can you describe the sort of the size and the nature of that?
Yeah, I can. Black Bear is an approval for 183,000 square feet. That's about 4.2 acres. It was approved as a special permit for a certain amount of pre-existing cultivation, and then the rest of it was moved onto the site through the RRR process. This happened slightly before the honeydew appeals that began to reshape how RRRs are being handled.
So, I mean, was that part of a larger land holding, or is that just
It is not part of a larger land holding. It's because it went through the RRR process to transfer retired cultivation sites onto this site.
And have you had any, just Google Earth, if you look Google Earth of the location and then across the river is the Fruitland Ridge area, which is quite populated with cannabis. Is there any aggregate estimate of how many acres is in the Fruitland Ridge, which is, within, it seems like within a mile or two of this, it's right across the river.
I've not calculated that.
Okay. I mean, from looking at it, it's quite subdivided. It's got logging. It's a fairly, used area. I mean, I'm sure people love living there. I can imagine it looks really nice, but I mean, in terms of, the fragmentation of wildlife area and stuff like that, it's been, I'm sure, long standing in that space. I have a question about the fire district element of this. And, I've been very, I was strongly against the county general plan policy for the acknowledgement. I still think that it's a terrible policy. I think it, just to say, have a property owner acknowledge that they, don't expect to have fire services or emergency services or from a local agency or local district, I think is it's not functional, and districts are, quite frankly, morally obligated. That's why they exist, is to save lives and to protect property, and they're going to do it. And one of the burdens that comes with that is is the idea that they can ask for compensation for their services, but quite frankly, they almost never do. It's the relationships in the communities that are there, and from my perspective, I feel like we keep bumping into this space where we really need to talk about, quite frankly, a moratorium on new development outside these districts until this is really dealt with, because we just can't keep doing that. And I don't like having this discussion on an ad hoc basis, one project at a time. When it comes to an appeal, it's really disturbing to me that we're doing that. On another subject, this issue of the 12,000 acre ranch, and that this is this footprint is about 8 acres or so. Again, it's fragmented. It's not 8 acres in one spot. It's 8 acres over. So the impact is bigger, from that perspective. But I don't really see any real guarantee that the ranch then goes on forever to never be developed in the rest of the 12,000 acres, or that this development doesn't somehow incentivize more subdivision of the ranch as opposed to make it the other way around. What we're hearing is like this will de-incentivize that, but the only way for me to understand that would be if there was some legal commitment that was the case, not just saying, well, if I have more money, then I'll do better. When we looked at those other ranches, right, that have been subdivided up, it was driven by this development. It was not the other way around. They didn't say, well, I got 1 or 2 and now we won't do it anymore. It was like, I got 1 or 2 and now we have 20, and so I'm not so convinced the way it's set up now. Now I do know there is discussion of a conservation easement for a portion of this. I think it was like 1,200 acres, or what can you remind me what it was?
I think it was 1,600 acres that they're required to keep intact as part of this, because those are the projects that are engaged.
Okay. And then, so which is, not insignificant, but it sure isn't 7,000 acres, right? I mean, it does have some concern for me. And going back to sort of the issue of development and high fire zones and the idea of extending power into this space and what that really means, I'm not sure of the impact. If you look again at Google Earth in that zone, you're seeing the fire or the PG&E lines are pretty starting to be maintained the way they're, so I guess, should be in terms of like clearing, and those are significant. You can see them from, quite frankly, from space, or from Google Earth. I suppose you can almost read a car license plate these days from space. But what I can say is that you can see the impacts of that, and I'm not sure if we're taking lines into there that there's not external impacts associated with that. There was talk about the zoning with relationship to TPZ, and so can you talk about what that is versus has this had a zoning update since our general plan, and how does that play into our cannabis ordinances related to TPZ?
Right. So obviously new cultivation is not allowed in TPZ. This parcel has 2 different zones on it. It has AE and TPZ. None of the cannabis activities will be within the TPZ area. It will all be within the AE.
And kind of the last thing having to do with the wells and in the kind of the locations of the wells. And I guess it would really, I think the issue or the question is whether or not the screen depth and this is in a location that would basically draw down, in an aquifer that, and directly related to an aquifer that would supply cold water refugia in a time of, when it's most needed is in the summer. I'm not, can you remind me? I mean, I skimmed through those, through the document, but can you remind me of like, what is the screening depths on these wells?
Yeah, I believe, Cliff, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it's 240 feet that they're blanked to. So they're fairly deep wells. And as was mentioned by Mr. Red, they are also they're high up on the hill. So they're quite a ways away from any stream channel. So they're not in an area where we would be concerned about them penetrating into a subsurface flow.
Yeah, I'll just correct real briefly. I'm actually looking for the well logs right now, but my recollection is that at least one of them is screened as shallow as 60 feet, which is still for a well up on a ridge, still probably fairly deep. The well logs are available in the initial study, so I'm just trying to find those.
And then while this is going at what I tried to bring up, I know the applicant had sent us, or no, the appellant had sent us their PowerPoint that they were presenting today, and on that was a list of conditions that they wanted, that they had as options in terms of if the board decides to move forward with something like this. And I was wondering if we could have if that could be brought up again and taken a look at. And then I have one more thing to put on your list for a question, which is, of the sites that are there, could, if there was a proposal for, say, phasing a project or reducing the magnitude, what would be the least impactful potential locations for something like this? So those are some questions I have.
Okay.
And that's all I got for now, as if that's not enough.
Cliff, did you want to take those all on now, or do you want to, we can have some other questions asked them you might need to respond to as well. So.
Well, Cliff's looking for the well log. I don't think we have the applicant's PowerPoint. So if Ryan has that, if you could bring that up.
And then after this, we'll be going, Supervisor Bushnell has been very patient.
And then I'll just say to Supervisor Wilson that in terms of phasing a project, the least impactful obviously would probably be keeping things as close to the primary entry point as possible. So if that were the route that the board wanted to explore, I would start with the sites that are closest to the entry point and work inward. And if you'd like to see, we can pull up, I'm sure, the site plan and show that.
We could do that, but I would want the board to want to have that discussion before I have that discussion by myself.
I'd like to get some other things out on the table, I think, so maybe the discussion can be more encompassing, I think, of, that's just my thoughts. But and I do have, I don't know whether this is County Council Billingsley. I have a question for you. Well, before Ryan comes up. So I see Mr. Holder has his name up, the attorney for the appellant. This isn't a situation where there's like cross-examination and arguing, I don't believe. What is it if either one of the attorneys wish to speak? I don't want to just have us drop into a place where we don't belong.
Yeah, I think normally it wouldn't be, but Mr. Holder may be offering that he has the attachment to share.
Okay.
I have it, Chair. I have it pulled up.
Okay, was that what you were offering, Mr. Holder? Okay, your hand's gone. No, it's back. Oh, Ryan, go ahead, Ryan. Share it while Mr. Holder keeps bouncing.
Sure, I'll go ahead and share.
Right. Virginia?
What? Yes.
Well, I see they keep, and this has come up, I came up with the Planning Commission, they keep talking about the weight rating of the McCann Bridge.
Wait,
and,
no, go ahead, but Supervisor Bushnell has actually officially been next, but.
Okay, well, I'm just saying it's an act of, that they logged the other side of that of the bridge. They take logging trucks over that at 80,000 pounds. So, Bob Bronco went at great length at the Planning Commission meeting saying it is rated as a fully legal Class 8 truck. So just FYI. I mean, they take a lot of logs out of there, just so you know, on that bad road.
So Supervisor Wilson, this is what you were looking for?
Yes, it is. I mean, yeah, that's what they brought up. So I just wanted to take, I mean, it kind of whizzed past. And I just wanted to take a look at it. And so, yeah, those are some of the things I thought were, I mean, we should take a look at because they put them up there.
So if it would be acceptable, I can walk through this and identify the things that are addressed here, and other things that perhaps could be considered. We have not required paving of the roads. I think the primary concern, the primary dust generation is from McCann Road, which is a public road. As Mr. Red mentioned today, the proposal is, and there's a condition in there, to employ a shuttle bus to actually shuttle employees from a park and ride lot on 101 to the site. And so that is being addressed. In terms of upgrading the culvert, I'm not sure what that refers to. As Supervisor Bohn mentioned, Deputy Director Blanco did clearly articulate that bridge had a weight rating capacity of 80,000 pounds at the Planning Commission. There is condition 32 that requires that rainwater for firefighting be retained through the entire year, and a specific amount has not been specified. It's really to be done at the discretion of the Planning and Building Department, subject to consultation with CAL FIRE, and that could be amended or improved. A water tender has been included as a condition of approval. There is not one required at each of the 4 clusters. In terms of cultural resources, it's important to understand the process that the county goes through in terms of addressing cultural resources. We do, when applications initially come in, we do refer these to the tribes that have a claim on an ancestral territory, and we do that. We require that an archaeological report be prepared. We require that to be reviewed by the tribe with ancestral territory, and then we take their comments and work with the tribes to make sure the permit addresses their concerns. Obviously, obtain a will serve letter from PG&E. That's normally done with water and sewer service. If they cannot get PG&E on the site, as mentioned today, they're not authorized to run on a generator. So the site would not be able to operate until PG&E is on site. Require a water meter and impose adaptive management and dry season forbearance. Normally a standard condition is to meter the well. I believe we've done that. We could impose a condition to address adaptive management, dry season forbearance. And that's highly possible. Organic farming practices and proper disposal of soil, we can certainly condition that, although organic farming has a different connotation for a lot of people, but that's something that can be looked at.
Supervisor Wilson, can we move on and let Supervisor Bushnell ask a few questions?
Yeah, I have some more for later, but yeah, that's great.
Can I just ask a question about what he just asked? Would they,
I
John?
guess Michelle's shaking her head. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just asking, if they don't, can they grow full sun till they get the power? If they get approved, they can grow full sun, can't they?
Normally we would allow that, yes.
Okay, Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. Through the chair, Director Ford, I have a few questions. A public comment stated that they were referring to some conditions of a 2.0 application. This is a 1.0 application, correct?
Correct.
Also, under a 2.0 application, with the 1600 setback from the current farm, TPZ lands are not eligible to be to have cannabis permits. Wrong or right?
That is correct.
So the upper portion of that property, even if he was to sell it off, as Supervisor Wilson said, that's a lot of TPZ timberlands in the upper portion, correct?
Correct.
So the 1600 setback from this farm is most of the AE zoning.
So the 1600-foot setback, help me understand.
Or that 1600, he said that he would put that into kind of a preserve.
Oh, the 1600 acres, correct, yeah. Yeah, the 1600 acres is largely where the AE property is. And then the TPZ is up on the side of the hill and in the valleys, that is correct.
Which would restrict for future cannabis sites because of the zone.
Correct.
Okay. I had a question about, so the shuttle bus he addressed, we don't require paving in other cannabis farms have not had to pave to site that were, or is that a requirement?
The only paving that we typically require is improvement of the road or the driveway collar with a paved road. That's usually 20 feet by 50 feet, and that's it.
Thank you. The PG&E lines, are they above ground or underground?
Underground.
And that was his choice to help with fire suppression?
That is correct.
Okay, I would like someone else to ask more questions, but I would like to, Supervisor Bass, I would like to be able to come back.
All right, sounds good. Any other county, supervisors with additional questions at this time?
Maybe Supervisor Madrone has a question.
County Council Billingsley.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to point out, if the board wants to have discussions about the proffered extra conditions of approval, there's a much more detailed version in attachment to Exhibit D, an actual strikeout with all the proposed language. It's much more detailed than the PowerPoint.
Okay, thank you. So Supervisor Wilson, you did have more. Oh, Supervisor Bushnell got her hand up before you did, and then Supervisor Wilson.
I wanted to ask Director Ford through the chair, the Black Bear Farm is across the river. They cross the McCann Bridge, correct?
Well, it depends on your perspective. It's on the same side of the river as this property is.
How do they access it?
Across McCann Bridge.
Thank you. Do they shuttle? Are you aware if they shuttle?
That was not imposed as a condition, no.
Thank you.
All right. Supervisor Madrone, you're being quiet. Did you want to comment before we go to Supervisor Wilson or ask questions? And I'll go to Supervisor Bohn with the same offer before we return to the original questioner. No? All right. All right, then I guess we'll go back to Supervisor Wilson.
Thanks. So, and one of the things that I find kind of, it's definitely concerning for me on this particular project, which is odd because for me, but is that there's no one lives here, and for such a large operation, I know that there's the something about it in a guard. I mean, it's something, but there's the proposal includes a 24-hour guard, which is just it's just an interesting. When I imagined and when we were going through these processes, you just always in our minds, those of us who have been here most of our lives or all of our lives, that the idea is that the cannabis farm tends to be part of a homestead, and kind of even the bigger ones have some folks living there, and to have this sort of absentee ism on this location to me is a bit of a concern. It kind of like is well, anyways, it's just concerning to me in terms of this space. And then I guess we went through a discussion kind of like this for a project a couple months ago, and in terms of like whether it has electricity or doesn't have electricity, and whether we can condition a project to be all outdoor. Basically, that removes really a lot of the need for all kinds of like plastic and generators as backups and all these other things. A lot of infrastructure is definitely taken down, and I think that there's room for that discussion in this regard. And then also the forbearance. It just seems like there's definitely it seems to me that there's an opportunity for more forbearance and storage on these sites, which could definitely make this project probably better. So those are some of the concerns I'm still holding out on. But the main one really is these development. For me, the biggest problem I have is just development outside these fire districts and these lack of arrangements. From my perspective, they're just the general plan is really faulty on this. There should be an actual written agreement for compensation to these districts at the very minimum, if not actually inclusion into a district to pay the fees, because they will be serviced by these districts if there is a problem. It just will happen. And for us to just imagine that it's not going to happen because someone says it's okay, I find a problem with that. And these first responders, they don't know when there's a fire or whatever it is in these spaces. They don't know if there's kids in there. They don't know what's going. They're gonna respond in a way to save lives and save property, and it doesn't matter if it's outside their district, because that's what they feel they should do. And I think they're right in having that moral obligation. I think they're correct, and I think we're not doing our job if we're not obligating new development to be responsible to that. And it's just really, this is a problem for me in this, and I apologize that we have to talk about this again project by project because this policy. Thanks.
Okay, I will go to Supervisor Bushnell, but I have a question for you, Supervisor Bushnell, as well. You have experience as a volunteer for fire department, I believe. I might be wrong, but if so, I'm just curious your thoughts on what Supervisor Wilson has been conveying.
Thank you. You are not correct, actually. I worked in a hospital for 7 years, so I have experience with that. But I'm going to agree with Supervisor Wilson that while they might not be obligated to respond, that is what they do. And so I'm going to tie back in with, I'm going to ask Director Ford, who is the responding agency for this farm?
So technically the responding agency would be CAL FIRE. However, the Fruitland Ridge Fire Department is directly across the Eel River the district boundary goes nearly to the McCann Bridge. And so under a reciprocal aid agreement, which I imagine they operate under, it's hard to imagine that they would not be responding.
So that's tying back to what Supervisor Bass asked me. My question kind of along this line also was, would the applicant consider putting some kind of a first responder or something of that nature on staff, or having it required within 3 months of employing people, or 6 months, that he gets someone on staff that is a first responder, because or some kind of training, or some kind of training, medical training of that nature. Do you know that, Director Bohn?
I actually have talked to the applicant about that, and the applicant would be agreeable to a condition requiring that there is a certified first responder on site, and can present a proposed condition to address that if it's the board's desire.
So with that being said, the Fruitland Fire Department, that would be their qualifications also would be the first responder status. And so I would feel much better having that that condition put in. Also, I'm wondering if the rain catchment that they propose now, if we could increase that if you would be willing to increase the availability within a 1 year of approval within 1 year to increase rain catchment capabilities.
So one of the things that the staff report points out is that the 320,000 gallons of storage is less than half of the water that could probably be collected off the buildings and greenhouses on site. I think the applicant would be willing to accept a condition to work out a plan to capture all of the rainfall that falls onto the site and to store that on site. And so yes, that is something that can be done. And I can offer a condition on that if it's your pleasure.
Thank you. And then also, one of the public commenters had stated that the project keeps changing and that there was 3 new conditions being presented today. I would like to ask you through the chair, Director Ford, if those 3 new conditions that have been added, were they added to because they were requests of the appellant?
No, they were, through the chair, they were added because staff reached out to the applicant and identified that there was this community concern and felt that they were legitimate concerns, and expressed that typically the board is very concerned about what neighbors think. And so that was presented in response to try to address those issues and concerns.
Thank you. And then my last thing is, I just want to, this is my first hearing. It's rather nerve-wracking. Thank you. But I would like to say kind of a statement. When I have received a lot of public comments and phone calls, emails and such, and a lot of them, over half, maybe even 75%, have stated that the applicant, they have a problem because the applicant isn't a resident of Humboldt County. And I understand that, however, that's not written into our ordinance. And our ordinance, I would like to ask also Director Ford through the chair, had public input, yes or no, when we were creating the ordinance?
So the ordinance regulates land use. It does not regulate people. And the ordinance never had an objective of giving deference to people because of where they live or anything else.
Thank you. What I find odd for me to have to consider is that we take public comment from people that are not residents in Humboldt County, and we want to be considered. Those people, those non-residents, want to be considered in this process. However, we want to restrict non-residents when they own land and they pay land taxes that they don't live here, so we shouldn't feel okay about this applicant. It's just something I'm observing as I'm making my way through being a supervisor. I just wanted to make that statement. Thank you.
Supervisor Madrone, then I believe Supervisor Bohn. Excuse me.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, welcome to the cannabis discussion world, Supervisor Bushnell. These usually go 3 or 4 hours, so yeah, quite the arduous effort. Appreciate all the questions on everybody's part, all the commenters, staff's time on all this, as well as the appellant and the applicant. I have a lot of heartburn over these large industrial grows out in the middle of nowhere. I've expressed that before. I just really have a hard time with them from a lot of perspectives. I don't think it's what I certainly didn't imagine our cannabis industry going in this direction. I wish we had maintained the small farms and the high quality and lower industrial use, but there were problems with those as well. The roads were a mess, all kinds of things were going on. So I recognize that. You know, for me, I wish it was smaller. I wish it was grown in the ground and in the sun. And, you know, I strongly feel that probably an EIR is required on this particular project. You know, one thing about an EIR is that it actually sort of, a lot of people think it somehow will automatically cause a project to fail, but that's not necessarily true at all. In fact, having gone through an EIR, it actually almost bulletproofs the project from litigation. But I do think there are some substantial issues here that do need to be looked into further. I've been involved with CEQA for a long, long time. In fact, I was involved with a case that actually set a CEQA precedent in law. So I understand CEQA quite well. I've been in and around that set of laws for a long time. And there is this thing that says that even significant controversy, as long as it's supported by facts, is enough to say that the mitigated negative deck isn't enough. And I would submit to you that the comments we've heard from the fire services people, Fruitland Ridge in particular, certainly provide evidence that there is significant potential for impact there. Now, I do appreciate what Supervisor Bushnell was just asking for, this idea of a first responder being, you know, on staff, literally at the site all the time, because you don't just call Cal or Lifeline on the phone and say, hey, get over here. You need the first responder to make that call. And out of fair ex parte divulgence, I want to point out that I just learned that by an email that came in from Roby Tenario to all 5 of us. You may or may not have seen that, but you know, so just ex parte, that communication was happening outside of the board meeting. So I've now brought that into the board meeting. That comment came to all 5 of us. But I appreciate what Supervisor Bushnell was trying to do there, trying to find out, you know, is there a way to mitigate for that? I also think that both Supervisor Bushnell and Supervisor Bohn, in their visits out there, I believe that in many ways what they're trying to do is find a way to work with the community and the applicant to find a way to reduce the impacts on the community. And I applaud that kind of effort. I'll have something more to say about ex parte in a minute. On water, I don't think a well driller really is substantial evidence, although well logs and information from what was found in those well logs and the elevations certainly are important information. But when I'm looking at these 3 wells, they're each associated with the concentrated greenhouse areas. And I was wondering, what is the elevation of the wells? You know, the well head, the top of the well. Does anybody have that information?
Can we get back to you on that? We'll have an answer for you in a couple minutes.
Sounds great. So what I would like is the elevation of the wells, the elevation of the river immediately out in front of those wells, because they're all basically on terraces on the rolling meadows up above the river there, but pretty low on the overall 12,000 acres. They're not way up on the top of the property. They're on those other places. At least that's what I can see in the photographs or the topographic maps that were submitted as part of this project. So I'd like to know more about that, because, you know, that matters. I don't think these roads are adequate in emergencies. You know, imagine that you've got people coming down out of there trying to escape the fire, the August complex, that are incredibly brave firefighters held from coming across the county line at the Eel River there, just south of this area at Alder Point, and put their own lives on the line to keep that fire out of our county. And again, I want to applaud all of those brave people from CAL FIRE and every volunteer department this summer for the effort, the stand that they made there on the Eel River to keep it out of that canyon and from coming further into Humboldt. Was quite a feat that they accomplished there. But you know, the roads, so the idea of Category 4 is this emergency ingress and egress, that while you're trying to come in with the fire trucks and the personnel, you're trying to get the people out, the 50, 60, 80 people, whatever it is. And so, you know, you get to the McCann Bridge, and it's a one-way road basically there and many other places. And so if you're trying to get out, you're going to have to pull off into the sand and probably get stuck. I mean, there were some pictures there that show, you know, you get off the hard compacted road to the bridge and it's real soft. I mean, I've been in those conditions many times, and it's really not a two-way ingress and egress situation. So it does put people in harm's way, and that does very much concern me, especially with all the fire folks speaking up here today. So we certainly have all that evidence in the record. As far as golden eagles, you know, there was a nest nearby. There was a discussion about how there's been no activity located recently, and that the area was logged previously in the late 2000s. And it's just, you know, it was presented as if that logging was the reason that the eagles no longer nest there, because their habitat was taken away. Back in the late 1980s, when the Northwest Pacific Railroad went bankrupt and sold out, Eureka Southern came in and bought it. They, as they were folding up shop, Eureka Southern, they went along the rail line through McCann and that whole area down the Eel River Canyon and logged off all those 100 to 120-year-old trees along the Northwest Pacific Railroad right-of-way before they went bankrupt and sold off the property. You know, what we do know about eagles and golden eagles in particular is that they seek out these places where there's less habitat destruction, less disruption, less industrialization, etc. And they even seem to have been able to survive with some logging, which doesn't happen every year, and road building and things. But when you say, well, they're no longer there, and then you start industrializing an area further with year-round use, greenhouses, lights, noise, etc., the likelihood of those eagles ever coming back into restored habitat is very, very small. So it's not just what's there now. We really need to think about the future and what kinds of habitat are there going to be for the golden eagles down the road. So that's concerning. I don't think we've done a complete job there. Cultural resources, you know, in the mitigated negative deck, it talks about how the Bear River Rancheria was contacted. And no disrespect to the Bear River Rancheria, but I don't believe this is their ancestral territory in any way, shape, or form. But I am not a Bear River Rancheria member, so I'm not going to say that's for certain. But the fact is that the Cinco and Intertribal Council does have representatives on its board and in its membership that do cover Wailaki and Sinkyone and Mattole, and so many of the tribes that were actually completely decimated. And so it would be very difficult actually in this day and age to find somebody that's still alive that was a member of the tribe of that area to speak to the cultural resources there. But I did note in the comment sections with the letters, there was a letter from the Sinkyone Intertribal Council that is recommending denial and that they felt that there are significant resources that would be impacted. And yet in the board report and the mitigated negative deck, it just simply says that the Sinkyone Intertribal Council did not respond. Well, they've responded now, and that's in the record. So that concerns me. On the big grow out in Maple Creek, we put a requirement on there for soils that are being imported into the site to be tested for sudden oak death. I would hope that, I thought after that hearing, that we were going to start requiring that on all new grows so that we don't continue to spread sudden oak disease all over our ranch lands and rural areas, creating additional fire hazards and other things. So that's a concern as well. You know, on the roads, I do recognize that these ranch areas have the potential to subdivide using patent parcels, and that was discussed here today as well. That is a right that people have. But what we've been seeing around Humboldt County over the last 30 years with the development of subdivisions through the MAP Act and/or patent parcel subdivisions is that we end up just using these old ranch road systems that were never designed for year-round use. They were designed for very limited use in the winter by the ranch family. So it was very low level of use. And then what we're doing is taking these patent parcel areas or subdivisions and turning them into 40-acre homesteads and putting a lot of people on these road systems that were never designed for that in order to, and it creates a tremendous amount of problems for our environment, sedimentation, fisheries problems, et cetera. So, you know, it might be true that doing something like this would be less of an impact than having the whole place patent parceled up using those old road systems. But it's also true that even with patent parcel subdivisions, we could be requiring, you know, a change in the way we deal with the road systems in those areas. So again, I'll just say that these roads were never designed for year-round use, and yet that's exactly what we'd be doing to these road systems if we approve this project at this scale. I could certainly support something smaller with a lot more additional mitigation measures, and I think, you know, there was a big effort when some of the supervisors went out, some of the community members brought up some lists of possible mitigation measures. We've only talked about a couple of those here today, but there are a lot of them that I think may very well be important to bring to the table if we're going to move forward on this project today. Again, I really think an EIR is probably required to get to the bottom of all these issues. But in closing, I'll just say that, you know, I've been working with Supervisor Bass on updating the board rules, and I just finished my review last night. Supervisor Bass, you may not, okay, you saw that. At any rate, we're trying to, yeah, no problem. But one of the things that we have in those rules had always there, it's nothing new, is this description about ex parte communication and what really is required of us by law. The idea of ex parte communication is that if any of us as board members are having communications outside of this meeting, outside of the public's ability to hear the conversation, the questions, the answers, then we are obligated to the public to present that in enough detail to where the public can understand what occurred. And when we simply say, oh, I went out there, that doesn't do it. That doesn't meet the law. You know, the spirit of the law is to protect the public's trust. And so what I have always been trained in all the ethics classes and other things I've taken is that because this is de novo, ex parte is very important. And what one can do in just a simple minute or two, you don't have to spend 10 minutes, but you do need to say where you went, who you met with, when it happened, and what was the general topic of conversation so that the public can be apprised of that and understand, you know, what happened there. And again, as I started out, I know that the intentions of Supervisor Bushnell and Bohn were to try and help resolve conflict. And I very much appreciate their efforts in that regard. But I do think if you want to move forward, you really ought to disclose a little more ex parte detail so the public feels that they actually understand what happened in those conversations. So with that, I'll mute myself again. Thank you.
All right, well, I do want to check with, I see the attorney for the applicant has his hand up. If you have an answer to a question that's come up, Mr. Johnson, then you can please do speak. But if it's just a general comment, I mean, if it's something that'll add clarification, please.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Bass. Just a quick response. Supervisor Madrone said that the existence of public controversy warrants the preparation of an EIR. That is actually not correct. Section 15064 F4 of the CEQA guidelines says that the existence of public controversy over the environmental effects of a project will not require preparation of an EIR if there is no substantial evidence before the agency that the project may have a significant effect on the environment. So I just wanted to correct that misstatement of the law. Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying that. And now we have Mr. Holder. Okay, Mr. Holder has one comment, and then I'm going to. I just thought you might. Yes, go ahead.
I would like to respond. The gentleman only included a portion of my comment. My comment was that if there is significant controversy supported by facts, then that is enough. And it's convenient that he left that second half out. And the facts that have been submitted are that the fire service people say this is not okay. And they've gone into detail on that. The well situation has not had a hydrogeologist. The cultural resources, somebody has spoke up that represents local cultural resources, and that has not been dealt with. So I do believe that there are substantial facts that support the controversial nature of this project, and I don't appreciate somebody just taking a piece of something and using it for their own purposes. So just to clarify, that was what I said, and I believe it's supported by the evidence in the record. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Bohn, I think you had your hand up a while ago. Did you have a comment? You need to unmute. I can hear you, but no one else can.
Yeah, my trip out there was actually with Director Ford and Supervising Planner Cliff Johnson. I think the applicant Jim Red, and I think I actually facilitated a meeting out there. So we didn't have lunch. I took my own pickup. I don't know what you're looking for. I was facilitating is what we try to do with everybody that comes in, and that's what I did. So I don't know if that answers. I was out there another time that the lady mentioned, but we'd actually gone to Bear to look at their facility because a friend of mine was the project manager on it. So
Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. I was out there at a community meeting that was initiated by my constituents in my district. And my reasoning for going was at their ask. I drove my own vehicle also, and I met with constituents in a group and heard their concerns.
Okay, thank you. Is anyone else? Mr. Wilson, Supervisor Wilson? Hopefully, and you are correct that we do plan to have that more highly accented or highlighted in our upcoming rules. So it'll be just second nature soon. Yes, Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. Supervisor Madrone, I'm just curious. There were 3 of us that visited that site. Why did you only call out myself and Supervisor Bohn?
I'm sorry, was there a third person?
Yes, there was.
I was unaware of that.
Oh.
That was all. And in no way was I calling out anybody. I was simply trying to do my duty. And, you know, if we're going to do ex parte, there's a way to do it. And that's all I was asking for. And I think that both of you did that. So I just want to be clear. It wasn't personal. I wasn't digging or looking for anything. I just think it's important for the public to, you know, have a little more detail when we say we had ex parte communication.
Well,
That's
I think
all.
my reasoning for asking is because you targeted myself and Supervisor Bohn when there was a third supervisor that went. So that was why I apologize if I just wanted to ask a question. All this is new to me, Supervisor Madrone.
No worries. Who was the third supervisor?
I was the one that started all this.
Started it.
Sorry, I was trying to do the right thing, but I went to look at the site to get a better idea of the size and where things were located. And I went with Jim Red. I did go in his car, however, because I did not want to drive in the rain.
Thank you.
Yes, Supervisor Bohn, then Bushnell.
Okay, and I wanted to ask on the cultural resources that I agree are very, very, very important. When were those asked for from the tribes? do you have an idea, John? Was this back in the early stages of the process in 17 and 18, or?
No, it wasn't. I don't think it was early. We offered AB 52 consultation to Sinkyone, and they never responded. So I have not personally seen the letter in the
well, because it only came in a little over a week ago. So it was probably, because I noticed all the signatory tribes on Sinkyone are all in Mendocino. And I know they reach farther than that. And I know the Yuroks come back this way, and the Bear River, who are part of the Wiots, I think do go out that far, because we just had that same discussion just not very far away with the wind project. So I don't think we can say that they don't have some cultural, and so I really appreciate the planning staff doing a full-blown reach out. The other thing is, how many, I know we do it, and I know it's a popular thing, and I know I love industrial and mega grow and everything else, but I just see Lake County's getting ready to approve of 80 acres, so I don't know what we're gonna call that. But as we move forward on this, on legal marijuana grows, how many fires, we've got like 700, 800, how many fires have we had on licensed cultivation sites? I know we've had a lot on illegal with generators and things like that, but how many have we had on licensed sites?
To my knowledge, we've not had any unlicensed permitted sites.
Okay, and then the other thing, and then I know, and again, I appreciate Epic reaching out to Sinkyone to write the letter, because I know they do a lot of stuff together. I followed that online last night, but I just, as we move through this, I know that it's just out of, and I'm fully being a former volunteer firefighter, and knowing what the responsibility you feel. I think that's great. And I think Fruitland, and I think somebody was saying, I mean, if they go out there to fight a fire, I mean, I think maybe we should write something that if they show up with 2 engines, we're getting $300 an hour per engine, or a $2,500 or a $5,000, depending how big it is, a $2,500 or a $5,000, and we write that in there if they have to respond. But with that being said, on the 12,000 acre ranch and the taxes that are paid and everything else, I think that also covers the $2.9 billion CAL FIRE, which they fall under their responsibility area budget, which will respond out of Fortuna. So by aerial, they won't go take a truck probably. But with that being said, there was a fire years ago on the back part of the property, and they actually had 11 engines up there, burnt less than 2 acres, but everybody responded pretty quick, because even back then it was dry, but they got it they actually put it out with a bomber before the trucks were needed. So back then, before the roads were improved, they could get up there. So these are just little historical things I know, which I seem to think that we fall back on. So, and then I thought it was interesting that, would you feel better if they built the house up there, Supervisor Wilson?
That's what I was telling you. So,
there is a cabin up there that they actually reside in. It's fairly primitive, but if you felt somebody needed to be on there 24/7, we could probably make them improve that, because I know it does have running water. It's got a little pond by it. It's got a little big opening in front of it, and it's got facilities. So, I mean, if that was a condition, I imagine they would be, if you thought somebody should be there. But with that being said, I think a lot of the T's and I's have been crossed on this, except for the things that we inflame, excuse me on that, to make it sound bigger than it is. But I think if we wanted to put something in there to make sure Fruitland was made whole, in case they did have to respond, I don't think that would be a bad thing.
Thank you, Supervisor Bohn. And that was the one I was thinking of, and I agree with you on that. So So we've had a lot of discussion. I don't know if we were close to having any type of action. You know, I would also say though, you know, I appreciate our planning commission, considering they don't always necessarily come together, and they obviously don't all have the same views. And there are some that have more of a, I think, a business perspective, some from the environmental, and the fact that the four that did vote in favor of this, I think they'd maybe have liked to see some other conditions that we could maybe come to today. But I have to go back to that actual meeting. I think it says something when four people that are not always the same kind of come together. And I don't know, I really actually feel very comfortable with this coming from the Planning Commission and letting it continue to move forward, quite frankly. But, Supervisor Bushnell?
So I would like, if this does go farther, the condition to be in there, better first responder within a certain amount of time. I don't know, we could talk about the time frame beyond on staff. I also would like the condition to be that we increase the rainwater catchment for forbearance reasons, obviously, within 1 year of project approval. I would also I wanted to ask you, Director Ford, through the chair, about the sudden oak testing. Is that something, that was something that Supervisor Madrone brought up. Could you clarify for me, please?
Yes, we've, on a project in Maple Creek, imposed a condition requiring that the importation of soil be done in such a manner as to not transport sudden oak death. So it has to come from soil sources and be screened to not carry that pathogen.
I think that's appropriate, given the ranches around this this area, that condition also would be appropriate for this farm, being that it's such a large area and other ranches surrounding. That would be the conditions that I would like to see. Additionally, I like Supervisor Bohn's condition with the Fruitland, considering the Fruitland fire. But I like the thought process of that also. Thank you.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yeah, I very much appreciate Supervisor Bushnell's efforts to try and bring these various mitigation measures to the table, and others have suggested them as well. So credits due all around for that. Thank you, Supervisor Bohn, for your suggestion of trying to help Fruitland. Did you guys find out the elevations of the wells? I just wanted to finish drilling down into that information.
Yes, actually we did. So in that area, the Eel River is approximately at about 200 feet above sea level. The elevation of the well casings, the well heads above sea level, is 1,000. Two of them are at 1,000 feet, the others at 1,200 feet. For well number one, it's approximately 140 feet south of, I assume it's a class 3 stream. The depth of first water was 65, and the depth of screen casing is from 60 feet to 240 feet. So it basically opens up completely into that water. Well number two is on parcel, well, it's about 460 feet away from the nearest water course. The depth of the first water is 42 feet. It's the depth of the screening is from 40 feet to 190 feet. And then the well number three is it's over 100 feet from the nearest water course. The depth of the first water is 152 feet. It is screened from 70 feet to 270 feet.
Thank you very much for that. That's some great detail, and it actually helps me feel far more comfortable about the wells and the connectivity issue. I remember a project down at Redcrest last year where the river was at whatever 150 feet, and the terrace where the old industrial sites were was up at 250 feet and the wells were 120 feet deep. So when you see that interconnection between elevations, that's where you really get that significant concern. I do appreciate Supervisor Bushnell's suggestion of increasing pond storage, increasing rainwater collection in the winter to be able to have a better forbearance period in the summer. I think those are really excellent things. The last thing is, I mean, I could support this project even at this acreage if it was all in the ground and in the sun. We're working on our climate action plan, and as we're moving forward with these things, why would we continue to approve things that can be grown so well in the sun without all that energy consumption, and instead approve things that are going to have a tremendous amount of energy use? So for me, the idea of whether or not PG&E can connect or not connect isn't the issue. The issue is climate change. And at some point, we're going to have to decide whether or not we're going to, start making better decisions about what we're doing. And when you have an excellent alternative with this free big ball of heat up in the sky that will grow this stuff extremely well. In fact, I would submit to you that there probably was an equal number of plants that these folks are going to grow in and around these areas around the river that were being grown before 2016, but they were spread out all over the hills. And so they were using water and they were doing lots of other things, but it was all in the ground pretty much. It wasn't, with all this electricity use and lights and everything else. And so I can actually support this project even at its size. I don't like the size. I think these are too big, but I could support it if it was in the ground and grown in the sun without all this energy use and all the potential fire that brings forth and other things. So, but anyway, I do appreciate the board members and staff working to try and, figure out how to mitigate for these things. So I'll just leave it at that.
Great, Supervisor Madrone, thank you. I guess I'd go to Director Ford to ask the comment or the suggestion Supervisor Madrone made. Is that realistic? What would that do to the project? Obviously my district does not have a whole lot of these, so I have to kind of rely on the rest of you to fill me in on a few things, and then Supervisor Bushnell after that.
I mean, the question is could that be done from a technical perspective? Yes, absolutely it can. Is that something the applicant wants to do? Obviously, they've submitted the proposal they have because that's their business plan. And so I can't answer that.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. Through the chair, Director Ford, and respectfully, Supervisor Madrone, I want to ask, when we have an applicant that has gone forward since, I think he's 4 years into this process, his thought process is with working within the conditions that the county has stipulated. Is that a correct statement? Director Ford?
That is correct. Sorry. Is that it's very difficult to, and this is something the Planning Commission actually struggles with a lot, is that they kind of want to follow a line that if an applicant has come in and followed the regulatory framework that has been set out for them and they are clearly operating within those bounds, that they should have a reasonable understanding that that's possible, that's what the county will honor because that's the regulatory system that's been set in place.
So thank you for that. And then on the second part of that is if as a county or as an entity, if our thought process is moving towards bigger projects being in the ground, that is something that could be brought up to change in the ordinance or not? I'm curious.
No, that is very much a policy regulatory issue. If the board decides that don't want to see grow bags or raised planters anymore and want to see things planted in the ground and require that's a regulatory change.
Okay. I'm just going to make another statement, if I may. Again, being new, I working all this out. So we as a county have set up that these are the parameters that are okay. And Mr. Machado, the applicant, has spent significant time, money, energy to work within our boundaries on his private land to make and mitigated out several issues. And now even more, I would require some other things for today. And he seems willing to bend over backwards to mitigate out these issues. Can you tell me, Director Ford, through the chair, have you found that to be correct of this applicant and his team?
In terms of being responsive, I think that they have been responsive. Yes, I think they listened to concerns. They have actually modified their project fairly significantly from the beginning. And so this, while it's been a long process, it's been an intensive process, and probably the applicant would say that it's been a very difficult process to get through.
Thank you. So I have gotten a lot, it is in my district, and so I've gotten a lot of concerns and heard a lot of feedback from my constituents. And basically, I hear a lot that this isn't how we want cannabis to go in Humboldt County. So out of this hearing today, I am getting that we need to recognize that maybe we need to change some ordinance issues if that is the feeling of Humboldt County. However, currently with this applicant, he has followed all the rules and he has mitigated out many issues. And not only are my obligations to my own constituents, but he also, being a landowner in my district, is one of my constituents. So I'm just trying to work it out. So thank you, Director Ford.
All right. Director Ford, do you have any? There you go. Yes, Director Ford?
Yes, if it would please the board, I think we've got a modified condition and several new conditions to at least throw out for your consideration, if that helps at all, if you're ready for that.
Is everyone good with that? Thumbs up, whatever. I'm good with it.
Well, do we have them all in there? I'd like the applicant to either give a $5,000 or $7,500 deposit to Fruitland Ridge to work off of, so they are covered besides Measure Z and that stuff. So they are covered when they make their call out of area, if they get there, if CAL FIRE doesn't respond, and if they have a fire, because they may be the first fire we've ever had on a licensed cannabis. I don't know. So.
All right, so Dr. Ford, as soon as you show us those, I think we'll probably be able to get a motion moving forward.
I'm going to share my screen.
Sure, that would be lovely. Thank you.
So we propose that you modify condition number 32, which refers to having sufficient water storage.
John, I hate to say this, but my eyes aren't nearly this good, and I cannot see anything but a red line somewhere. Oh, better. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sorry, I had to admit it.
No, that's sorry. So modified condition number 32, the permit holder is responsible to place sufficient water storage at each structure to provide firefighting water, including provisions to ensure firefighting water is available during the late summer and fall. The amount of storage needed shall be approved by the planning director in consultation with CAL FIRE. Oops, or this should be Fruitland Ridge. And then new condition 39 would be there shall be staff certified by a first responder program used by Fruitland Ridge Fire Protection District on site during all cannabis related operations. This provision requires that several staff are certified as first responders so that at least one is on site during all cannabis operations. Then a new condition, number 40, the applicant shall coordinate with CAL FIRE and all applicable first responders to allow emergency access through the property from and to the neighboring properties. That's something that wasn't discussed today, but it is something that the applicant was willing to provide to the neighborhood so that there is that kind of access. The applicant, new condition 41, the applicant shall maximize rainwater catchment from the roofs of all buildings and greenhouses associated with cannabis activities. Prior to issuance of any building permits, the applicant shall submit a plan with calculations showing how much rainwater can be captured and incorporate a corresponding increase in the amount of hard tank water storage.
Don?
Water storage shall not be used for landscaping. Yeah.
Supervisor Bohn?
And just because knowing full well the valley and how that works and everything else, is there a way, instead of all those tanks, is there a way we could put a pond in there so CAL FIRE would have a dip tank? I mean, if and when it was needed, because in September the eel's going to be running, 3 foot deep. It's hard to dip, and that way, if they built the pond, so much by so much, but big enough to dip in, that could they do that instead of 30 10,000 gallon, 5,000 gallon tanks or something like that?
Yeah, I'd be a little hesitant to say yes to that because I feel confident that we could put the storage tanks within the existing areas that have been surveyed. Okay. I don't know that we could put a pond out there on the site without doing additional environmental work.
That's okay. That's fine. Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
Moving to a new condition 42, and I hope I captured this correctly. In the event Fruitland Fire Protection District responds to an emergency event on site, the applicant operator shall be responsible for reimbursing the cost of the response. Payment shall be made within 60 days of receiving an invoice. And then I added in a response to Supervisor Bohn's recent comment. Prior to issuance of any permits, the applicant shall provide a $7,500 deposit to Fruitland Ridge to cover the cost of emergency response. And then a new condition 43. This is the condition that came out of Maple Creek to address the sudden oak death. Prior to issuance of any permits or on-site cultivation, the applicant shall submit a plan for review and approval by the planning director in consultation with the University of California Ag Extension to ensure that imported materials are free of pathogens that may contain or facilitate the spread of sudden oak death. The plan shall identify how soil or amendments will be chosen and used that are free of pathogens. Each year at the annual inspection, the applicant shall provide a report to the Planning and Building Department identifying what soil or amendments were used during the prior year and precautions taken to prevent the spread of sudden oak death. We would, I think that addresses the conditions that were discussed.
All right, Supervisor Bohn.
I'd like to make a motion that we adopt the resolution, which does the following: adopts initial study and mitigated declarations, state clearinghouse, yada, yada, makes the findings required to deny the appeal and approve the conditional use permits, deny the appeal, and adopt the mitigation monitoring and reporting plan and the added mitigations supplied by the Planning and Building Department, and approves the conditional use permit subject to the conditions of approval attachment 1A.
So could I clarify something before that gets seconded?
Yes, please.
Those are not mitigation measures. Those are added conditions.
Added conditions, excuse me. And with that, I really want to thank Meg Ryan. I know she's been the quarterback. She has done a great job. And I sometimes think when we do this, staff has no skin in the game except getting it done. And they brought a very good project to us, and we're adding a little more icing to the cake. But Meg, you've done a great job on this, along with Cliff and John. But I know this hasn't been easy the last 4 years, so thank you very, very much.
How about a second? And I'd go to Supervisor Bushnell since she didn't get to make the motion in case she had been interested.
I want to say thank you to Director Ford and Meg Ryan also, and Cliff, everybody involved. I also want to say thank you to my constituents. I hear your concerns, and they register deep. This has been really hard for me, but I want to change things at a policy and procedural level so that we won't have issues going forward. I also want to thank the applicant for his due diligence and for willing to mitigate issues. And with that, I will second this motion.
All right, we have a motion and a second, but we do have County Council Billingsley waving at us.
Close the public.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to verify that that was essentially adopt staff recommendations with the modifications that Supervisor Bohn mentioned.
That's
Because
what
there's some additional at the end that I didn't think were part of the motion.
And the yada, yada, yada wasn't in it either, I don't think. I think those are different words. Yes, Supervisor Bushnell, and then Ryan.
I just also really want to thank Fruitland Fire for their input and concern and recognizing that they would respond either way. And that is, you know, saying that they're out of the district is not, I just want to say thank you to the Fruitland Fire for all their wording and thoughts and concern, because that's where that comes from.
All right, and Ryan, oops,
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson, and then I was going to ask Ryan if he was comfortable with the motion. So
Yeah.
I'll first go to Supervisor Wilson.
I appreciate it. So I too appreciate all the work that everyone's done, and I do appreciate and want to respect the work of the Planning Commission. I mean, when these are given to us on appeal, that is, I mean, I do think that the Planning Commission does have that job of being kind of technocratic in their review and somewhat dispassionate, or basically really looking at the codes and the intents and all of those things. And I think they do a job well. When things are appealed and they come to us, we do have that discretion to go beyond those spaces. And that's what I think what Supervisor Madrone is talking about. And that's okay. And that's part of the discretion of the board and as individual board members. And I want to respect Supervisor Bushnell's analysis of that in terms of, like, you know, trying to be fair and where things are going. I'm going to land on a you know, a different conclusion with regards to this. I don't think that it goes far enough to protect the community or really in where we're going with this. But nonetheless, and we as the board and as board members, I think part of what Supervisor Bushnell is referring to in terms of, like, you know, people are getting into these processes. How do they know when they come out the other end whether they're gonna, you know, whether they're following all the rules? They should just that should just be, that's it. And for the most part, that is true. But sometimes it's there's discretion involved, and it's true that, you know, good or bad, the board can, and these processes can create, quite frankly, reputations of moving outside those zones, and we live with those one way or another. But nonetheless, I want to just really say that everyone has been doing an amazing job moving these things forward, and I do appreciate everyone's work.
Okay, I'd like to ask County Council Billingsley to chime in. I do see the agent for the appellant's hand up, and I don't think, I mean, we're not taking any more comment from my understanding, but I just wanted to check with our County Council first.
Chair, if one of the board members would like to ask a question or see what the question is, that is fine.
Does anyone like to do that for now? All right, I think then we won't. I think we all are kind of ready to see what Ryan said the motion was.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I was kind of just going to follow up with Council Billingsley. So my understanding is that we're approving staff recommendations with the additional conditions provided by Director Ford.
Is that all right? But is that correct? Yep.
From staff's perspective, that's what we heard.
Okay. And from County Council, it's fine, apparently. So, all right. Well, with that, Ryan, would you do the roll call vote, please?
Yes, Chair. Thank you. Supervisor Wilson?
No.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn?
Yes.
And Supervisor Madrone?
No.
So I don't see any 4/5 in here, so it passes 3-2.
All right, thank you. And we will now close this public hearing, and thank you everybody for the hours and hours we've all spent in here. I think some good conversation, and I would like to, I think Supervisor Bushnell has brought some really good things forward, and that's something that needs time to do, but I think it's really important, especially with more things coming towards us. So at this time, I did close that. So we do have 2 closed session items. I did want to ask County Council Billingsley to brief us on those, and then I'll ask the group if you want to go straight into closed session. So, Jefferson?
Thank you, Chair. It's the intention of the board to meet in closed session on 2 items of existing litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9D1. The first is Henson versus City of Fortuna, case number CB 2001-205. The second is Battersby versus Lean et al., case number 20 CB 06561 EMC. And again, I think that should be 10 minutes tops for both of them.
All right. I do not see anyone wanting to make comment from the public. So we will adjourn to the closed session. And we'll be back here in 10 minutes or so. County Council Billingsley, do you have a report out of closed session?
Yes, Chair, thank you. On item M1, the board voted unanimously to authorize the Office of County Counsel to defend the matter. On item M2, the board voted unanimously to authorize the risk manager to enter into an agreement with the Mitchell Bristow firm for defense of the matter.
All right, thank you. With that, we are adjourned. See y'all.